The immortal astral continent, the celestial clan's 5 major continents and 72 smaller continents occupied more than 50% of the immortal astral continent. The remaining nearly 50% was the ancient clan's 36 countries, with 10% being the endless sea that separated the ancient and celestial clans. This sea was the largest sea on the immortal astral continent. It was covered in raging waves and fog year-round. It was impossible for mortals to pass, and even cultivators below a certain cultivation level couldn't break through. This sea was a natural barrier that made it difficult for the celestials and ancients to go to each other's land. Bordering the sea was the northern continent, and the most northern continent was the cold Meng continent. It wasn't very large and was mostly covered in snow. The cultivators that lived on this continent were used to this climate, and most of them cultivated cold-related cultivation methods. There were few mortals here, and the further north one went the fewer mortals there were. At the northern end of the continent was a vast sea. If one looked at the cold Meng continent from high up, it looked like a piece of ice floating at the edge of the sea. It was being smashed by the sea day and night, but it never melted. One could even see ice floating away in the water when the waves smashed into the continent. 10,000 kilometers from the edge of the continent, there was no trace of life, and even cultivators rarely came here. It was far too cold, and cultivators still had bodies. Their bodies would turn into ice here, so they wouldn't survive for too long. The wind and snow howled in the sky. The snowflakes flew high into the air with the wind and then drifted down to the earth. In this world of wind and snow, the land was endless. Hidden inside wind and snow were 3 figures walking over from the distance. Among the 3 of them, the person at the front wore a coat and had a head of white hair. There was a lot of snow mixed into his hair, and a thick layer of snow covered his coat. With every step he took, a lot of snow fell off and new snow landed on him. One of the 2 people behind him looked like an old man, but upon closer inspection, he was a middle-aged man. He was covered in snow and looked frozen. His hands were before his mouth and white fog came out of it when he exhaled. Whenever he looked at the person beside him, he became filled with jealousy. There was a small snake on the shoulder of this man, but this snake looked like a dragon. It laid lazily on the man's shoulder, and whenever the man was about to be frozen, it would let out a breath to allow the man to continue. The last person was a burly man, but to be more precise, he was not a burly man, but a thin young man wearing layers of cotton clothes. He looked extremely bloated and walked with a swagger. He struggled to raise his feet once they sank into the snow. This place was cold, but the young man had sweat on his forehead, giving off bursts of white gas. It looked very interesting. The creaking sounds of feet stepping on the snow were covered by the howl of the wind. The 3 fuzzy lines of footprints were soon erased. Only their voices could not be devoured by the wind and pierced through. It's still your Grandpa Su who is smart. In the cave world it was like this, and on the immortal astral continent it's still the same. Little Jinbiao, you want to take your Grandpa Su's spot? But you can't even catch up. The young man wearing layers of cotton clothes had a proud expression. He wiped the sweat off his face to show off. What a hot day. This hot day. It's really too hot. I can't stand it, it's too hot. Jinbiao, are you not hot? How am I so hot? The man beside him was Lu Jinbiao. He glared at Su Ligua viciously. Just as he was about to speak, a cold wind blew by, causing him to shiver, and even his face turned blue. Jinbiao, why are you shivering on this hot day? Could it be that you're cold? Don't pretend you can't fool me. Your Grandpa Su has seen everything at the ancestral city. I have obtained a lot of treasures and have gotten to live well. I also got to warm the beds of Little Peach Flower, Little Peach Red, and Little Peach Blue. Such a good time. Jinbiao, how did you spend these years? Su Ligua squeezed out a friendly look, but the pride in his eyes and his expression made Lu Jinbiao want to fight him to the death. I'm wearing too much of these clothes when the day is too hot. I say, Lu Jinbiao, you really look cold. Don't worry, your Grandpa Su is good friends with you. I'll give you. Su Ligua looked at Lu Jinbiao and deliberately stopped. Lu Jinbiao was startled and revealed a look of shock when Su Ligua revealed a mischievous smile and continued. Let me introduce these precious clothes to you. Once you listen, you can fantasize about them and perhaps you won't be so cold. Don't you have the Tao of deception? Deceive yourself that you're wearing countless warm clothes, then you won't feel cold. Su Ligua looked emotional as he touched the clothes on his body and shook his head. These clothes are treasures. They are made of heavenly cotton and can produce a lot of warmth. Grandpa Su stole them from the Chun family. This cotton shirt is also a treasure. Once you put it on, you feel like you're next to a fireplace. Grandpa Su encouraged the king to steal it from the Zhao family. This one, and also this. Su Ligua introduced them one by one. Before he finished speaking, Zhu Jinbiao roared. Su Ligua, what are you calling your Grandpa Su's name for? You dare to steal them before master? You've gotten bold, little Su. Su Ligua's eyes widened and he rolled up his sleeve. However, he was wearing too many layers, so after he rolled up one layer, there was another, and he wouldn't finish in a short period of time. Master, look at him. Lu Jinbiao looked at Su Ligua and then at Wang Lin, who was walking ahead, ignoring his begging expression. Master, just ignore him. It was him who wanted to improve his cultivation. Master, walk slower. The snow on the ground is slippery. There is nothing to worry about. Little Su can take care of himself. Su Ligua quickly walked up behind Wang Lin and massaged Wang Lin's shoulders through the coat. He turned around proudly and viciously stared at Lu Jinbiao. Su Ligua sent out a divine sense message. You want to steal your Grandpa Su's position with Master? Blah, you aren't qualified. When your Grandpa Su was following Master, you were still drinking milk somewhere. You. What about me? Wasn't it me who suggested to Master that because our cultivations were not high enough, we should walk through the north with our own strength? This will make our wills stronger, as well as improve our cultivation. It was me who said it, so what? My cultivation level is not as high as yours and I don't have that silly dragon to help me. I'm afraid of the cold, so I put on some cotton clothes. What are you so angry about? If you have cotton clothes, put them on. Su Ligua snorted. Seeing that the two of them were going to continue to quarrel, Wang Lin frowned. Ever since the two of them had appeared, they had been quarreling non-stop. Enough. Lu Jinbiao, if you can't hold on, I can send you back into the storage space. Wang Lin stopped and looked at Lu Jinbiao, who was shivering from the cold. I can't give Su Ligua the chance to be alone with Master. This guy might say something bad about me. Lu Jinbiao clenched his teeth and shook his head. Master, I can still hold on. Lu Jinbiao's body shivered and even his voice trembled. Su Ligua, take off a few layers of clothes and give them to Lu Jinbiao. Wang Lin could instantly see through their thoughts and then walked into the distance. Su Ligua unwillingly took off a few pieces and threw them at Lu Jinbiao. The two of them viciously stared at each other a few times and cursed each other with their eyes before following Wang Lin. Time passed. Wang Lin wasn't in a hurry at all as he walked through the northern part of the northern continent toward the vast sea. The cold became stronger and stronger until not even Su Ligua could bear it. Wang Lin waved his sleeve and he disappeared with the two of them. When he reappeared, he was at the edge of the continent. Before him was a dark sea with raging waves. There were large pieces of ice that colliding with each other, creating thunderous rumbles. After crossing this, I will be at the ancient clan. Wang Lin waved his hand and Lu Jinbiao and Su Ligua were put back into the storage space. He silently pondered for a moment before his body flickered, and he appeared above a giant piece of ice. Standing on the ice, Wang Lin looked back at the Celestial Clan. Looking at the Celestial Clan, everything that had happened there flashed in his eyes. These memories were like the cold wind of the sea that caused his white hair to flutter and fly away. The ice below Wang Lin rose and fell with the sea. It slowly drifted into the distance and away from the Celestial Clan. The Celestial Clan slowly became a blur in Wang Lin's eyes. He stood there and stared at the blurry Celestial Clan as he drifted further away. As he drifted away, he saw a lot of familiar faces that seemed to dissipate. Madman, once I return. Wang Lin didn't mutter the second part of that sentence. His eyes were filled with determination and decisiveness. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Lin could no longer see the celestial clan, only the waves of the sea. At the distant horizon, the sun slowly set, revealing a fiery red sun slowly descending. As the world turned dark, Wang Lin turned around. Teacher Xian Luo, disciple is coming. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he raised his foot. He disappeared from the ice without a trace. Day and night alternated and the waves sobbed. These were the only changes and sounds on this vast sea. The sea was no longer cold. It had become humid. The sea became even more violent and the waves looked like they wanted to smash the sky apart. It was as if there was a powerful beast in the sea, and it was going to replace the sky with the sea. The sea dragon moved through the sea and was extremely flexible. It was much faster in the sea than in the sky, and there was a white-robed figure sitting on its head. Wang Lin didn't use spatial bending to rush to the ancient clan at his fastest speed. Instead, he let the sea dragon swim forward. He sat on the sea dragon and began to adjust his cultivation. This trip to the ancient clan should have no life or death dangers. After all, Teacher Xian Luo is there. After a long time, Wang Lin opened his eyes. The sky was blue and clear, and the sun was warm as the light landed on his body. At the ancient clan, I need to calm down. During my silent cultivation, I need to complete my promise to Teacher. I need to protect the ancient Tao and guard Teacher's reincarnation. After all, I belong to the ancient Tao. Wang Lin looked melancholy as he let out a sigh. Unfortunately, in the celestial clan, I didn't find Qing Shui, Situ Nan, and I didn't find Li Qianmei. This is a pity. Forget it. When I return to the celestial clan, I may find them. Wang Lin let out a sigh. Before leaving, he had spread out his divine sense to search, but he still didn't find them. I won't head to the ancient sea or ancient Ji, but head to the imperial city of the ancient Tao. I wonder how it will compare to the celestial clan's ancestral city. Wang Lin silently looked into the distance. My cultivation is still lacking, so I need to go into closed-door cultivation in the ancient clan and strive to become a grand Empyrean. When I complete my promise to Teacher, I'll go find Wan Er's soul. Thinking of Li Muin, Wang Lin's eyes were filled with sadness. Wan Er, where is that sliver of your soul? Only when your soul is complete can I find a method to awaken you. Wang Lin let out a sigh and his right hand reached at the void. A rift leading to Wang Lin's storage space opened. He could not open it without damaging his storage space before, but now he could easily do it. He could completely offset the force between the cave world and the immortal astral continent so the storage space wouldn't be destroyed. The blood sword that had made Wang Lin famous in the cave world flew out and gave off a killing intent in the sun. This item belongs to the ancient Tao clan. Wang Lin held the blood sword and gently touched it. The killing intent seemed to be happy as it coiled around Wang Lin's fingertips. It belonged to Yi Mo. When I obtained Yi Mo's head, I promised to be kind to his descendants. In this trip to the ancient clan, I need to find Yi Mo's descendants. Holding the blood sword, Wang Lin waved and it flew into the sky. After a long time, muffled rumbles echoed. With my current cultivation level, I can easily release its full power. The blood sword trembled and popping sounds echoed. Countless cracks appeared on it, as if the sword was shedding its skin and a layer fell off. The blood-red light from the sword became even more intense. Wang Lin didn't understand back then, but now he saw a seal on the sword. He broke the seal with a wave of his hand. After breaking the seal, the killing intent the sword emitted became even more intense. It surrounded the surrounding 500 kilometer of sea. The killing intent seemed to form a storm and a huge shadow appeared. This shadow obviously belonged to the ancient clan. Its whole body was covered in armor and in its right hand was a slender blood sword. This sword looked like it could split the sky. Yi Mo's hometown, where Teacher is located, the ancient Tao, the place I need to guard. I wonder what kind of place that is. Wang Lin looked at the blood sword and put it away. The shadow disappeared, revealing the clear sky. After absorbing the sword fragment, my metal essence was completed and the 5 elements fuse into one. My cultivation level has increased. Wang Lin's cultivation was different from that of others. He needed essences. Only with essences could his cultivation level increase. When the metal essence was completed, Wang Lin climbed from mid-stage void turbulent to late-stage void turbulent. Then, with the celestial ancestors' inheritance, he was able to make the outline of the Grand Empyrean Sun appear once he erupted his full cultivation. The Slaughter Thunder Essence True Body is complete with 5 essences. The 5-element True Body is also complete. What's next is my ethereal essences. If I can comprehend my other 2 ethereal essences, my cultivation can reach peak void turbulent. It's just that comprehending ethereal essences is very difficult. In my entire life, I only comprehended 3. In this rare moment of calmness, Wang Lin began to analyze the future path of his cultivation. If I rely on ethereal essences to raise my cultivation level, then my future cultivation will be very difficult. It will take many years before it can improve again. Wang Lin frowned as the sea dragon below him swam. It broke through the waves, forming a line in the sea. The waves raged, causing the sea to rise up and down. Wang Lin only took a glance before he began pondering the future path to take. This won't do. If this continues, I won't know when I'll have the power to return to the Celestial Clan. My cultivation is different from that of others, so perhaps I can find another way to increase my cultivation level. Wang Lin was immersed in his own thoughts as time passed. A few days later, Wang Lin opened his eyes, revealing a hint of fatigue. I can't rely on ethereal essences. Even so, I'll put the ethereal essences as a long-term goal. During that, I'll put my focus on the 5-element True Body and the Slaughter Thunder Essence True Body. Water, fire, and earth have formed essence true bodies. Now, only metal and wood need to condense their essence true bodies. According to my analysis, once the metal and wood essences have formed their essence true bodies, then the 5-element true body will be complete. If this is the case, there is a 50% chance I can avoid raising my ethereal essences when increasing my cultivation level to peak void turbulent. Although my combat power would be a lot weaker due to the ethereal essences being incomplete, once the ethereal essences are completed, my power should increase greatly. Then it would be the Slaughter Thunder Essence True Body. Right now, only the Thunder Essence has formed an Essence True Body. The remaining 4 essences Slaughter, Absolute Beginning, Absolute End, and Restriction are incomplete. If they could all form their own Essence True Bodies, then my Slaughter Thunder Essence True Body should be complete and allow my cultivation level to surpass Void Turbulent. However, I'll have to wait until my Metal and Wood Essence True Bodies appear before knowing if this road will be as I thought. Wang Lin pondered as he decided on his future. As for the outline of the Grand Empyrean Sun, the reason it appeared was deeply related to the celestial ancestor cultivation I inherited. The celestial ancestor's inheritance didn't increase my cultivation level, but allowed me to condense that sun once I erupt my full cultivation. With that sun, my combat power increases greatly. It makes up for the fact that my heavenly bull soul armor was broken. With my current cultivation level and combat power, I'm the strongest under Grand Empyreans. Even against Grand Empyreans, unless they burn their Grand Empyrean power, I can still fight them. If my analysis is correct, once all 5 elements form their true bodies and my cultivation level increases, I should be able to exchange blows with a Grand Empyrean who is burning his Grand Empyrean power. And once my Slaughter Thunder Essence True Body obtains Essence True Bodies, then very few Grand Empyreans can be my match. Then, if I can completely comprehend the 4th ethereal essence, which would be the Reincarnation essence, I comprehended at the Dong Lin sect, I can use it to break through the countless dream barriers to find my true self to obtain the 5th ethereal essence. At that time, Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. Grand Empyreans won't be my match. After all, Empyrean Exalt and Ascendant Empyrean are just a transition between Void Turbulent and Grand Empyreans. The transition could exist and also not exist. Furthermore, I still have the avatar in the void. That avatar is still growing, and unless it's the last resort, I can't use it. Time. I need time. Wang Lin closed his eyes and immersed himself inside the celestial ancestor's head in his storage space. Wang Lin had been studying it along the way, and he understood that once he could fully integrate the head into the Grand Empyrean sun outline, the sun would become solid. Once the sun was solid, Wang Lin would be able to truly become the 10th Grand Empyrean. He had 2 more items in his storage space. One was a strand of white hair and the other was a fist-sized skull filled with death. Both items gave Wang Lin a very familiar feeling, but he still couldn't figure out the source of this familiar feeling. Time passed day by day and the waves became even more intense. There was also the power of the law of the immortal astral continent. This power was the key to separating the celestial and ancient clans. However, for Wang Lin, this power was far too weak compared to what he had experienced in the void, so he could simply ignore it. His aura surrounded the sea dragon, allowing it to move even faster. There was a black dot in the sky. It was the mosquito beast. Wang Lin released it, and it let out a cheerful hiss in the sky as it followed Wang Lin toward the ancient clan. A few months later, when Wang Lin opened his eyes again, he saw the edge of the sea. The black earth was different from that of the celestial clan. The ancient clan's black earth gave off a sense of desolation and recklessness. The ancient clan's vast land was covered in black earth. This place was different from the delicate beauty of the celestial clan. Here it was vast and rough. In particular, the black earth would give people a sense of being suppressed. But at the same time, the vast world would cause this suppression to spread as one looked into the horizon. It was as if breathing the aura of the ancient clan could make one fuse with this place. Unlike the celestial clan, the ancient clan was a complete monarchy. The ancient clan was divided into 3 countries: Ancient Shi, Ancient Dao, and Ancient Ji. The power of the 3 ancient emperors was not something the celestial emperor could compare to. Here, the power of the royal family reigned supreme. It created an invisible pressure that shrouded the land and the heart of every ancient clan member. In the imperial palace of the celestial clan, when there was danger, everyone had chosen to escape without hesitation. They wouldn't risk their lives. However, in the ancient clan there were only 2 extremes. 1, the intruder dies. 2, the entire clan goes extinct. This was the ancient clan. It was something inherited for countless years. It was even laughed at by the celestial clan, but this was the power every generation of celestial emperor wished for. The emperor of the ancient clan was the sky and represented the ancient ancestor. Their noble blood could not be erased by any force. The ancient clan respected bloodlines the most. Even Grand Empyreans had no right to remove an ancient emperor. In terms of cultivation, the Grand Empyrean was the guardian of the clan, but in terms of power, the ancient emperor could command every clan member. If there was ever a conflict of order between the ancient emperor and the Grand Empyrean, then far more people would listen to the ancient emperor over the Grand Empyrean. This was very different from the celestial clan. In the celestial clan, Jodi had dared to scheme against the celestial emperor, and even kill him. But in the ancient clan, although the Grand Empyreans were powerful, they would never hurt any ancient emperors. This was because of a law set by the strongest Grand Empyrean on the immortal astral continent. He would protect the 3 clans of the ancient clan, an existence that could become the sole ancient emperor. At the center of the 3 clans lay the holy land of the ancient clan, where the strongest Grand Empyrean was. Wang Lin had learned about the ancient clan from Shen Luo in the cave world and from the records at the Purple Yang sect. As a result, Wang Lin wasn't as lost as when he first entered the celestial clan. However, the ancient clan was simply too big and Wang Lin didn't have the map to the ancient Dao. He needed to find a map before he could head to the ancient Dao. The ancient clan's 3 clans are the Ancient Shi, the most powerful, Ancient Ji, the most united, and Ancient Dao, which has the most people but is also the weakest. Wang Lin walked on the black earth and took a deep breath. He knelt down and grabbed a handful of dirt. He placed it next to his nose. He could feel that there was a force there that made his ancient bloodline tremble. Teacher, disciple has arrived at the ancient clan. Wang Lin stood up and walked forward. Before Wang Lin there was a giant city. This city was made completely out of some kind of black stone. This stone was very rough but gave off a domineering feeling. This sense of domineering seemed to be inside the core of every single ancient clan member. Inside the city, all the buildings were rough and very large. Members of the ancient clan quickly moved through the city. There were burly men in the leather armor constantly shouting. Normal people who saw them would immediately reveal fear and avoid them. There was a crowd outside the city. It was very lively. Wang Lin was far from the city gate. He didn't choose to go in and instead stood there, looking at them. He saw ancient demons, ancient devils, and ancient gods. Although their sizes were the same, the stars between their eyebrows, in their left eyes, and in their right eyes gave Wang Lin a familiar feeling. This was the first time Wang Lin had seen so many ancient clan members. There were 7 burly men wearing leather armor outside the gate. Each of them had stars flashing between their eyebrows or in their eyes. They looked at the people outside the gate impatiently and would even shout at them. "Hurry up! The ones in the back! Move faster too! The city will be sealed in half an incense stick of time." After entering Blackstone City, immediately scatter and stay in the city for 3 days. Without the city lord's order, no one is allowed out. As the burly man roared, the lively city gate gradually became quiet. Those that wanted to enter the city accelerated their pace. In less than half an incense stick of time, the outside of the city was empty, creating a huge contrast compared to the lively scene from before. The ancient clan members that had entered the city had quickly dispersed, so not many figures were seen inside the city. The only thing one could see were the nearly 100 burly men in leather armor standing in various critical corners of the city. Their gazes were sometimes on the city gate and sometimes on the towering building at the center of the city. The emptiness of this place revealed Wang Lin's figure and attracted the attention of the 7 burly men outside the city. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he withdrew his gaze and turned to walk into the distance. There was no one strong in this city. The map Jade Wang Lin wanted had to be as detailed as possible, and only the strong would have such a jade. But just as he turned around, a voice came from behind him. "Stop!" 2 of the 7 burly men immediately walked over. They both had 5 ancient god stars between their eyebrows. Wang Lin frowned. He stopped and turned to look at the 2 coming toward him. The 2 burly men had fierce gazes. One of them looked unfriendly and shouted, "Who are you? Where are you from?" Wang Lin slowly said, "Wang Lin, you have been standing here for a long time and still didn't enter the city. Take out your identification token." The other burly man stretched out his right hand. The burly man spoke once more. "Also, reveal your clan mark." Wang Lin faintly smiled and 9 stars slowly appeared between his eyebrows. The 9 stars gave off a ghostly light and made Wang Lin look no different from the members of the ancient clan. The moment the 9 stars appeared, the 2 burly men were startled and their pupils shrank. They retreated a few steps and clasped their hands at Wang Lin. "Greetings, God Lord. We didn't know Lord was coming and were disrespectful. Please punish us, God Lord." They were extremely respectful and contained a trace of excitement. Their sudden change attracted the attention of the other 5 people outside the city gate. After seeing the 9 stars between Wang Lin's eyebrows, they immediately walked up and clasped their hands. "Greetings, God Lord." Wang Lin was quite shocked, but his expression remained the same. He didn't have much understanding of the ancient clan. He knew about the landscape and simple structure, but not the traditions of the area. After I revealed my 9 ancient god stars, they started referring to me as God Lord. Does that mean 9-star ancient demons are called the Demon Lord and 9-star ancient devils are called the Devil Lord? Wang Lin speculated on this matter. My inheritance from Yimo is incomplete and I don't have many of his memories. I only know that in the ancient clan, no matter which of the 3 clans they come from, they are composed of ancient god, ancient demon, and ancient devil. I wonder what the title for someone who has 9 ancient god, ancient demon, and ancient devil stars is. Wang Lin pondered and remembered when he went through the second calamity of the 3rd trial in the cave world and obtained the recognition of the ancient ancestor. Over the years, although Wang Lin had cultivated his ancient body by force, he had achieved 9 stars for all 3, but he rarely revealed it. From their appearance, there aren't many people with 9 stars in the ancient clan, or perhaps this place is rather remote. Wang Lin revealed a faint smile. No harm. Do you have a map, Jade? Wang Lin asked casually. Not many people could understand him in the Celestial clan, as this a language unique to the ancient clan. The burly man was startled but didn't ask any questions. He waved his right hand and a jade appeared. The jades were the same in the Celestial and ancient clans, but the auras required to open them were different. This little one's jade is incomplete and only has an approximate map. The burly man respectfully took out a jade. Wang Lin took it and his ancient power swept through it. This jade was indeed very simple, like the man had said. It only had details about the nearby countries, and the further it went, the more blurry it was. But through the map in the jade, and with Wang Lin's understanding, he now knew that the 12 countries at the northern part belonged to the ancient Shi. Going south, splitting into two directions, were the ancient Ji and ancient Dao, forming a triangle. This Blackstone city was at the edge of the Mu Sang country of the ancient Shi. Wang Lin held the jade and slowly asked, I wonder, why is the city being sealed? One of the two burly men responded to Wang Lin and held nothing back. Reporting to God Lord. I received orders from the city lord to clear out the gates of Blackstone City in one incense stick of time to welcome Prince Jidu and the ancient Dao ambassadors' arrival. Ancient Dao ambassadors? I just came out from closed-door cultivation and don't know about this. Tell me the details. Wang Lin's eyes lit up an undetectable amount. The burly didn't hesitate to respond respectfully. This little one doesn't know much about the ancient Dao ambassadors. But the rumor is that the ancient Dao's royal family has been sending people out for hundreds of years in search of beautiful women. It is said that the ancient Dao emperor is looking to choose a concubine. As for whether this matter is true, this little one doesn't know. However, with the prince accompanying them, that means the ancient emperor must have agreed, or else the city lord wouldn't order the city to be sealed. The burly man explained. Choosing a concubine? Wang Lin was startled and didn't think too much. He just thought that the emperor of the ancient Dao, the place he was going to protect, sending people all the way to the other two countries to choose a concubine was absurd. However, since I can meet the people of the ancient Dao here, they must have a detailed map to head to the 12 countries of the ancient Dao. This does save me some time in looking for a map. After pondering for a moment, Wang Lin was going to inquire more when he looked toward the city. Footsteps came from the city and then two teams of soldiers in green armor rushed out from the gate. There were nearly 1,000 people among the two teams. They quickly came out of the city and gave off a killing aura. At the same time, 3 people walked out from the city. The person at the front among the 3 was a burly man. He was nearly 10 feet tall and was obviously far taller than the others. He wore golden armor and had a red cape. He gave off a sense of pressure without being angry and walked forward in large strides. Behind the burly man in golden armor, to the left, was a middle-aged man. He was a handsome middle-aged man who wore a blue shirt like a cultivator and exuded a celestial aura. This man had 3 strands of beard on his chin. His skin was white, and he held a black fan. Although he gave off the aura of a celestial, his eyes were clearly demonic. His left eye had a strange fog swirling inside. The last person stood on the right. He was a young man in black. He had a cold expression, but it could not hide the violence and killing intent in his eyes. He stood there as if there was a fire burning inside and outside his body, but this fire was cold. The two of them obviously treated the burly man as their leader. He walked past the 2 teams of soldiers and looked into the distance. He seemed to detect something and turned to look at Wang Lin. Not only him, but the 2 people behind him turned their heads at the same time. Their gazes locked into the 9 stars between Wang Lin's eyebrows and their eyes lit up. Greetings. God Lord, City Lord, Demon Lord, and Devil Lord. The 2 leather-armored burly men next to Wang Lin and the 5 outside the gate all knelt down without hesitation. They were extremely respectful. However, the burly man in the golden armor ignored them. He looked at Wang Lin in confusion. This fellow clan member is very unfamiliar. I'm Blackstone City's city lord. I wonder, does fellow clan member need help? The burly man in the golden armor clasped his hand at Wang Lin. I'm Kong Shi. The middle-aged man in blue with demonic eyes smiled and clasped his hands at Wang Lin. Only the black-robed young looked at Wang Lin and remained silent. Wang Lin smiled and clasped his hands. My name is Wang Lin. By chance, I heard that the prince and the ancient Tao ambassadors are dropping by. I'd like to see them if you will, but if it's inconvenient, I'll leave. He didn't have any sense of arrogance because of his cultivation level and high status. Wang Lin's personality was always like this. If others were respectful to him, he would naturally be respectful back. Since you came here, you are our guest. Brother Wang can stay and wait with us. The burly man in golden armor smiled. Looking at the other party, especially when he felt the ancient god power from this burly man, Wang Lin felt a familiar feeling. He smiled as he stepped forward and arrived next to the three of them. Brother Wang is also a god lord and presumably has also passed the second trial. You should have entered the stage of fusing the demon and refining the devil. How is your progress? The burly man looked at Wang Lin and smiled. Fusing the demon and refining the devil? Wang Lin's heart trembled, but his expression remained the same. He shook his head with a smile and didn't speak. Connecting, fusing, and refining is very difficult. How could it be so easy? From his appearance, he gives off no demon or devil aura, meaning he is still figuring it out. Liang Yun, this is the same as not asking. The young man in black said coldly. His gaze swept by Wang Lin with a hint of disdain. Meng Luo. The burly man in golden armor frowned as he looked at the young man in black. He clasped his hands at Wang Lin with a bitter smile. I presume Wang Lin has seen that this Meng Luo is a devil lord and that his personality is bad. I hope Brother Wang won't mind too much. This connecting, fusing, and refining is indeed too difficult. I haven't made much progress myself. The burly man in golden armor apologized. No problem. Wang Lin smiled. He really didn't care about these little things. They chatted for a while longer. The burly man in golden armor and Kong Shi were trying to determine Wang Lin's origin. But in the end, they didn't get any answers. They gradually lost the intent to talk and became silent. The silence didn't last long before Wang Lin noticed something, and he casually looked at the sky. Kong Shi had been watching Wang Lin, and upon seeing Wang Lin's action, he also looked up but found nothing. However, just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, his eyes narrowed. The burly man and the young man in black also looked at the sky with respect and excitement. At this moment, the sky changed and layers of ripples echoed. A thunderous rumble echoed as a fist appeared out of thin air and punched the sky. As the roar echoed, the sky seemed to collapse and even more ripples echoed. More and more cracks appeared, until it looked like the sky was going to collapse. Two giant hands broke through the sky and tore open a large rift. A giant green shadow hundreds of thousands of feet tall with a horn on its head tore open the sky and stepped out. This green shadow wore a green suit of armor and gave off monstrous demonic aura. This demonic aura turned into a fog that spread endlessly in all directions. This was clearly an ancient demon. Its eyes were blood red and filled with violent intent. It immediately let out a roar as it appeared, took a large step out of the rift and landed on the earth. When its foot landed, a shockwave spread in all directions, carrying dirt like a wave. As Wang Lin looked at the ancient demon, his heart trembled and his eyes narrowed. This is no ordinary ancient demon. Wang Lin immediately saw the problem at a glance. He had seen ancient demons in the cave world, but like ancient gods, unless they revealed their true bodies, they look like ordinary people. But even after revealing their true bodies, they would maintain their consciousness and not fall into madness. Most importantly, the demonic aura this ancient demon gave off was as powerful as that of Empyrean Exalt cultivators. The moment the ancient demon stepped on the earth and let out a roar, the man in the golden armor, the demon lord, and the black-robed youth knelt down on one knee and respectfully said, "Greetings, Prince!" Not only them, but the 1,000 soldiers on the side all knelt down and were all excited. Even the people inside the city that saw the ancient demon all felt their hearts tremble and knelt on the ground. The only person not kneeling inside and outside the city was Wang Lin. The golden-armored man immediately noticed that Wang Lin had remained standing. He was startled and was filled with disbelief. Kong Shi was the same, and even the young man in black revealed terror. How could a mere prince make Wang Lin kneel? Not even a grand empyrean could make Wang Lin kneel. Even before the celestial emperor, Wang Lin only needed to clasp his hands. Wang Lin calmly looked at the roaring ancient demon and saw the person standing on its head. He wore a royal robe and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He was a young man who looked ordinary but had an unspeakable temperament. Behind him, there was a woman in blue. She looked fairly young, and when her gaze fell on Wang Lin, she was surprised. The youth in the royal robe also saw Wang Lin, who was the only one standing. The sky rumbled once more. The young man raised his head and no longer looked at Wang Lin as he looked back at the sky. Another huge shadow walked out from the rift that had been torn open. This shadow was slightly smaller, and when it stepped out, it revealed the two horns on its head and its body was black. It was an ancient devil. This ancient devil's eyes were also red and filled with madness and violence, as if it was about to lose control. It let out a howl. There were 7 people standing on its head. Among the 7 were 5 men and 2 women. They clasped their hands at the young man, and when they looked at the ground, their attention was attracted by Wang Lin, who was the only person standing. "My clansman is disrespectful. You all saw something embarrassing." The young man smiled at the 7 above the ancient devil. Then he turned to look at the burly man in the golden armor next to Wang Lin. "Liang Yun, is he your new recruit?" "Reporting to Prince. I don't know this person, he has just appeared here." He said he wanted to see the prince. This humble one was wrong to let him stay. This humble one will kill him right now. The big man in golden armor revealed anger and killing intent. "No need," the prince said coldly. His eyes lit up and gathered on Wang Lin. "Tua Luo, kill him." After the prince spoke, the ancient demon hundreds of feet tall below him let out a roar. It raised its right claws and reached toward Wang Lin. It looked like it wanted to grab Wang Lin and crush him. The sharp claws seemed like they would split open the ovid. They contained monstrous demonic aura and closed in on Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm and his white hair fluttered. He let out a sigh and walked forward. For the first time, he felt like he was not suited for the ancient clan. I can see a lot about the ancient clan's imperial power from this small matter. Aside from getting a map jade, Wang Lin had stayed here to see just how strong the imperial power of the ancient clan really was. A mere prince, not even the ancient Shi emperor, would make an entire city kneel. And he merely didn't kneel, and that already shocked everyone. The golden-armored burly man was originally polite, but in a flash, he was filled with killing intent and anger. It was as if not kneeling was a great crime. And as for the prince, just because he hadn't knelt, the prince was going to take his life. From the prince's expression, killing a clan member was as casual as breathing. This would only happen when the imperial power had reached an extreme. Most importantly, all the people kneeling were looking at the prince with reverence and excitement from the bottom of their hearts. It was as they would do anything the prince told them to, even kill themselves. Since the ancient Shi is like this, then the ancient Tao must also be like this. Perhaps I'm not suited for this place. Wang Lin silently pondered and stepped out. When he took the 3rd step, the ancient demon's claws closed in. Everyone watched as the ancient demon's claws overlap with Wang Lin's figure. It looked like Wang Lin was caught. After everyone saw this, whether it was the golden-armored burly man, demon lord Kong Shi, the black-robed youth, everyone kneeling there, and even the leather-armored soldier who had given Wang Lin the jade, they all revealed cold gazes. Their cold gazes seemed to condense into a sentence. "All who disrespect the imperial power will die." Wang Lin's voice echoed in the world. The ancient demon's claws, which had overlapped with his body, seemed to become transparent, and he calmly walked through them. Or it could be said that Wang Lin had become transparent and the ancient demon's claws had grabbed nothing. A rumble echoed as Wang Lin walked toward the ancient devil the ancient Tao ambassadors were on. When the ancient demon grabbed nothing, the madness in its eyes became even more intense. Its right hand reached for Wang Lin's back, but the eyes of the prince narrowed. He stared at Wang Lin with a serious expression. Not only him, but all the people kneeling were startled. From their view, Wang Lin should have died, but he had somehow walked out. The pupils of the golden-armored burly man shrank. He was also a 9-star ancient god, and he knew he couldn't do this. Perhaps only a demon lord's body could be so strange. However, Kong Shi's heart was in chaos. The moment Wang Lin had walked out, he hadn't sensed any demonic power, but this just made it even more unusual. Who is he? The young man in black was the most shocked. He was a devil lord, and he thought he had seen through Wang Lin. However, after seeing Wang Lin calmly walk out of the claws, he took a deep breath, but his eyes were filled with battle intent. The 7 people on the Ancient Devil had come here from the Ancient Tao on the order of the Ancient Tao Emperor. When they saw Wang Lin not kneeling, they thought they would get to watch a show. However, they couldn't help but be surprised when Wang Lin walked out, but they didn't take it to heart. After all, this was a matter within the ancient Shi, and it had nothing to do with them. However, when they saw Wang Lin walk toward them, they were puzzled. Wang Lin was not fast or slow, and behind him, the ancient demon's claws had returned. It let out another roar and reached toward Wang Lin once more. Wang Lin frowned slightly and stopped. As the claws closed in, he turned to look at the ancient demon. "You're courting death." His words didn't rumble like thunder and the world didn't change colors. However, the ancient demon shivered and the madness in its eyes disappeared, turning into fear. It was as if Wang Lin's gaze was enough to cause it to collapse and feel the shroud of death. The ancient demon's roar stopped and it let out a miserable cry, quickly retreated and knelt down on the ground. His huge body started to kowtow at Wang Lin. When this happened, everyone around gasped and revealed shock and horror. The battle intent in the eyes of the black-robed youth immediately dissipated. His body trembled and became covered in cold sweat. The golden-armored burly man shivered. He thought about how he had said that he was going to kill Wang Lin. He could not have expected Wang Lin to terrify the ancient demon with just a gaze. The prince and the woman next to the prince flew up into the air. They looked down in shock. The prince was well aware of the strength of this ancient demon. It could even battle against an Empyrean exalt in the celestial clan. However, this powerful ancient demon was now terrified to this degree. This showed that this person who hadn't knelt had terrifying strength. You. Prince Jidu's expression was pale. Wang Lin ignored everyone and withdrew his gaze from the ancient demon. As everyone's gazes gathered on him, he walked toward the ancient devil. This ancient devil's eyes were originally red and gave off a sense of madness. But at this moment, it let out a whimper. Its whole body trembled and it crouched on the ground as a show of obedience. It didn't dare to move. The 7 people above its head were terrified as they watched Wang Lin walk over. Aside from an old man, the other 6 all retreated and erupted their respective ancient clan powers. Among the 7, 4 of them had reached 9 stars and the other 2 had reached a certain degree in terms of crossing, fusing, and refining. The strongest was the old man who hadn't retreated as Wang Lin closed in. His expression was extremely heavy as he let out a roar and 9 stars appeared between his eyebrows and in both his eyes. A total of 27 stars. These 27 stars emitted a ghostly light and 3 large shadows appeared behind the old man. They were an ancient god, ancient demon, and ancient devil. These 3 shadows stood there and glared at the incoming Wang Lin. No matter what issue you have with the ancient Shi, it has nothing to do with our ancient Tao. The old man felt bitterness in his heart. He didn't know why Wang Lin was walking toward them. Liang Yun's group of 3 has cultivation equal to arcane void. Perhaps due to the different in bloodline, there are some differences. As for this old man with 27 stars, his cultivation is equal to void tribulent. When I was in the cave world, my 27 stars were not complete and slowly become complete during my hundreds of years at the Celestial Clan. But the power I can display is far above that of this person. Perhaps this is the difference in bloodlines. Yimo's cultivation level was obviously higher than 7-colored's. So that's why 7-colored got Li Guang's help. Li Guang's cultivation level should have been Empyrean Exalt according to my understanding of the ancestral city. The chances of him being an ascendant Empyrean is not high, or else he wouldn't have died. From this point of view, Yi Mo should have power similar to that of an Empyrean Exalt. He had all 27 stars integrated and had passed all 3 trials. Then this ancient clan member is comparable to Empyrean Exalts. The ancient clan should be similar to the celestial clan in this regard. There shouldn't be more than 1,000 people with this much power. Wang Lin stepped onto the arm of the ancient devil and arrived on its head. He looked at the old man, causing the old man's expression to change and sweat to appear on his forehead. The old man could not bear the pressure from Wang Lin's eyes and subconsciously retreated a few steps. If he was like this, there was no need to mention the 6 people behind him. They all retreated with pale expressions. Did all of you come from the ancient Tao Imperial City? Wang Lin's expression was calm as he spoke. He gave off the aura of a grandmaster and created an invisible pressure that made the old man's mouth dry up and his heartbeat accelerate. He only had this feeling when facing the ancient emperor, but what caused that feeling was the heritage of the ancient emperor. The person before him replied on their own power. Yes, I was given the name of Yi Hai by the ancient emperor, and this is my 6th trip visiting the ancient Shur to help the emperor look for a concubine. The old man took a deep breath and stopped trying to resist the pressure from Wang Lin, instead revealing respect. Hundreds of years to select a concubine? Wang Lin heard it again and was still surprised. The old man smiled bitterly and nodded. Wang Lin casually asked, "It's a bit interesting. Has one been chosen yet?" This time, with Prince Ji-Du leading us, we went to 6 countries and chose 3 women. The last one is at Blackstone City. After this, we will return to the ancient Tao. The old man responded quickly and didn't dare to hide anything. He quickly slapped the ancient devil beneath him. The ancient devil's body trembled and ripples echoed as 2 beautiful women walked out. Their eyes were filled with fear as they bowed at Wang Lin. The old man respectfully said, "These 2 were the ones chosen." Wang Lin's gaze swept past the 2 women and then he calmly said, "Since you came from the ancient Tao, give me a map to the ancient Tao Imperial City." The old man was startled. After hesitating for a moment, he took out a jade and respectfully handed it Wang Lin. After taking the jade, Wang Lin took a look and walked off from the ancient devil's head. He was ready to leave. As for the prince, Wang Lin didn't consider him worthy of his attention. "Senior, please wait," the prince immediately said before appearing before Wang Lin. He gave Wang Lin a deep bow and his expression was very sincere. "Junior Ji-Du offended Senior earlier. I hope Senior doesn't mind. Please give Junior a chance to compensate you." "Oh? How will you compensate me?" Wang Lin revealed a smile that wasn't a smile. After seeing Wang Lin speak, the prince became spirited and he quickly clasped his hands. "I ask Senior to please wait for a moment. Once I send off the ancient Tao ambassadors, I'll definitely satisfy Senior." After Wang Lin nodded, the prince immediately sent out a message to the burly man in the golden armor below. "Please invite Lady Songji to go with the ancient Tao ambassadors." Shortly after, a woman wearing blue walked out from the city gate. Her appearance was not perfect, but she had a pure temperament. As she walked out, she raised her head, and it was at this moment that Wang Lin looked over. Their gazes seemed to collide in the sky. The autumn wind blew across the black earth. This was a season that was cold at first but then warm. There were mountains and forests outside Blackstone City, and dried leaves flew with the wind. A dead yellow leaf flew in the wind and fell outside of Blackstone City, blocking the gazes from the man and woman from meeting. When the leaf scattered, Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. This was a very ordinary woman. She had the bloodline of an ancient demon but gave off no demonic aura. Instead, she gave off the aura of a pure white lotus. Below the woman's right eye was a birthmark. Not only did this birthmark not destroy her purity, it added an extra touch. With it, even though she was not an absolute beauty, she still made one's heart pound. Like her name, Songji was as exquisite as someone in a painting. Songji greets the prince and fellow lords of the ancient Tao ambassadors. Her face was slightly red as she bowed at everyone. Your surname is Song? She is the person the prince spoke of. The old man on the ancient devil recovered. When he looked at the woman, his expression became serious. That's right. Her last name is Song. The prince smiled and continued. Speaking of which, she is part of the Grand Emperor's Song family. However, the Grand Emperor's family is large and she is from a faraway branch family. However, at Blackstone City, her family is considered powerful. The old man on top of the ancient devil pondered for a moment and then clasped his hands at the prince. Many thanks for prince's help. I'll take this woman away. If she doesn't get chosen, then we will send her back. Good. Songji, follow the ancient Tao ambassadors. The prince didn't care about this at all. He smiled as he gave the command and then looked at Wang Lin with fervor in his eyes. The woman named Songji seemed to let out a sigh, but her personality was very gentle and she could not refuse this matter. She bit her lower lip and walked toward the ancient devil. Wang Lin was directly in the woman's path. When she got near him, she bowed slightly to show respect, and then walked around Wang Lin toward the ancient devil. A faint fragrance entered Wang Lin's nose and gradually dissipated as she left. When she stepped onto the ancient demon and next to the old man, the wind caused her hair to cover up her face. However, it could not hide the look of melancholy and unwillingness in her eyes as she looked at her hometown. I hope I won't be picked. I'm not that beautiful, so I should not be selected. Auntie Chong and Sister Dong are still waiting for me. The woman lowered her head and her hair covered the faint tears in her eyes. After the ancient Tao ambassadors received Songji, they politely clasped their hands at the prince and Wang Lin. The ancient devil suddenly looked up at the sky and let out a roar. It jumped toward the rift that had opened in the sky. It then turned into black fog and disappeared inside. This place was very far from the ancient Tao imperial city. Even with the ancient devil, it would take them several months to return home. After the ancient Tao ambassadors left, the golden-armored burly man led everyone back into the city. A moment later, the outside of the city was empty, aside from Wang Lin, the trembling ancient demon, the prince, and the woman behind the prince. Prince Ji-du smiled and clasped his hands at Wang Lin. I still don't know what Senior's name is. Can you tell me? Wang Lin looked at the prince and slowly said, Wang Lin. So it turns out to be Senior Wang. Senior, this is not a good place to talk. Junior has a palace in the dark country. If Senior doesn't mind, we can go there and talk in detail about how Junior will compensate Senior for my reckless behavior before. The prince looked very sincere and clasped his hands at Wang Lin. Looking at how the prince was so respectful now compared to the indifference before, Wang Lin's eyes lit up an undetectable amount. The imperial power is still very weak before power. The reason the imperial family has so much power is mainly due to Grand Emperor Gudao. Once Gudao is no more, the imperial family will lose power just like the celestial clan. Wang Lin silently pondered and then nodded. Prince Ji-du was very happy and respectfully moved aside, letting Wang Lin step onto the ancient demon first. The woman beside the prince wanted to speak but was forced to swallow her words by the prince's gaze. The ancient demon was very obedient when Wang Lin stepped on it. Although its eyes were still red, they no longer contained any madness and it didn't even howl. It jumped into the rift in the sky and disappeared. After it disappeared, the rift in the sky dissipated as well and returned to normal. It was as if everything that had just happened never happened. However, just as the ancient demon left, a cold and majestic voice entered the ears of Liang Yun, Kong Shi, and the black-robed youth. The three of you are not allowed to spread the news of Senior Wang being here, and don't allow others to spread this matter. If any information leaks out, the three of your families will be wiped out. This voice belonged to Prince Ji-du, the dark country of the ancient Shi. This country was covered by fog year-round, which was how it obtained its name. Rumor had it that below the dark country was a fog-like lifeform. After being captured by the ancient ancestor, it had been sealed to form this country. Inside the fog, there was a horseshoe-shaped mountain. On it stood a large palace that gave off a powerful atmosphere. There were many servants and guards living at the palace. On this day, the fog above the palace split apart, revealing the night sky. A huge rift appeared and a giant ancient demon came out. The moment the ancient demon appeared, everyone inside the palace noticed it. The servants and guards all knelt on the ground. "Welcome back, Prince." The neat voices, respectful gesture, and their excited expressions all showed that Prince Jidu was an extremely noble existence in their eyes. The giant ancient demon landed on a large square. This square was obviously prepared for the ancient demon so it could land. The ancient demon landed and knelt down so its head was touching the ground. Wang Lin calmly walked down. Behind him were the prince and the woman, who felt wronged. After Wang Lin walked down, he looked at the submissive giant ancient demon. "This ancient demon is pretty good. It is this ancient demon's honor to receive Senior's praise. Father gifted it to me to help with travel and protect me. This kind of ancient demon is rare. He was a warrior of my ancient Shur before, but unfortunately after his 27 stars fused, he failed to obtain the ancient ancestor's recognition. He degraded back into a demon and lost his mind." The prince sighed after he spoke. Wang Lin nodded. His gaze swept the ancient demon again before he turned to look at the palace. His actions were noticed by Prince Jidu after hesitating a bit. He clenched his teeth and spoke. "If Senior Wang likes this ancient demon, then Junior is willing to gift it to Senior." "Oh!" Wang Lin looked at Jidu. Prince Jidu also looked at Wang Lin, and his expression was extremely sincere. Wang Lin slowly said, "This is the compensation you were talking about? Senior misunderstands. How can a mere giant ancient demon compensate Senior? Senior, let us head into the place to talk." The prince smiled and led Wang Lin forward. The three of them walked into the palace before the square. This palace was very luxurious but still gave off an overbearing aura. After Wang Lin stepped into the hall, the prince quickly walked forward before Wang Lin. He clasped his hands with an extremely serious expression and suddenly bowed. "Junior Ancient Shur Prince Jidu greets white-haired Ascendant Empyrean." After the prince spoke, a cry came from the woman behind him. She was filled with disbelief and retreated several steps. She was completely shocked by her brother's words. White-haired Ascendant Empyrean. The ancient clans were constantly spying on the movements of the Celestial Clan, especially news of new powerful cultivators appearing. The ancient clan had naturally paid a great deal of attention to Wang Lin. They had paid even more attention to him than the 5 Grand Empyreans. After all, the 5 Grand Empyreans were known factors, but they knew very little about the number 1 Ascendant Empyrean. There was a hint of surprise in Wang Lin's eyes, and his gaze toward Prince Jidu gradually became cold. Junior is not testing Senior. Senior appeared in Blackstone City, where it is close to the sea that separates us and the Celestial Clan. Senior also has the power to terrify the ancient demon with a stare, and you didn't try to hide your identity by telling me your name. Moreover, Junior has a list of pictures of the powerful members of the Celestial Clan, and Senior's picture has been added. However, only the 3 imperial families have access to these pictures, so outsiders won't recognize Senior. The prince broke out in cold sweat from Wang Lin's cold gaze. However, he clenched his teeth and remained still. He took out the jade and respectfully handed it to Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was still cold as he took the jade. His divine sense swept it, and he immediately saw the portraits of the 5 Grand Empyreans and all the Ascendant Empyreans. There were a lot of Empyrean exalts as well. However, only his portrait and those of the 5 Grand Empyreans gave off a golden glow. All the other portraits looked very ordinary. Prince Jidu is very cunning. The picture in his jade is almost exactly the same as me, and it allows people to recognize me at a glance. So this means that when he saw me at Blackstone City, he already had his suspicion, but he hid it very well, to the point that not even I noticed. Wang Lin took the jade and looked at Jidu. His face was still filled with respect, but it was now pale and covered in sweat. That's why he deliberately made the ancient demon attack, to verify his suspicion. Then, once he was certain, he revealed the right amount of shock. Finally, to make me stay, he asked me to stay so he could pay me respect. However, since he dared to point out my identity here and bow to me, it means he is trying to show he has no hostility towards me. However, why does he think that a celestial clan ascendant Empyrean wouldn't just kill a prince like him? Unless... Wang Lin's expression was calm. His gaze lingered on Prince Ji-du for a moment before retracting them. Wang Lin slowly said, "Since you dare to say this before me, then you already know my identity." After Prince Ju-di heard this, he relaxed a bit. His action earlier was the same as walking into death, but he was determined. He would not give up this chance after meeting Wang Lin, especially when it would determine his fate. Ancient Tao Grand Empyrean Shen Luo's only disciple is named Wang Lin. Although this matter is a secret, as a member of the royal family we still found out. When Shen Luo went to the celestial clan and came back, he immediately went into closed-door cultivation. We began to investigate, and with the help of Grand Empyrean Song we guessed most of it. However, even then, Father and Grand Empyrean Song Tian were not sure if the Celestial Clan's white-haired Empyrean Exalt Wang Lin was the same person as Grand Empyrean Shen Luo's disciple. Even Junior only realized it after seeing Senior at Blackstone City. It turns out that Senior is indeed Grand Empyrean Shen Luo's disciple. Ji-du sweated even more as he quickly spoke. Before Wang Lin, he felt a great pressure even stronger than when he faced his father. It was comparable to Grand Empyrean Song Tian. The woman behind him turned pale after listening to all of this. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. However, for her to be allowed to stay, then she was obviously someone Ji-du trusted. Wang Lin's gaze swept by the woman. She looked similar to Ji-du. "This is my younger sister. She had the same mother as me," Ji-du quickly explained. Wang Lin slowly said, "Since you know my identity, know I'm Shen Luo's disciple, and saw me asking for the map to the ancient Tao, you know I'm heading there, so why are you bowing to me? Senior, the ancient Tao is not a good place. Even if Senior is Grand Empyrean Shen Luo's disciple, the ancient Tao Emperor is very narrow-minded. If Senior goes, you will surely be suppressed." Before Prince Ji-du finished speaking, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes and he let out a cold snort. He waved his sleeve and turned to leave the palace. "Senior." Prince Ju-di clenched his teeth and got down on one knee. As the prince, he only knelt to his father and mother and never anyone else. But today he was kneeling before Wang Lin. If it was in the Celestial Clan, this matter would not be a big deal. But in the Ancient Clan, where imperial power ruled supreme, Prince Ji-du's action was enough to shock everyone. This royal sister was startled, and after hesitating a bit, she also knelt down. "Senior, Junior is willing to become your adopted son, and you will become my godfather. Once I become the ancient Sure Emperor, you would be the imperial father. I ask Senior to help me. Father has 7 sons, and I'm ranked 5th. If Senior is willing to help me, I'm willing to satisfy all of Senior's requirements," Prince Ji-du said loudly. His voice was filled with sincerity and desire. Wang Lin stopped and turned to look at Prince Ji-du. His eyes gradually revealed a ghostly light. As a prince of the ancient Sure, whose imperial power rules supreme, to actually kneel to me, answer me, who told you to accompany the ancient Tao ambassadors? Who told you that if you meet me, you must be even willing to kneel to make me stay? And who told you that you would meet me in Blackstone City? Wang Lin would not believe that this happened without some cause. Otherwise, this prince would not be kneeling. Someone must have told him ahead of time, and this person had to be someone the prince believed in enough to follow their directions. Prince Ju-di's expression was pale. Although he was very cunning before Wang Lin, he felt like he was completely seen through. It was the imperial teacher. The imperial teacher is my uncle, my mother's younger brother. 10 years ago, he came out of closed-door cultivation and divinated my future. He told me that when the ancient Tao ambassadors come, I must accompany them. There, I'll meet a chance to change my fate. If I can grasp this chance, my fate will change and my future will be limitless. But if I can't grasp it, then I won't live more than 100 years. As for the specifics, he couldn't see clearly and only had a vague feeling. After that, he died. Facing Wang Lin's powerful gaze, Prince Ji-Du's mind trembled and he didn't dare to hide anything. Wang Lin frowned. He had a deep dread toward the title of imperial teacher. These people were very good at divination, and Wang Lin had seen how terrifying they could be in the celestial clan. However, this ancient clan imperial teacher could obviously not compare the celestial clan and couldn't see things clearly. With Wang Lin's cultivation level, no matter how cunning the prince was, he could tell that he was not lying. If Godfather helps me, then everything will be complete. Now that father is getting old and ready to retire, a new emperor will be chosen among my 7 siblings. Godfather doesn't need to immediately make a decision, but if one day Godfather decides to leave the ancient Tao and has nowhere to go, please come here so this child can fulfill his filial piety, Prince Ji-Du quickly said. This child had prepared a gift for Godfather. This is my piety towards Godfather. Please accept it. The prince raised his right hand and something appeared. This item was a jade body, and he respectfully handed it to Wang Lin. Wang Lin pondered a bit and then took the jade. He scanned it with his divine sense and saw a jade and a cylinder as thick as a finger. This jade is a powerful treasure of my ancient Shur. This was given to me by my father when I was born. Only the royal clan of the ancient Shur can obtain it, and they only get one in their life. This item is an ancestral jade, and the power of the ancient ancestor's finger is sealed inside. This item is very powerful, but its greatest role is to comprehend. If one can comprehend this finger, then it will be very useful. However, all the previous generations of ancient Shur princes, and even the emperors, were unable to comprehend it. This is the most powerful treasure a prince gets. This child will gift it to Godfather. This cylinder contains a liquid. It is impossible to investigate its origins. The ancient ancestor left it, and it contains pure wood essence. This child knows that for Godfather to gain such reputation in the celestial clan, you had to cultivate essences, so I prepared this item. This child is only the prince and not the ancient Shur emperor, but if I become the ancient Shur emperor, then I'll open the ancient Shur's treasure room for Godfather to choose. I'll use the full force of the ancient Shur to repay Godfather for helping me ascend to the throne. The prince's words were filled with determination and decisiveness. Wang Lin held the jade box and silently pondered, but he didn't put it away. As Wang Lin silently pondered, the entire palace was quiet. Prince Ji-Du was extremely nervous, and he wasn't faking it. His heart was really nervous. He had already been very sincere and paid the price. He had even knelt down, hadn't hesitated to recognize Wang Lin as his godfather, and had given a heavy gift only to get Wang Lin's recognition and help. He believed his uncle, who had died 10 years ago. What his uncle had told him before his death was imprinted in his heart. I can't divinate who this person is, but if he is willing to help, you will become the ancient Shur emperor. There is even a chance you can unite the 3 clans and become the real ancient emperor. I cannot be wrong. This is a trace of the future I divinated at the price of my life. If he doesn't help you, then you won't live more than 100 years. Ji-Du thought about his uncle. His uncle's sad gaze as he gradually closed his eyes and released Ji-Du's hands. Godfather! Ji-Du knelt on the ground and kowtowed at Wang Lin. The banging sounds echoed inside the temple and broke the silence. His royal sister's face turned pale. She felt that this matter was very important to her royal brother. After a long time, as the banging sound echoed, Wang Lin's words echoed. Give me a jade that will let me find you. Ji-Du's body trembled and joy filled his face. He quickly took out a jade and excitedly handed it to Wang Lin. If there is really a day when I'll leave the ancient Tao, you can then call me Godfather. Wang Lin decided that he couldn't solely bet his entire future on the ancient Tao. He was going to take this chance and leave a backup. After he finished speaking, Wang Lin put away the jade box and the jade Ji-Du had given him. He turned and stepped outside. His figure disappeared into the fog. After Wang Lin left, Ji-Du was soaked in sweat, but he was very excited and vigorously clenched his fist. Royal sister, with my understanding of the ancient Tao emperor, Godfather will certainly be uncomfortable. A powerful person like him is not someone a mere ancient Tao emperor can hold down. Godfather will definitely come and help me. He must. The woman stood up and softly asked, "Is it worth it?" Prince Jidu laughed. "It's worth it. With his current strength, there is no need for him to go find Grand Emperor Xianluo. This shows that Godfather cares about his relationships. Since I respect him and have taken him as my godfather, he will not harm me." The ancient clan's ancient Tao was located to the southwest of the immortal astral continent. The 12 countries were comparable to the continents of the celestial clan, but slightly larger. If one didn't have spatial bending and relied on flying, it would take many years to cross this distance. However, the ancient clan had the giant ancient gods, giant ancient demons, and giant ancient devils. These half-sentient existences could tear open the sky and greatly reduce travel time. The ancient Tao ambassadors only needed several months to return to the ancient Tao imperial city from the ancient Shur. The ancient Tao imperial city was a large city that floated in the air. From afar, the sky city looked amazing. It floated in the heavens and gave off a powerful pressure. There were countless stones floating around the city. These stones had different sizes, and they slowly rotated with the sky city as the center. 1 month after the ancient Tao ambassadors returned, Wang Lin crossed the vast ancient clanland using the map and arrived here. He looked at the city in the sky for a long time. Although this city was not as majestic as the celestial clan's ancestral city, it was still spectacular. In the center of the city there was a huge statue of a man. He looked up at the sky in contempt, and even Wang Lin could clearly feel the contempt from this far away. Wang Lin softly muttered, "Ancient ancestor." Outside the sky city, the rotating stones formed a powerful protection. Everyone who wished to enter required an identity jade, or else they couldn't take half a step into the city. This was the peak of the ancient Tao's imperial power. This was where the ancient Tao emperor was. The eastern part of the sky city was composed of magnificent palaces that formed the imperial palace. The palace was filled with guards and restrictions. There was also a faint layer of purple mist that gave people a feeling of being suppressed if they looked at it. In Wang Lin's eyes, the purple mist around the palace seemed to condense into a vague figure. This figure was extremely large and looked like it could support the sky. It was impossible to see what this figure looked like. Only the crown on its head was distinguishable. This figure gave off a pure ancient clan aura. The ancient Tao imperial city was not as big as the ancestral city, and its palace could not compare either. However, the amount of guards and suppression was far beyond the celestial emperor's palace. Countless palace guards were inside and outside the palace. Even the servants inside the palace had decent cultivation levels. Wang Lin stood there for a long time before he withdrew his gaze. He stepped forward at a pace that wasn't too fast, but his figure disappeared. He turned into a strand of smoke and floated into the sky city. The layers of protection around the sky city would make it very difficult for normal people to enter. Even for the strong, they would frown and be stopped. They would have to follow the rules of the sky city and use their identity jades to enter. In the eyes of the people of the ancient Tao, only 9 people could ignore the protection around the sky city. These 9 people were the 9 Grand Empyreans. Only these 9 people could calmly step into the ancient Tao imperial city. However, now there was one more person. The layers of restrictions could not stop Wang Lin's smoke-like body, allowing him to appear on the street of the ancient Tao imperial city. There were large numbers of ancient Tao people living in the imperial city, making his place very lively. Wang Lin stood there and looked at this place. He looked at the men and women of the ancient Tao, but for some reason, he no longer had that sense of belonging like he did when he first arrived in the ancient clan. Teacher should know of my arrival. Wang Lin didn't need to spread out his divine sense to feel a mountain in the southern end of the city. Clouds covered this mountain and gave off the aura of a Grand Empyrean. He could feel the softness in this aura. He let out a faint smile and walked south. In the southern part of the city, the mountain pierced into the clouds. There was a set of stairs that winded up the mountain with handrails around it. It looked like a vacation spot. Bursts of fresh aura spread out. Taking a breath here would make one more spirited. There were many ancient Tao people walking up toward the temple at the top. Everyone in the ancient Tao knew of this temple. This was the ancient Tao temple. This was where the only Grand Empyrean of the ancient Tao, Xianluo, lived. The ancient Tao temple was open to any member of the ancient Tao. Anyone could come to the temple to seek help with a breakthrough in their cultivation, but they rarely saw Grand Empyrean Xianluo. The 9 powerful ancient Tao people that followed Xianluo would guide them. At any given time, one of the 9 was always in the ancient Tao temple to enlighten their fellow clan members. There was a giant incense stove outside the temple. It required 10 people to surround it. There was white-gray sand inside, and 9 huge incense sticks were stuck inside the stove. The smoke was floating into the sky. Everyone ancient Tao citizen who came to the ancient Tao temple for enlightenment would bow before it. The incense stove was very strange. The more people that bowed, the thicker the smoke would become. The 9 incense sticks seemed to never burn out and had been burning since ancient times. Wang Lin walked on the stone steps as he looked at the mountain and the smoke rising into the sky. He walked up step by step until he was at the top of the mountain and saw the incense stove. There were a few ancient Tao citizens who had climbed, got up, and respectfully walked toward the ancient Tao temple. After they finished worshipping the 9 incense sticks in the stove, the smoke seemed to increase, but it was subtle, and unless one paid attention, it was difficult to notice. Wang Lin looked at the incense stove and silently pondered. He slowly walked up to the stove. When he was next to the stove, he clasped his hands and bowed. This bow was not toward the stove or the incense inside, but his teacher, Xianluo. Since he had chosen to come to the ancient Tao, chosen to follow his teacher, and chosen to fulfill his oath from the past, then Wang Lin wanted to take root here from the bottom of his heart. He had wandered for thousands of years, and now he wanted to live in peace here. Guard the ancient Tao, guard the reincarnation of his teacher. It was also why Wang Lin had gone along with the custom and bowed at the incense stove. The moment he made up his mind and bowed, the incense rumbled and seemed to start burning like crazy. The green smoke instantly became 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times more intense. This intense change caused the few that had finished bowing and were walking to the ancient Tao temple to stop. They turned around and revealed looks of horror. The few ancient Tao citizens behind Wang Lin also stopped and revealed looks of disbelief. The incense stove rumbled and even more smoke rose into the sky. The intensity of the smoke was far more higher than before, to the point that was simply incomparable. It was like comparing the moon to the fireflies. The smoke rose into the sky and was extremely powerful. All the people on the mountain, as well as the ones at the southern part of the city and even further, could clearly see the smoke. This green smoke made it seem as if the mountain was burning as it rushed into the sky. It formed a mushroom shape in the sky and spread in all directions. Even the imperial palace to the east could see it clearly. Outside the ancient Tao temple, all the ancient Tao citizens were startled and their eyes were filled with shock. Not only them, but everyone in the city in the sky that could see this was shocked. And at this moment, Wang Lin's bow was only halfway. He hadn't even finished the bow. At the same time, in the ancient Tao imperial palace, a man wearing a royal robe and a crown was standing in one of the highest pavilions. He frowned as he looked at the smoke in the sky. There was an old man behind him, and the old man respectfully said, "Your Majesty, a total of 31 women were chosen in this selection. All of them have been arranged to attempt to fuse with the soul." However, before he finished speaking, he was also shocked by the raging green smoke in the distance. To make the incense stove at the ancient Tao temple release so much smoke, check who this person is. The man in the royal robe frowned and spoke, but before he finished speaking, his body trembled. His eyes revealed a monstrous light. The old man behind him gasped and subconsciously took a few steps back. What he saw now shocked him even more than what he had seen before, and even panic appeared in his heart. The raging green smoke had actually bent down and drawn an arc as if it was unable to bear the power of the bow. It began to dissipate and looked like it was going to collapse. This scene was heaven-shaking. Everyone in the ancient Tao imperial city who saw this let out a cry. This was beyond their imaginations. They had never thought anyone could make the green smoke before the ancient Tao temple bow and almost collapse. How was this bowing to the incense sticks? It was clearly the green smoke bowing to the person. Before the ancient Tao temple, Wang Lin didn't continue his bow, because he saw that the green smoke could not withstand his bow. If he continued, it would certainly collapse. Wang Lin, there is no need to bow. Come to the back mountain. A familiar voice came from Wang Lin's ears. That voice was very soft and was filled with kindness. Wang Lin's body straightened and the green smoke stopped bending. Wang Lin walked past the incense stove and the raging smoke returned to normal. In the ancient Tao imperial palace, the man in the royal robe clenched his hands and had a gloomy expression. Behind him, the old man didn't dare to gasp. He was equally shocked, but due to the pressure, he didn't dare to reveal any of it. I felt the aura of the soul blood. Killing intent appeared in the eyes of the man in the royal robe. He had a guess over the last few hundred years, and it was like a thorn in his heart. After a long time, the man in the royal robe said, "Quickly, fuse those selected women with the soul. As you command." The old man immediately knelt down. His back was soaked in sweat. Facing this moody ancient Tao emperor, he had seen too many people executed for no reason. The man in the royal robe waved his sleeve and disappeared. In the southern part of the city, outside the ancient Tao temple, Wang Lin was surrounded by citizens of the ancient Tao, who were looking at him in horror. He stepped toward the ancient Tao temple but didn't enter and instead disappeared before the temple. When he reappeared, he was in the back mountain, in a palace that was like a paradise. Beside him was a clear stream that flowed along a rock path, and there were fishes happily swimming inside. Beside the stream was a hut, and there was a stone table before the hut along with a few stone chairs. There was a green-robed young man sitting on one of the stone chairs. Although he looked young, he gave off an ancient aura as if he had lived for countless years. He looked at Wang Lin with a smile. There was a teapot on the stone table, and the moment Wang Lin appeared, the water boiled and bubbled. "Come, teacher has boiled this pot of water for you, so we can taste this tea together." Wang Lin also smiled and walked up. He poured half a cup for each of them. He picked up one cup and handed it over with both his hands to the green-robed young man. The man accepted with a smile and looked at Wang Lin with a kind gaze. Wang Lin sat on the side and picked up his own teacup. He took a sip and closed his eyes as he felt the aroma fill his mouth. The hot air spread and made his whole body feel warm. "How is it?" The green-robed young man smiled. "There is warmth of home." Wang Lin opened his eyes and smiled. When the green-robed young man heard this, he immediately began to laugh. He had waited here for his disciple to arrive and had even prepared a pot of hot tea. This was to tell Wang Lin that from now on, this was his home, because the tea could warm up the body and make people feel a sense of warmth. The two hadn't met for hundreds of years, but at this moment, there was no barrier between them. The green-robed young man looked at Wang Lin, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he became. When teacher left the celestial clan, I was feeling very helpless, but when I noticed you appear in the celestial clan, I knew that the two of us would meet again one day. Teacher has been preparing this pot of tea since then. The green-robed young man was Shen Luo. Teacher watched everything you did in the celestial clan, but teacher could not head over. If teacher had, then all the Grand Empyreans in the celestial clan would have noticed, Shen Luo said as he looked at Wang Lin. But I believed that the only disciple I accepted would be extraordinary. He would walk out from the celestial clan and come to my ancient Tao. Wang Lin put down the cup of tea and his gaze met Shen Luo's gaze. Disciple promised teacher to come here and guard the ancient Tao. White-haired ascendant Empyrean. Number 1 under Grand Empyreans. Shen Luo laughed as he stood up. Wang Lin, rest for a few days. In 3 days, teacher will take you to a few places that will help your cultivation greatly. They will be my first gift to you for taking me as your teacher. Shen Luo looked at Wang Lin with a smile. Then he disappeared. Wang Lin, I gift this place to you. Wang Lin stood up and bowed at the sky. After a long time, he raised his head and looked around with a complicated gaze. The complication in his eyes gradually disappeared. Forget it, let's stay at the ancient Tao. Wang Lin let out a sigh before he sat down on the stone chair and silently drank tea. He decided to stay here for a long time. If there was no accident, he could guard the ancient Tao until he fulfilled his commitment with Shen Luo, even though he still felt unfamiliar here. 3 days of time passed by in a flash. Wang Lin stayed in this paradise-like place and watched the sunrise and sunset as he breathed the fresh air. After 3 days, Wang Lin felt Shen Luo calling him. He took a step and ripples echoed. He then disappeared from this paradise. When he reappeared, he was in front of the ancient Tao temple. This was the morning of the 4th day, and the mountain was covered in a sheet of green fog. Shen Luo was standing before the ancient Tao temple, and behind him there were 9 people. Among the 9, there were 7 men and 2 women. Their cultivation were extraordinary, and all 9 of them had obtained 27 stars to obtain the title of Ancient Tao. When Wang Lin appeared, their gazes all gathered on him. Wang Lin's expression was calm and his gaze swept past the 9 of them. The one with the highest cultivation level was an old man. This person actually gave Wang Lin a feeling equal to that of an ascendant Empyrean of the Celestial clan. As for the other 9, they were comparable to Empyrean exalts. While Wang Lin was looking at them, they were also looking at Wang Lin. However, compared to Wang Lin's calmness, the moment the 9 of them saw Wang Lin, their hearts trembled. In their view, Wang Lin seemed to turn into a giant vortex that devoured their gazes. Even the ancient power inside their bodies seemed to be pulled in. The 9 of them silently pondered for a moment and then bowed at Wang Lin. "We greet the young master. Wang Lin, these 9 people are under my command and have followed me for many years. From now on, the 9 of them will obey your commands." Wang Lin smiled and looked at the 9 of them bow toward him. Wang Lin calmly said, "Thank you, teacher." Shen Luo smiled and was going to continue speaking, but he suddenly frowned and looked to the sky. Wang Lin also noticed something and looked at the sky. As for the 9 of them, they just felt the change in the sky and looked up. A moment later, a large amount of ripples appeared in the sky and spread out. Purple light flickered and thick, purple mist spread out. Then a roar rang out and a pair of large hands came out of the purple mist. Following that, a large man a few thousand feet tall stepped out. Behind him, another few ancient demons that were thousands of feet tall followed. A moment later, nearly 100 people walked out of the purple mist. None of them had weak cultivation. Not many had Empyrean exalt power, but almost all of them were comparable to golden exalts. There were ancient gods, ancient demons, and ancient devils. After they appeared, they stood neatly in the sky and knelt down toward the purple mist. "Welcome, ancient emperor." A roar-like sound echoed through the world. As the voices echoed, the purple mist violently churned and a person walked out. He was wearing a royal robe and a crown and gave off a pressure without being angry. Behind him were 2 old men. The 2 old men's backs were bent as they followed him. Wang Lin's gaze swept by the 2 old men and his pupils lit up an undetectable amount. These 2 had auras no weaker than ascendant Empyreans. "Welcome, ancient emperor." The 9 people under Shen Luo immediately became respectful when they saw the purple gas. The moment the man in the royal robe appeared, they revealed excited expressions and immediately dropped down on one knee. Only Shen Luo and Wang Lin calmly stood there and watched. "Yemo greets Lord Shen." The man in the royal robe smiled and his imposing aura melted, becoming like a spring breeze. Anyone who saw it would feel a sense of familiarity. Wang Lin stood there and looked at the man wearing the royal robe. From the people kneeling and their words, Wang Lin knew that he was the ancient Tao emperor. Looking at this person, Wang Lin couldn't help but compare him to Celestial Emperor Lian Daoxian. Whether it was cultivation or temperament, he could not compare to the Celestial Emperor. However, he had the respect of the people, which was obvious from seeing the 9 people under Shen Luo. His cultivation level is only at Empyrean Exalt. Wang Lin's expression was neutral. The power of the imperial family could affect everyone in the ancient Tao, but it can't affect Wang Lin. Xian Luo's expression remained the same as he slowly said, "Why did you come?" 3 days ago, Yi Dao noticed the raging smoke rising into the sky and guessed that a powerful person had appeared in my ancient Tao. So I came to see. Is this the person? The ancient Tao emperor nodded at Wang Lin. He is my disciple. I presume you have heard of him as well. The celestial clan's white-haired ascendant empyrean, Wang Lin. He will replace this old man during my reincarnation to protect the ancient Tao. Xian Luo said calmly as he looked at the ancient Tao emperor profoundly. Wang Lin, he is the emperor of my ancient Tao. He is also the person you need to guard in the future. If he retires, then you need to choose one of the many princes to become the new emperor. This is the right of a grand empyrean. Wang Lin's expression remained the same, but his heart skipped a beat. This was the first time he had heard that each generation of emperor was chosen by the grand empyrean. The imperial family and the grand empyreans have coexisted since ancient times. Perhaps this is the reason. No wonder Prince Ji Du sought my help. My combat power is #1 under grand empyreans. My help could allow him to gain the favor of the grand empyrean. As Wang Lin pondered, a roar came from the old man next to the emperor. Although you are a disciple of a grand empyrean, you are still a member of the ancient Tao. According to the rules, all clan members, aside from the grand empyrean, must kneel before the ancient Tao emperor. Why aren't you kneeling? The old man's eyes revealed a cold gaze and his words were cold. After he spoke, everyone became silent and everyone's gazes gathered on Wang Lin. It was as the old man had said, in the ancient Tao, aside from the grand empyrean, everyone in the presence of the ancient Tao emperor had to kneel. This was the embodiment of the imperial power. If one didn't obey, then it was disrespect to the imperial power. And in the ancient clan, there were few crimes more serious than disrespect to the imperial power. Even Xian Luo was startled when he heard these words. Although he was a grand empyrean, he still belonged to the ancient Tao. Before he became a grand empyrean, he still had to kneel to that generation's emperor to show respect. The ancient Tao emperor smiled and looked at Wang Lin, but he sneered in his heart. He had come today to determine if the person that had caused the abnormality with the incense stove was the person he had guessed. If not, then he would recruit that person. But if it was the person he had guessed, he had to personally see what was so extraordinary about this person. What right do you have to become Xian Luo's disciple when I was turned down by him? Why do I only have 6 drops and you have 10 drops? And the last drop is a drop of soul blood. This matter was sealed by Xian Luo, so my ancient Tao doesn't know. Xian Luo didn't even hesitate to say that anyone who violated this would be put to death, no matter what their identity was. A grand empyrean doesn't have the right to decide if I should live or die. The reason he said that back then is because he thought that his disciple would gain the recognition of Empyrean Exalt Gu Dao. But he can't be a descendant of the royal family. I don't believe he will obtain the recognition of Grand Empyrean Gu Dao. The ancient Dao emperor still had the gentle smile, but hidden beneath was hundreds of years of jealousy. This jealousy had existed since Wang Lin obtained the soul blood all the way until now, when he saw that Wang Lin was indeed the white-haired ascendant Empyrean, #1 under Grand Empyreans. His jealousy was suddenly ignited, but he suppressed it. Wang Lin's expression was calm and his gaze swept past the emperor. When his gaze fell on the old man who had roared at him, his eyes released a golden light. Wang Lin slowly said, "What did you say? Repeat it again." This old man had ascendant Empyrean cultivation, but even so, under Wang Lin's gaze, his expression changed greatly. His face immediately turned pale and his ancient power rumbled inside this body. He felt a pressure coming from Wang Lin's body, and he was unable to withstand it. More importantly, under Wang Lin's gaze, he felt a tremor in his blood, as if Wang Lin had an unimaginably noble bloodline. This bloodline made the old man's body tremble. "Enough! Did you come here to make my disciple kneel to you? He is the future guardian of the ancient Tao that I have chosen." Xian Luo revealed an unhappy expression. The ancient Tao emperor smiled and turned to look at the old man with a cold gaze. Back down. Lord Xian's disciple has the same status as me. You have no right to speak. The old man quickly nodded. He was covered in sweat. It was unknown if it was from the emperor's roar or the fear from Wang Lin's gaze. Wang Lin, right? I have heard your name a lot, especially as the white-haired ascendant Empyrean that shook the celestial clan. When I first heard of you, I felt regret that this kind of genius didn't appear in the ancient Tao. But now I'm very happy. This powerful cultivator, number 1 below Grand Empyreans, is a member of my ancient Tao. This is a joyous matter. The ancient Tao emperor smiled as if he was very happy. Chang sure. As the ancient Tao emperor smiled, another old man behind him immediately bowed. This humble one is here. Inform the ancient Tao clan that Wang Lin is the future guardian of the ancient Tao and has status equal to mine. Aside the grand ceremony of the entire clan, there is no need to kneel. If anyone dares to disobey, their entire clan will be killed. The old man respectfully said, As you command. Wang Lin, I present this to you. With this, you can enter and leave the palace as you wish. I have a few sons I need you to personally see and select an heir for me. The emperor smiled and waved his right hand. A purple jade appeared and floated before Wang Lin, waiting for him to accept it with both hands. Wang Lin silently pondered. The ancient emperor was not impatient and continued to smile as he waited. Xian Luo silently stood on the side. He knew that if Wang Lin wanted to stay, he would have to integrate into the ancient Tao and accept the power of the imperial family. In fact, at the beginning, Xian Luo was not worried about this because Wang Lin was very weak back then. And right after leaving the cave world, it would have been easier for Wang Lin to accept the power of the imperial family. However, Wang Lin's growth was beyond Xian Luo's expectations. Although he was pleased with Wang Lin's change, he also felt regret because at Wang Lin's cultivation level, it would take him more time to accept the power of the imperial family. This is my commitment. I can endure this matter. Wang Lin sighed. He naturally saw through the meaning of the emperor, but he didn't want to say more. With a sigh, Wang Lin took a few steps forward and accepted the jade. He then clasped his hands at the emperor. Thanks, Emperor. Wang Lin held the jade and his expression didn't change. He retreated a few steps and stood beside Xian Luo. The ancient Tao emperor nodded with a smile. He looked at Xian Luo and clasped his hands. I'm going to leave now. I'm very happy to meet you today, Wang Lin. Lord Xian's choice is for the future of my ancient Tao. After seeing Xian Luo nod, the emperor waved his sleeve. He didn't even look at Wang Lin as he turned and left. His guards bowed at Xian Luo and quickly left. Soon, the purple mist in the sky dissipated and returned to normal. In the palace of the Sky City, the emperor appeared in his favorite pavilion. A smile appeared on his face and he began to laugh. So what if he is Xian Luo's disciple? So what? He has 10 drops of the ancient ancestors' blood, so what? And even if you have a drop of soul blood, so what? Wang Lin, before me you still have to kneel. And not only once, but all the time. You won't dare to hurt me, because I have Grand Empyrean Gu Dao's protection. Once Xian Luo goes into reincarnation, I want you to know that if I wanted to kill you, it would be as easy as raising my hand. Outside the ancient Tao temple, Xian Luo looked at Wang Lin with a complicated expression and silently pondered. On the contrary, after the ancient Tao emperor left, Wang Lin smiled and softly spoke to Xian Luo. Teacher, I have waited 3 days for the gift you promised. Wang Lin's smile made Xian Luo's expression even more complicated. You came from the cave world and your status there was very high. In the celestial clan, you are the white-haired Empyrean Exalt, number 1 under Grand Empyreans. But in the ancient clan, because of the supremacy of the imperial power, you have to lower your head. Teacher expected this before, but now I feel like I have wronged you. Xian Luo looked at his disciple. Teacher doesn't need to think too much about it. There is no harm. Since disciple decided to come here, then disciple can ignore these vain matters. Since the imperial power is supreme in the ancient clan and the emperor want to suppress me, then disciple will kneel during the clan ceremony. If he can bear it, then disciple will kneel. In the cave world, disciple had promised teacher to protect the ancient Tao. This matter, disciple will fulfill it. Wang Lin smiled as he spoke. Xian Luo remained silent. After a long time, he made a decision. You are teacher's only disciple. If you feel like this place is not suitable for you, then you don't have to keep the promise from the past. You can leave at any time. No matter what you choose, no matter where you are, I, Xian Luo, am your teacher. Xian Luo's words were sincere and caused a surge of warmth in Wang Lin's heart. This warmth was like the tea from 3 days ago, and it made Wang Lin feel warmth again. He nodded. Okay, let's not talk about this matter. Teacher will take you to a few places that will be of great help for your essences. Xian Luo smiled and waved his sleeve. He took Wang Lin and they disappeared. Ancient Dao, Ping Tian country. This country was a plain and had no mountains. The plain was covered in grass, and as the wind blew, a wave of rustling sounds would commence. It was very pleasant to the ears. In the northern part of this plain, there was a deep pool that gave off the smell of decay. It was a stark contrast with the rest of the plain, as if it shouldn't exist. This was found by the ancient Tao's previous generation Grand Empyrean and was sealed to preserve it. After it was passed to me, I intended to use it to refine a faith treasure in the future, but after taking you as a disciple, I found that this place would be of great help to you, so I gift it to you. This pool has existed for a very long time. I investigated it once and determined that this place is likely an ancient battlefield. This pool contains powerful killing intent and should help your slaughter essence grow stronger. There are several places like this that contain different essences, and I'll take you to them one by one. Many of them are in the other 2 clans, but reached an agreement with the other 2 Grand Empyreans hundreds of years ago for you to go there to refine and absorb them. Beside the pool, Xian Luo smiled at Wang Lin. He didn't tell Wang Lin what price he had paid for the other 2 Grand Empyreans to agree, but the price couldn't be small. Finally, I'll take you to see my ancient clan's ancestor, Grand Empyrean Gu Dao. It is precisely due to his existence that the Celestial Clan doesn't dare to invade. Grand Empyrean Gu Dao is in closed-door cultivation year-round. I reported your situation to him back then, so when I take you there, he should see you. Perhaps it will be a great fortune for you. Xian Luo looked at Wang Lin kindly. He had paved a road for Wang Lin in the last several hundred years. In the land of the ancient Tao, the restriction valley hidden inside the mountains, the pool in the plain, and the huge underground burial ground were 3 places containing great fortune. Xian Luo had prepared these 3 places for his disciple, for Wang Lin. In the mountains stood Wang Lin and Xian Luo's figures. Their figures also appeared outside the pool and inside the burial ground. The pool on the plain contained powerful killing intent, and Wang Lin immersed himself inside for 3 months. Xian Luo stayed outside the pool the whole time. While protecting Wang Lin, he also silently looked at his disciple and revealed a kind smile. The cliffs of the valley were engraved with runes, and each contained restrictions. As the years passed, the valley slowly became a famous place in the ancient Tao, the prestigious Restriction Valley. Ordinary people couldn't enter as this place had been sealed by Xian Luo hundreds of years ago. It became a place he especially prepared for his disciple to comprehend the restriction essence. Wang Lin comprehended for 3 months inside the Restriction Valley. There was another very mysterious place in the ancient Tao. It was an underground burial ground. No bodies were buried here, but it was filled with abandoned treasures. They were useless and had no value, but at an unknown time, someone had buried them here like a sacrifice. Due to the existence of the treasures, this area was enveloped in the power of the 5 elements. This aura had become more and more dense until the aura of essences began to appear. Wang Lin also sat in this burial ground for 3 months. He was unwilling, but he decisively stopped absorbing the 5 elements' essences and left with Xian Luo. In the ancient Shi, Wang Lin saw the Grand Empyrean of the ancient Shi. He went to 3 places to cultivate and comprehend. This lasted for 5 months. In the ancient Ji, Wang Lin didn't see the Grand Empyrean but went to various places across the 12 countries to comprehend for nearly half a year. In a flash, from when Wang Lin and Shen Luo left the ancient Dao imperial city, it had been 1.5 years. In this 1.5 year period, Wang Lin faced no danger and didn't have to struggle between life or death. He just had to absorb essences and increase his cultivation level. He didn't have to think too much, as everything was taken care of by his teacher, Shen Luo. Wang Lin could feel that Shen Luo was really treating him as a direct disciple without any schemes. The warm gaze Shen Luo gave him when he cultivated felt like home. Wang Lin hadn't experienced this much in his life, but the more rare it was, the more he cherished it. He cherished this time, he cherished Shen Luo as his teacher, and he cherished these rare moments of happiness in his life. In his heart, he wanted times like these to continue forever. Wang Lin could even ignore the suppression from the ancient Dao emperor. Teacher has treated me this well. I must protect the ancient Dao, Wang Lin said in his heart once more. He cared a lot about his relationships. Shen Luo had helped him in the cave world and was his teacher. He saw all of it and remembered it in his heart. He didn't want to disappoint Shen Luo. 1.5 years of travel ended this way. After the two had gone through most of the ancient clan, Wang Lin and Shen Luo arrived at Mount Gudao. Mount Gudao was the intersection of the 3 ancient clans, and where Grand Empyrean Gudao was. This mountain was also referred to as the Holy Mountain and Holy Land. All of this was because of Grand Empyrean Gudao. Below Mount Gudao, even Shen Lu became respectful. He didn't fly or teleport up, but walked up to this holy mountain like a mortal with Wang Lin. These steps seemed to lead to the sky and were covered by clouds. One could not see the end, but a vague shadow could be made out. At the bottom of the mountain, Shen Luo walked in front and kindly looked back at Wang Lin. If Grand Empyrean Gudao sees you, remember to be respectful. Grand Empyrean Gudao is a senior, and even teacher has to bow to him. Teacher, rest assured, disciple understands. Wang Lin's expression was serious and his heart felt warm. Along the way, Shen Luo had admonished him a lot like a real old man who was worried about his descendant making a mistake. Even though Shen Luo had the appearance of a young man and didn't look much older than Wang Lin. Grand Empyrean Gudao is someone who came from the same era as the ancient ancestor and is also the guardian of the ancient clan. If he didn't exist, I fear my ancient clan would have been devoured by the celestial clan and would no longer exist. Shen Luo looked up at Mount Gudao with respect coming from his heart. When Disciple was at the celestial clan, I saw some descriptions of Grand Empyrean Gudao in some books. They said that Grand Empyrean Gudao's cultivation level is higher than that of other Grand Empyreans and is the only one who has killed multiple Grand Empyreans. Disciple respects such a powerful person. Wang Lin walked up the steps and looked at the top of the mountain. Even teacher doesn't know what Grand Empyrean Gudao's real cultivation level is, but before him, teacher found the feeling of being immortal. Shen Luo shook his head and sighed. Aside from Grand Empyreans, Senior Gudao won't casually summon anyone. Only when a new generation of ancient emperor is selected will they be summoned here. Shen Luo silently walked up the steps, feeling a little uneasy. I wonder if Grand Empyrean Gudao will meet Wang Lin now that I have brought him here. I had reported to Senior Gudao about Wang Lin obtaining 10 drops of ancestral blood and the 10th drop being a drop of soul blood. Grand Empyrean Gudao should meet my disciple. Shen Luo was silent as they walked up. The closer he got to the top, the more uneasy he felt. If Grand Empyrean Gudao summons Wang Lin, then the matter of Wang Lin being the guardian of the ancient Dao will be smooth. With the recognition of Gudao, Wang Lin's status in the ancient Dao will rise. No matter how much Yi Dao hates Wang Lin, he wouldn't dare to say more. However, if Grand Empyrean Gudao doesn't summon him, Shen Luo sighed. In truth, he had brought Wang Lin here at the risk of making Gudao angry. He had brought Wang Lin here without a summon. He had done all this for the ancient Dao and also for his disciple to protect the ancient Dao without suffering humiliation. One side was the clan he had protected his entire life, and the other was the disciple he was very satisfied with and viewed as his own descendant. Shen Luo wanted to keep the two sides at a balance. Wang Lin followed Shen Luo and looked at Shen Luo's back. This back was not tall, but it made Wang Lin feel a rare sense of warmth. This warmth had accompanied him for a year and a half. I feel no sense of belonging to the ancient clan. I came here for Teacher Shen Luo and I'll protect the ancient Tao for Teacher Shen Luo. Wang Lin silently walked. Their steps were silent, as if mixing in with the silence of the mountain. When they got close to the peak of the mountain, Wang Lin saw a tower. This tower had 9 layers and there were 4 huge pillars tied to it with chains. There were a lot of bells hanging on the chains, and when Wang Lin and Shen Luo got close, the bells gave off crisp sounds. These sounds were very pleasant to hear, and when they entered one's mind, their mind would become clear. It would even make the ancient power inside their body cycle faster. Standing here, Wang Lin's face became slightly pale. He clearly felt that his cultivation was being suppressed. However, his ancient power was only not suppressed, but was filled with vitality. The suppressed cultivation and essences made Wang Lin feel like he was holding up several mountains. It made him feel a bit breathless, but he gritted his teeth and stood behind Shen Luo. There were 4 people sitting on the 4 huge pillars. They were middle-aged and very thin, wearing gray robes. Their robes fluttered with the wind, but their eyes remained closed. Not even Shen Luo's arrival would make the 4 of them open their eyes. Wang Lin's face was pale and his gaze swept past the 4 of them. He was a bit shocked. The 4 of them looked like mortals without any ancient power inside them. Junior Shen Luo requests to meet Grand Empyrean Gu Dao. Shen Luo clasped his hands and bowed at the tower. Wang Lin also clasped his hands and bowed behind Shen Luo. The surroundings were completely silent. Only the sounds of wind and bells echoed. They didn't stop and the sounds revealed a strange force. This suppressed Wang Lin's essences and cultivation even more, causing cold sweat to appear on his forehead. After a long time, the door on the first floor silently opened and a person walked out. This person was a bald young man wearing the same gray robe. After he walked out, he bowed at Shen Luo. Lord Gu is still on a mental journey. Grand Empyrean Shen Luo, please wait for a moment. The young man had a respectful attitude. No problem. I'll wait here. Shen Luo didn't mind at all as he smiled and nodded. The young man looked at Wang Lin, and after withdrawing his gaze, he bowed at Shen Luo once more. He returned back into the tower and the door slowly closed. Time slowly passed. In a flash, 3 days went by. During these 3 days, Shen Luo had stood there without any impatience and was as respectful as he was at the beginning. Wang Lin stood behind Shen Luo. These 3 days felt like 3 years to him, like 300 years. Because the sounds of the bells were continuously echoing in Wang Lin's mind as if they wanted to melt his celestial cultivation and all his essences. They seemed to force him to scatter his essences and cultivation so that only the power of the ancient clan would remain in his body, to allow the drop of soul blood in his body to spread through his whole body. Shen Luo was calmly standing there, but he began to struggle in his heart. He knew that this was Grand Empyrean Gu Dao being dissatisfied with him and making him wait outside. He also knew that the source of this dissatisfaction became his disciple, Wang Lin, had celestial cultivation and essences. Grand Empyrean Gu Dao was someone who upheld tradition. He cared about the bloodline of the ancient ancestor, he cared about the generations of ancient emperors, and he also cared about the ancient ancestor's bloodline. But he obviously could not allow someone who had the soul blood to also contain the aura of the celestial clan. Wang Lin's body trembled. During the 3 days of time, the sounds of the bells entered his mind and rumbled. They suppressed his cultivation and tried to erase it. Whether it is the power of the ancients or the celestials, they both belong to me and were obtained through my hard work. I refuse to lose my celestial cultivation. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot. His determination was firm, and he continued to struggle against the bells. The celestial power inside his body continued to attack in an attempt to scatter the bell sounds in his mind. As Wang Lin's body trembled violently, Shen Luo's eyes lit up. He turned around and raised his hand to help Wang Lin resist the bells. After all, Wang Lin was his disciple. But just as Shen Luo turned around, the door to the tower opened once more, and the young man walked out. Grand Empyrean Xian Luo, Ancestor Gu is summoning you. Xian Luo paused for a moment and then silently pondered for a long time. With his right hand still pointed at Wang Lin, he turned toward the tower. The young man looked at Wang Lin profoundly before going back into the tower and closing the door. Xian Luo's point had caused Wang Lin's heart to suddenly rumble. This aura made Wang Lin feel warmth inside his body. It didn't suppress his cultivation but resisted the sound of the bells inside his body. It allowed Wang Lin's cultivation and essences to relax a bit. His cultivation and essences quickly gathered. As Xian Luo's power permeated and the sound of the bells cancelled out, they gradually faded after an unknown amount of time. Wang Lin's cultivation and essences were rapidly cycling through his body when the bells began to move once more without any wind, and another wave of sounds rushed into Wang Lin's mind. They began another confrontation with Wang Lin's cultivation and essences. Wang Lin coughed out a mouthful of blood and his body trembled. He retreated back down the steps from the top of the mountain. Dissipate your celestial cultivation, erase your essences, forget the memories of your past. Awaken the inheritance of your bloodline. After that, I'll grant you the title of guardian of the ancient Tao and Grand Empyrean cultivation. A cold and ancient voice echoed in Wang Lin's heart along with the bells. Wang Lin suddenly looked up. His eyes were bloodshot and his cultivation suddenly activated. Along with his ancient power, he reached the peak of his cultivation. I don't have any celestial clan cultivation. What I have is my own strength that I obtained over my 3,000 years of life. What right do you have to make me dissipate it? Wang Lin roared and the bell sounds inside his body erupted. They collided with his cultivation and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He continued to retreat as if something was pushing him, until he was standing on the middle of the mountain. My essences are my perceptions of life. They are the fruits of my life struggle. What right do you have to make me dissipate them? Wang Lin looked up and his eyes became even more bloodshot. He let out a roar of life. As he roared, Wang Lin coughed out a third mouthful of blood. His body trembled as the sound of the bells collided with his cultivation once more. He retreated to the foot of the mountain. There were only 19 steps behind him. My memories are even more important than my cultivation, my essences, my bloodline, and the grand Empyrean power you can give me. I live for my memories. What right do you have to make it forget them? Wang Lin let out his strongest roar. The bell sounds inside his body roared as if they had exploded. Wang Lin coughed out the fourth mouthful of blood and retreated back 18 steps. At the last step, Wang Lin's right foot stepped down with a bang and he forced himself to stop there. Looking up, his eyes were bloodshot and his expression was fierce, but the power of the bells inside his body was being completely suppressed by him. With the power of the bells suppressed, Wang Lin's cultivation erupted. His hair suddenly turned half black and half white, and behind him, the outline of a grand Empyrean sun appeared. This grand Empyrean sun was also half black and half white. It gave off a strange light and allowed Wang Lin to display his strongest strength comparable to a grand Empyrean. The moment Wang Lin's grand Empyrean sun appeared, the sky above Mount Gudao changed. An indifferent voice came from the tower in the sky and echoed throughout the world. Mount Gudao has a total of 999 steps. If you can get through 300, I can spare your sin of disrespect. At the top of the tower sat a figure covered in fog, and before him was Xian Luo. Senior Gudao, Xian Luo became anxious. I don't recognize your disciple. An indifferent voice came from the shadow covered by the fog. But since you've brought him here, if he can walk up 300 steps, I'll let you take him away. However, I won't help awaken that drop of soul blood inside his body. As for protecting the ancient Tao, since you chose him, then he will do. However, from now on, he can't leave the ancient clan. Otherwise, I'll act. The words from the figure were cold and contained no emotion. Xian Luo had a bitter expression. He had brought Wang Lin here with good intentions, but he hadn't expected Gudao to say such things. He silently pondered before he revealed a decisive gaze and clasped his hands at the figure inside the fog. The figure inside the fog slowly said, "If he can't pass 300 steps, he needs to stay." Xian Luo silently pondered. Wang Lin stood at the bottom of Mount Gudao and looked up. He knew that his teacher was up there and perhaps was watching him. "Wang Lin, use your strongest cultivation and walk past 300 steps. Let Grand Emperor Gudao see if my disciple is worthy." Xian Luo's voice came from the top of the mountain and contained a hint of anger. This was Xian Luo's anger. He had said these words at the top of the power and completely ignored Gudao, who was next to him. Xian Luo's looked at the figure inside the fog and said, "I brought him out of the cave world and led him here. The only way I won't take him away is if I die." His back was straight and he no longer bowed. The figure inside the fog didn't speak. The top of the tower was completely silent. Xian Luo had special feelings toward Wang Lin. He had watched Wang Lin's struggle inside the cave world and had witnessed Wang Lin's persistence and decisiveness. He had even seen Wang Lin's feelings for the woman called Wan Er. Xian Luo could not forget the tears and reminiscence Wang Lin had for his wife in the cave world. This made him think about himself and his own past. Even what Wang Lin had experienced in the Celestial Clan made Xian Luo think of himself. It was as if their histories had overlapped. Wang Lin was standing on the first step when his teacher's words echoed in his ears. His eyes revealed a decisive gaze. He didn't like Mount Gudao and he would never respect Grand Emperor Gudao again. In this world, the strong control the fate of the weak. Grand Emperor Gudao's cultivation is strong and he is the strongest person on the immortal astral continent, so he can impose his will on me. But one day if I, Wang Lin, become strong and replace Gudao, I'll be the heavens. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and the outline of the Grand Emperor's sun behind him shined. The light fused with his body and made him seem taller. He suddenly raised his foot and stepped forward. This step was Wang Lin's first resistance against the ancient clan. This was the first defiant action he had taken against the ancient clan. This was the first crack in his relationship with the ancient clan. He originally intended to stay in the ancient clan due to his teacher's grace. He was willing to endure kneeling to the ancient Tao emperor and endure the helplessness of not being accustomed to the imperial power of the ancient clan. However, even though he would still endure, now there was a crack between him and the ancient clan. Perhaps, if nothing else happened, this crack would slowly heal due to Xian Luo. But this chance completely disappeared as an important event was taking inside the ancient Tao imperial city. Inside the palace of the ancient Tao imperial city, the ancient Tao emperor was sitting on his throne. Before him were 3 old men in purple, and they were kneeling in excitement. "Your Majesty, for hundreds of years, we have searched for countless women to fuse with the soul, but none of them could do it. There was great rejection and they could not nourish the soul at all. But now there is a woman who has successfully fused with the soul." The old man's voice was filled with excitement. They had been secretly carrying out this plan for hundreds of years. What awaited him had to be a great reward. Where did the woman come from and what is her name? The ancient Tao emperor looked calm but was filled with expectation. He could not forget what the imperial teacher had said. This soul could allow him to become a real ancient emperor that ruled the entire ancient clan. One of the other old men quickly said, "She came from the ancient Shur. Her name is Songji. Let that Songji enter the palace. I want to meet this woman in person. You all tell the world that in 3 months, I'll hold a grand ceremony. I'll take Songji as my wife and make her the ancient empress." The ancient Tao emperor laughed as he got up. His eyes were filled with monstrous light. The sky was blue and there were many pavilions below, like a sect. However, the name of the sect was blurry, making it impossible to see. The more one tried to get a better look, the more blurry it would become. In one of the pavilions, there was a woman. This woman was very familiar, very familiar. She bit her lower lip as she looked into the sky as if she was looking for something. Who is she? Who am I? The land was vast, the sky was dark, and the surroundings were filled with a bloody aura, as if there had been a battle here. A woman was escaping through the sky and her face was pale from panic. She would occasionally look back to see a cultivator with lecherous eyes casually chasing her. At the most critical moment, she saw a familiar man hiding below. Who is she? Who is he? Who am I? A fog-like sea and an ordinary-looking cave. A man was sitting inside the cave as if he was at the most critical moment of forming his core. The woman stood outside the cave. Although she was filled with fear, her eyes were filled with determination. Before her, many cultivators were using spells, trying to break the formation to enter the cave. She gritted her teeth and controlled the formation to resist until she used up all her strength. Her body went limp, but she found herself leaning on a warm chest. I'll take you to kill. This sentence seemed to penetrate the sky and thus connected the two lovers for a lifetime. Who is she? Who is he? Who am I? Still under the blue sky, there was a familiar yet unfamiliar sect. The woman was silently sitting outside a pavilion, holding a zither. Sad zither music echoed. She was going to get married. However, when she walked out of the pavilion to face everything, a man appeared with his supreme cultivation and walked before her. The gentle smile startled her. She wanted to know who he was, who she was, and who exactly herself was. A ray of light that made one feel warmth shine down in a quiet valley. There was a wooden house there, and cheerful song came from a woman playing a zither within. She looked at the man leaning on her and revealed a tender gaze. She seemed very happy, however. Who was she? Who was this man? Who am I? She seemed like she was going to remember something but could not remember it. Her mind was blurry, as if she had slept for a long time. In a blur, the tender image cracked and slowly collapsed, turned into a stormy day. The man was holding the woman with tears flowing down his eyes, and he let out a startling roar. This roar contained pain. It contained a commitment. Even if heaven wants you to die, I'll take you back. In the ancient Tao imperial capital, in a luxurious room in the imperial palace, a woman was lying on a soft bed. She was not an absolute beauty, but she was pleasing to the eye. However, she was struggling and her face was pale. Her eyelashes trembled as if she was having a nightmare and was trying to awaken from her dream. Tears appeared on the corners of her eyes and flowed down her cheeks, wetting the white pillow. In her dream, that heart-wrenching roar echoed in her heart. It was a roar directed at the sky that defied fate, defied the world. It was a defying will. This voice caused even more tears to flow out. However, she couldn't remember who this woman was, nor who the man who let out the heart-wrenching scream was. She wanted to remember, but now she couldn't even remember who she was. In her dream, she vaguely saw the man appear next to a coffin after some years. He caressed the coffin and his face gently leaned against it. The gentle expression on his face made her heart ache. The tears that fell on the coffin made her sad. She had the impulse of opening her eyes to touch the man's face and wipe away his tears. In her struggle, everything in the dream was broken. The woman dissipated and the man seemed to disappear into the fog. Everything became blurry. She opened her eyes. "You've awakened." A soft voice came from beside her. She looked at the exquisite pattern on the bed, and there was confusion in her eyes. Everything from the dream still existed, but it was a blur. Turning her head, she followed the voice and saw a man with long hair in a royal robe. Although he was already middle-aged, he was rather handsome and had a noble temperament. He was also smiling at her. "Who are you? Who am I?" The woman's eyes became even more confused and she felt intense pain. It was as if there was an invisible force preventing her from finding herself. "I'm the ancient Tao Emperor, the supreme existence of the ancient Tao. I am your husband. You are called Xianxia. You come from the ancient Shi, and you are my empress." The man smiled as he spoke, and the aura of an emperor spread out from his body. "Husband?" As this word echoed, another figure appeared in her mind. This figure was looking at the sky and let out a painful roar. This figure sat with her and listened to her play cheerful zither music. The figure carried her and told her that he was going to bring her to kill. The figure was blurry and seemed to overlap with the royal robe, and they slowly did overlap. It's just that she felt like it was out of place, and after overlapping, they scattered. The intense pain came from her mind once more. The woman closed her eyes and passed out due to the pain. The man in the royal robe immediately became gloomy and said, "Tell me the reason." Ripples echoed behind the man, and an old man walked out and dropped down to one knee. "Your Majesty, Song." After the Empress fused with the soul, her body became weak. She already has her own soul, and fusion caused a disorder in her memories. But there is no harm. The Empress only needs to rest for a period of time to recover, but her memory will still be in disarray. However, this is a good thing, as Your Majesty can introduce memories to gradually fill her mind and become her real memories. This body is very suitable for the soul and continues to nourish it. Within a few years, this soul and her body will completely fuse. At that time, not even the soul's real body could fuse with the soul anymore. The man in the royal robe slowly said, "You can leave." The old man quickly nodded before turning into smoke and disappearing from the room, leaving only the ancient Tao Emperor and the woman. The ancient Tao Emperor sat beside the woman and looked at her with a strange light in his eyes. The imperial teacher once said that this soul can make me the true ancient emperor that will unify the three clans. The imperial teacher can't be wrong. Then making this woman my empress is the best reward. As he muttered, he raised his right hand and gently stroked her face. He revealed a faint smile. Although this woman is not beautiful, she has her own charm. I've always wondered where the imperial teacher got this soul, but he wouldn't say. However, the soul was also a beauty. She may have her own lover. And perhaps her lover felt extreme pain after she died. Unfortunately, he will never know that this woman is in my hands. If there was a chance to see who her past lover was, it would be very interesting. Perhaps this person is long dead. If he is not dead and they meet, will they recognize each other? The man in the royal robe smiled even more. I'm looking forward to it, but thinking about it, there will be no such day. The man's right hand gently pinched her face, leaving behind a bruise on her face. The woman's body trembled as if she felt pain in her coma, and tears flowed down the corners of her eyes. If not for the fact that she must be a virgin to be titled my empress, I really would want to turn her into a woman now. However, there is no rush. Once the ceremony is over, I'll take my time to enjoy this soul. The man in the royal robe stood up with a smile and waved his sleeve as he left. As the woman's tears flowed, far away, at the bottom of Mount Gudao, Wang Lin looked up at the top of the mountain with coldness in his eyes. Grand Emperor Gudao obviously didn't recognize him, but he also didn't recognize the entire ancient clan. The only person he respected was Xian Luo. Without Xian Luo, he would never have come here. 300 steps. The Grand Emperor's son behind Wang Lin released a powerful black and white light. Wang Lin raised his foot. He didn't take just one step, but dozens. The moment his feet stopped, Wang Lin stood on the 39th step, and a powerful pressure smashed down on him, causing him to pause. It was as if countless mountains were pressing down on top of him. In his eyes, the staircase leading to the top of the mountain became twisted as if it was alive. With a cold snort, the Grand Emperor's son outline behind Wang Lin shined even brighter. With one step, he leaped forward once more. The 42nd step, 57th step, 69th step, 83rd step. Thunderous rumbles echoed in his ears as he faced the powerful pressure to reach the 99th step. He raised his right foot and mercilessly stepped into the 100th step. Once his foot landed, the world rumbled and Mount Gudao seemed to tremble. A powerful pressure bombarded Wang Lin, causing his mind to rumble and blood to flow out from the corner of his mouth. This pressure came from the mountain, from Grand Emperor Gudao. There is a total of 999 stone steps, and every 100 steps represents 10% of my power. Throughout the ages, no Grand Emperor could ascend to the 600th step under my will. The person who reached the furthest was a Grand Emperor named Dong Lin from the Celestial clan. He failed to reach the 600th step, and after leaving someone behind, I allowed him to leave. As for you, let me see how many steps you can reach. An extremely indifferent voice echoed when Wang Lin's foot landed on the 100th step. When the voice finished, The staircase that seemed to have turned into a dragon revealed its true shape. It was a real dragon. Its body was completely black and it let out a roar after it appeared. It charged directly at Wang Lin. A fishy smell with a stench rushed toward Wang Lin in an attempt to stop him on the 100th step. The dragon closed in instantly. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Although his face was pale, he didn't flinch. He looked up and his right hand reached at the void. The Grand Empyrean sun outline behind him shrank a bit and black and white light gathered in his hand. It was a strange scene. The palm of Wang Lin's right hand was white and the back of his palm was black. When the dragon closed in, his palm pressed down and touched the dragon. Thunderous rumbles suddenly echoed. The dragon trembled and let out a miserable scream. Its head collapsed and the collapse spread rapidly. The entire dragon disintegrated into ashes and disappeared. At the same time, the steps going up the mountain returned to normal and were no longer twisted. It was as if everything Wang Lin had seen earlier was just an illusion. Wang Lin coughed out a mouthful of blood. The moment he destroyed the dragon, his right hand also dissipated as if it had disappeared into thin air. Afterward, black gas gathered in its place and a new arm was formed. However, his right foot had also touched the dragon, and he felt like he had been hit by countless mountains. His right foot rose up and began to fall toward the 99th step behind him. If it landed, it meant that he could not step onto the 100th step. Just as this right foot was about to land, Wang Lin let out a roar and popping sounds echoed. He used his ancient clan body to resist the force. His right foot suddenly changed directions before it landed. However, it did not land on the 99th step, but the 100th step. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He faintly felt that after he stepped onto the 100th step, his ancient and celestial powers showed a sign of fusing. This phenomenon shocked Wang Lin. As he pondered, he raised his foot and stepped forward once more. He was not very fast and only crossed 10 steps each time. However, every step he took made Mount Gudao rumble. After the 100th step, the pressure from the mountain and Gudao doubled. Wang Lin felt like the pressure was almost unbearable. And when he reached the 150th step, he could not help but stop there. At the top of the mountain, Shen Luo looked at Wang Lin from the top of the tower and his heart ached. He had made up his mind. Once Wang Lin failed, he would risk offending Grand Empyrean Gudao and take Wang Lin away. He was brought here by me and came to the ancient clan because of me. I must take him away. Shen Luo silently pondered. If he can't pass the 200th step, Shua Luo, leave your disciple behind. The blurry figure inside the fog behind Shen Luo spoke these cold words. But before Shen Luo could speak, Wang Lin let out a roar and the Grand Empyrean sun outline behind him rapidly shrank. As it shrank, Wang Lin suddenly looked up and stepped forward. He stepped onto the 160th step. Without pausing, he stepped forward once more. The Grand Empyrean sun outline behind him continued to shrink as if infinite power had entered Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin stepped onto the 170th step, 180th step, 190th step, and finally, when the Grand Empyrean sun outline had shrank to its limit and disappeared, Wang Lin made it to the 200th step. The moment his foot landed, the figure inside the fog at the top of the tower exclaimed softly. And Shen Luo's eyes lit up and he revealed a smile for the first time. The blurry figure slowly said, "He has burned the power of the Grand Empyrean sun to obtain the power to reach the 200th step. However, what will he use for the last 100 steps?" The moment Wang Lin's foot landed on the 200th step, the person sitting on the northern pillar of the 4 pillars around the tower suddenly opened his closed eyes. There was a flash of gray light and he disappeared without a trace. When he reappeared, he was on the staircase and walked toward Wang Lin. He waved his hand and his face revealed no expression, as if he was wearing a human mask. He pointed toward Wang Lin. With this, the world changed. It was like a giant hole had appeared in the world. The earth trembled and the entire mountain shook. Wang Lin's pupils shrank. From his view, this point was comparable to something from a Grand Empyrean. This gray-robed man who looks like he is wearing a mask has power comparable to a Grand Empyrean. Who is he? Wang Lin didn't have much time to think as the finger rushed toward his forehead. If he was hit by this finger, not even his ancient body would be able to withstand it. He would immediately die. During this moment of crisis, all the Grand Empyrean Sun aura he had absorbed from the 150th to the 200th step erupted inside his body. Wang Lin's cultivation cycled, and as his essences activated, 99 afterimages appeared around him. He raised his right hand and punched at the finger. With this punch, the ancient Tao shadows appeared behind him. The ancient god, ancient demon, and ancient devil all threw punches. Above the ancient Tao shadows, there was a golden shadow. This figure was blurry but gave off extremely pure celestial energy, and it also threw a punch. At this moment, a large amount of black gas spread out from Wang Lin's body. This black gas was filled with slaughter and madness. It fused with thunder to form slaughter thunder and formed another punch. Thunderous rumbles echoed across Mount Gudao and spread in all directions. The finger of the gray-robed person collapsed and his body trembled, but he remained standing. He looked at Wang Lin profoundly and then turned back toward the top of the mountain. He disappeared from Wang Lin's vision, and when he reappeared, he was sitting on the northern pillar again with his eyes closed. Wang Lin coughed out blood and the ancient Tao shadow behind him dissipated. Even the golden shadow that gave off extremely pure celestial energy dissipated. His breathing was rough, but he stood on the 200th step firmly. When he stood still, he clearly felt that the ancient and celestial power in his body were fusing in an unimaginable way. This fusion was forced by the pressure from Mount Gudao. Whether it is the celestial clan's Empyrean exalts or ascendant Empyreans, they can't step on my mountain. Only Grand Empyreans can. To reach the 200th step means you already have the initial powers of a Grand Empyrean. Continue, let me see if you can reach the 300th step. An indifferent voice echoed in Wang Lin's ears. Grand Empyrean Gudao, he is my disciple. Xian Luo's roar came from the top of the mountain. A ray of light flew out from the tower next to Wang Lin. It was Xian Luo. He was brought here by me and I'm taking him away. Grand Empyrean Gudao, I, Xian Luo, have lived my life for the ancient Tao, never caring about my personal gains or losses. Since ancient times, I never complained and have always wholeheartedly worked for the ancient clan. But today, I implore Grand Empyrean Gudao to let me take my disciple away. Xian Luo looked up at the top of the mountain. He was filled with determination as he spoke. After a long time, the cold voice seemed to become less cold. Xian Luo, when you became a Grand Empyrean, I asked you to become my disciple and stay with me here. You wanted to protect the ancient Tao and didn't want to stay here all the time, so you refused. You have protected the ancient Tao for all these years. This is your first plea, so I'll agree. But it is also your last. Xian Luo revealed a complicated expression and bowed at the tower. He was about to take the weak Wang Lin away. Teacher, disciple can still go on. Wang Lin took a deep breath and straightened his body. You? Xian Luo's eyes expressed his concern. Teacher, the pressure from Mount Guadao is the best cultivation for disciple. Please allow disciple to continue. Wang Lin clasped his hands and bowed at Xian Luo. He then turned around and walked toward the 201st step. The moment his foot landed, the sound of his body being unable to bear the pressure became loud, but his eyes were very bright. The ancient power exists because of my bloodline, and my celestial cultivation exists because of my essences, but they could never integrate together. Back in the cave world, I tried to fuse them, but they rejected each other. In the end, they could only be kept separate. But right now, there is nothing better place than this to help me fuse the celestial and ancient powers. Grand Empyrean Gudao is strongest person on the immortal astral continent. His pressure is the best help in fusing them. Wang Lin was determined to continue up the steps, because in the first 200 steps, he felt the opportunity to fuse his ancient and celestial cultivations. This was a golden opportunity for him. Seeing Wang Lin's decisiveness, Xian Luo's eyes narrowed, but didn't stop Wang Lin. He watched Wang Lin walk toward the 201st step. The pressure from Mount Gudao formed an indescribable pressure and smashed down on Wang Lin as he stepped onto the 201st step. The gap in power between the 200th step and the 201st step was great. If before it was a raging wave that Wang Lin had to exhaust all his power and burn his Grand Empyrean sun outline to barely cross, then now it was the entire sea smashing down on him. After just one step, Wang Lin's face became even more pale. His body trembled and blood continued to flow out from the corner of his mouth. His bones were being squeezed, his flesh and blood torn, his origin soul about to shatter, and his soul was going to be wiped out. He was like a lonely boat in the sea. He was extremely fragile when facing the power of the entire sea. However, Wang Lin didn't back down. Even if continuing this path would be very dangerous, Wang Lin didn't want to and was unwilling to give up this chance. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. This was perhaps his last chance since the last time he had failed to fuse them. Once he gave up, not only would he fail the fusion, but it would create a shadow in Wang Lin's heart. This was a shadow toward Gu Dao, the irresistible existence. This could create a fear that would linger for a long time and cause Wang Lin great harm. Grand Empyrean Gu Dao, I must walk past these 300 steps. Wang Lin's face became distorted and the pain inside and outside his body made him want to roar at the sky. However, he suppressed it and saved the power of this roar inside his body to take the second step. When he took the second step, Wang Lin's mind rumbled and his body trembled violently. But he clearly felt the celestial and ancient power inside his body being fused by force by this pressure. However, as they fused, a shocking rejection force appeared. If not for the pressure from the mountain, Wang Lin would have had no way of stopping this rejection force, and the fusion would have failed once more. However, now there was no need for Wang Lin to suppress it. The pressure from the Mount Gudao played the role of suppressing the rejection force. He struggled as he took the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth steps. Although he was trembling, his body contained an amazing tenacity. This tenacity supported his backbone, allowing him to look up when he faced anyone. The seventh step, the eighth step, Wang Lin stepped onto the 208th step. The veins on his face swelled and creaking sounds echoed inside his body as if bones were rubbing against each other. But his eyes still revealed an unyielding gaze. He felt his celestial and ancient powers rapidly fusing under this pressure. At this moment, he felt like something was different. The ancient power is on the outside and celestial cultivation is inside. The fusion of celestial and ancient power into one. Wang Lin raised his foot and took the 9th step and 10th step onto the 210th step. The moment his foot landed, Wang Lin's essence cultivation and ancient power finally fused a sliver under the intense pressure from the outside. This trace of fused power was a mix of celestial and ancient. It contained both celestial and ancient powers, but it was also Wang Lin's own power. The moment this power appeared, a scene appeared in the sky. This shocked Xianluo and caused the figure inside the fog at the top of the tower to open his eyes. The sky instantly turned from blue to gold. The golden sky shined brightly and spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the sky within hundreds of thousands of kilometers turned golden. This golden sky could even be seen from very far away. It was a shocking sight. This gold was not formed by spells. In the entire ancient clan, such a natural golden sky that was not caused by spells had never appeared before. The appearance of this scene caused Xianluo to look up, and his eyes reflected the golden sky. The ancient clan's earth was black, but under the golden sky, it was countless times more intense. The entire earth was covered in this endless black. The moment someone looked at this black earth, their heart would tremble. This was 9 songs, 3 signs. The first sign, golden sky and black earth. Xianluo took a deep breath. The 9 songs, 3 signs were phenomena that appeared when the celestial ancestor and ancient ancestor were born. The 9 songs were for the ancient ancestor and the 3 signs were for the celestial ancestor. Aside from their births, these phenomena had never taken place elsewhere. But today it was happening on Mount Gudao. The golden sky and black earth gave off an unspeakable sense of strangeness. The surroundings immediately became quiet. Wang Lin faced everything as if he couldn't see any of it. The only thought in his mind was to reach the 300th step and, during the process, fuse his celestial and ancient powers. The moment the golden sky and black earth appeared, Wang Lin's right foot stepped onto the 211th step. The mountain seemed to rumble and Wang Lin felt countless mountains weighing down upon him. But he didn't hesitate to take another step. The 11th step, 12th step, 13th step, 14th step, until the 19th step. Every step caused Wang Lin's body to tremble. He was extremely weak. Even his origin soul and soul were trembling under the pressure as if he could no longer hold on. The moment he stepped onto the 219th step, Wang Lin's body collapsed, but it only scattered into countless black strands that quickly reformed into his body. He was even willing to use the power of slaughter to reinforce his body. As long as his soul was not destroyed, he could carry out his forced fusion as many times as he wanted. However, under this pressure, even if he could continue to reform his body thousands of times, he might still not make it, because his soul would die to this pressure. But this life-threatening pressure was the best tool for fusing his celestial and ancient powers. Wang Lin let out a roar and his foot landed on the 220th step. Popping sounds echoed through the world like crazy. Wang Lin's foot collapsed into black gas dozens of times and reformed dozens of times before he finally stabilized himself. The moment he stood still, a sound suddenly rang out in the golden sky and black earth. This sound was not very clear, but soon, it swept across the golden sky and black earth, becoming more clear. Listening to it carefully, this was the sound of the wind, but what was strange was that there was no wind, yet it sounded like the wind was playing a song. However, when the sound of wind rang out, Xianluo's expression changed. The four gray-robed people sitting on the four pillars opened their eyes. When they looked at the sky, their eternal expressions changed. As for the figure inside the fog that had opened his eyes when the golden sky and black earth appeared, he silently pondered for a bit and began to murmur. Heavenly Wind Song, the first of the 9 songs. Another sliver of the fusion of celestial and ancient power appeared inside Wang Lin. It didn't flow inside his body but settled down. As his celestial and ancient power continued to fuse, this power slowly grew. But Wang Lin knew that although he can't see through this power, it was an existence beyond celestial and ancient powers. This was the power he desired from the fusion. This was the regret when he failed back then. He heard the song of the wind. The voice echoed through the world as if it were singing and telling a story. However, Wang Lin didn't understand it, just like how he could not understand the murmur inside the heaven-defying bead. While pondering, Wang Lin felt exhausted, but he still stepped toward the distant Mount Gudao. He gritted his teeth and continued from the 220th step. Every 2 steps, his body would collapse into black strands and reform. However, his origin soul and soul were no longer able to persist. It seemed like he was about to reach his limit. 1 step, 1 step, 1 step. When Wang Lin stepped onto the 230th step, he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. The blood fell on the step. It was a shocking sight. However, the moment the blood landed, a second sound appeared in the heavenly wing song. This was the sound of thunder. Thunderous rumbles echoed in all directions. This thunder seemed to roar, but it contained a sense of rhythm. It was like a heavenly song of thunder. The thunder echoed and fused with the wing song. The wind and thunder mixed, and it was as if millions of horse charged through the golden sky and black earth. When the ancient ancestor was born, he was accompanied by 9 songs. If all 9 songs appear, they can create a birthday song. Since ancient times, it is rumored that when both the 9 songs and 3 signs appear on the immortal astral continent, the successor to the celestial ancestor and the ancient ancestor will appear. Xianluo looked at Wang Lin. He suddenly felt like he couldn't see through his disciple anymore. In the cave, I also saw on him silver eyes. This is just a rumor that spread across the immortal astral continent. Will it be him? Xianluo entered a trance. He found it difficult to believe everything that had happened today. 9 songs, 3 signs. The first song was the heavenly wind song. The second song was the heavenly Tao thunder beat. The third song was the Origin Cloud Flute. This Origin Cloud Flute came from the white clouds that appeared in the golden sky. It would echo through the sky, and when it entered your mind, it would make you relax as if you wanted to sleep. When Wang Lin stepped onto the 240th step, this flute sound appeared in the sky. This flute was wondrous and was not something a living thing could create. It was created by the countless small holes in the clouds as the wind blew through them. It fused with the wind to create an extremely wondrous song. The thunder was like a drum and perfectly fused with the wind song. This song would make one lose themselves. Xian Luo immersed himself in the song and closed his eyes. On the 4 pillars, as the 4 gray-robed men silently listened to the music, memories rippled in their minds. At the top of the tower, a sigh came out of the fog. Wang Lin stood on the 240th step and also listened to the song of the wind, thunder, and clouds. The song surrounded his origin soul and body with a feeling of warmth and slowly nourished them. All the injuries he had received from walking up the steps began to recover thanks to this song. Even more celestial and ancient power fused, but it still didn't move. After a long time, there was a flash of light in Wang Lin's eyes. He raised his foot and slowly walked up. His expression was no longer fierce, but calm. His eyes were no longer bloodshot and he calmly walked forward. The golden sky was the light, the black earth was the road, the thunder was the drum, the wind was the rhythm, and the wind was the flute. All of these accompanied Wang Lin as he steadily walked up to the 250th step. The moment his foot landed, an extra sound appeared. It was like the sound of rain hitting the ground. The sound of rain echoed through the world and mixed with the cloud flute. The song became even more wondrous, as if there was a hidden sense of vitality within it. Xian Luo opened his eyes at this moment. He looked at Wang Lin and took a deep breath. With his cultivation level and identity, he normally would not show much shock. However, the 4 songs Wang Lin had triggered set off a wave in his emotions. Xian Luo's gaze passed Wang Lin and moved onto the tower as he silently thought to himself, Grand Emperor Gu Dao, you didn't approve of his existence, but now I wonder what you think, or if my disciple who possessed the soul blood, Wang Lin, will recognize your existence. The top of the tower was still silent, and after the sigh, the figure had closed his eyes. He seemed to be immersed in the song, and his face revealed a hint of melancholy and reminiscence. Wang Lin paused slightly on the 250th step. After hearing the sound of the rain, he immersed himself in it for a few moments before he went up again. On the 260th step, Wang Lin heard the sound of the sky. This sound was very mysterious. The sky was silent, but at this moment, a soft murmur came like a whisper from the sky. It fused with wind, thunder, cloud, and rain songs. The moment this song appeared, the little fusion of celestial and ancient powers began to show signs of movement as the pressure from the mountain increased. However, its speed was very slow, and it was unknown how long it would take to complete one cycle. Wang Lin was not anxious. Thanks to the 5 songs, he felt very firm inside and outside of his body, as if he had infinite power. The soul blood inside Wang Lin's body showed signs of melting. This was the soul blood that Xian Luo had asked Grand Emperor Gu Dao to awaken but was refused. Wang Lin silently walked forward and walked past the steps. When his foot fell on the 270th step, all the essences in Wang Lin's body suddenly melted. At this moment, there was not a single essence inside Wang Lin's body, but there was silver light inside his eyes. With this silver light, his eyes became silver. There was no emotion in his eyes. They were very cold. Even his black pupils had become silver. When the silver eyes appeared, an unspeakable aura spread out from Wang Lin's body. This was the aura Xian Luo felt back in the cave world. It felt like everything was going to be destroyed. After this aura appeared, Xian Luo revealed a complicated expression. Among the 9 songs and 3 signs, the silver eyes is the one thing in common. The ancient ancestors' 9 songs can make one's eyes become silver, and the second of the 3 signs is these eyes. The 4 gray-robed men on the pillars withdrew their gazes from the sky and once again looked at Wang Lin. They looked at Wang Lin's silver eyes with confusion. This confusion was like a black hole, as if their minds had been devoured. It was as if they had a strange attraction toward these silver eyes. As for the figure inside the fog, after pondering for a long time, he said something that echoed throughout the world. 9 songs, 3 signs. In your body there are 5 songs and 2 signs. Come up. If you can make it up to the 300th step, I'll awaken your soul blood and summon you to see you. This voice was still cold. Wang Lin stood on the 270th step and didn't respond to the cold voice at all. He raised his foot and walked up once more. When he reached the 280th step, Wang Lin's ancient power suddenly melted. When it melted, another song was added to the 5 songs. This was the song of the earth. The black earth let out a desolate funeral song. It was unknown how this funeral song had appeared, but it was clear. This sad song mourned the deaths of the people who were buried. When it mixed with the song of the sky, it was like a mixture of life and death. Along with the songs of the wind, cloud, thunder, and rain, it created a grand song. 9 songs, 3 signs. I have heard of it too. Now 6 songs and 2 signs have appeared. Wang Lin silently pondered. He felt his essences and ancient power melt. They didn't disappear, but fused with his body on an even deeper level. He could feel the sliver of the new force that was born after his celestial and ancient powers fused. However, it moved very slowly. Perhaps it would take years or even decades to complete one cycle. He silently raised his foot and resisted the power of Mount Gudao to step onto the 281st step. He walked up step by step, and when he reached the 290th step, he felt the power inside his body move slightly faster. At the same time, he felt the existence of the essences and ancient power that had disappeared. They existed inside his origin soul and internal organs. His essences existed inside his origin soul and his ancient power was inside his internal organs. They seemed to have fused and also seemed like they didn't, but they were very different from before. And when Wang Lin stepped onto the 290th step, another song appeared after the first 6 songs. However, outsiders could not hear this song. Only Wang Lin could hear it because it came from his body. This song was the song of his body. When he looked up, moved his arms, lifted his feet, breathed, and his pores opened and closed, he created this sound. It was the sound of his body. These sounds were very subtle, but at this moment, they fused with the song outside. It condensed around Wang Lin into a song that surrounded him. This is the 7th song. Wang Lin listened to it for a moment and then suddenly looked up. He revealed a fierce gaze and stared at the tower at the top of the mountain. You said that I can't pass the 300th step. Wang Lin lifted his feet and climbed 10 steps to reach the 300th step. The moment he stood on the 300th step, the confusion in the eyes of 2 of the gray-robed men on the 4 pillars disappeared and was replaced with coldness as if they had recovered. As the coldness filled their eyes, they both moved and took a step forward. They rushed toward Wang Lin like lightning. They instantly closed in and each threw a punch. The punches contained a gray fog, and there was a giant head inside each one. The heads seemed mad and let out silent roars as they charged at Wang Lin. Popping sounds echoed inside Wang Lin's body. This sound was like a heartbeat, but it was the 8th song formed by Wang Lin's internal organs. Internal organ song. This was the contraction of his lungs, the beating of his heart, the vibrations of his spleen, the quivering of his liver, and the jumps of his kidney. The sounds of the 5 internal organs fused to form this song. It crossed with his body song, fused with wind, cloud, thunder, and rain, and finally entangled with life and death to cause all 8 songs to erupt. The moment the 8 songs echoed at the same time, Wang Lin's ancient power inside his internal organs spread throughout his flesh and blood. At the same time, his essences inside his origin soul spread out through his meridians. When these 2 powers spread out and regathered for the first time inside Wang Lin's body, they fused on a large scale. A large amount of this fused power cycled through Wang Lin's body at an unimaginable speed. A cycle that should have taken decades to complete was completed in an instant. This power that didn't belong to the Celestials or Ancients completed a cycle, and Wang Lin let out a roar. Scram! His voice was not loud and was not heaven-shaking. However, when it appeared, a pressure no weaker than that of Mount Gudao came from Wang Lin. This pressure was enough to shock anyone who felt it. It has to be said that Mount Gudao's pressure came from Grand Emperor Gudao, the #1 most powerful person on the immortal astral continent. However, the pressure Wang Lin gave off was comparable to that of Grand Emperor Gudao. The meaning of this was enough to terrify anyone. As he roared, the entire mountain began to tremble. Dirt flew off the mountain as if the mountain was going to collapse. The two gray-robed people fused into one person and threw a punch at him. The head formed by the gray fog around the fist let out a harsh cry when it was 30 feet from Wang Lin. The head was swept by a violent wind and dissipated into nothing. The punch formed by the two overlapping gray-robed men suddenly collapsed. The moment the punch collapsed, the figure seemed to be knocked back by a powerful force and split into two people. They coughed out blood, and their eternally calm expressions revealed looks of disbelief. After they coughed out blood, they still could not stop and continued to fly back. They were pushed back more than 10,000 feet by Wang Lin's roar. Mount Gudao rumbled, and from the tower at the peak, a large, black hand came out. It swept down like the wind and became thousands of feet large. It was like a black, five-finger mountain smashing down on Wang Lin. This five-finger mountain collided with Wang Lin's celestial and ancient fusion power. A thunderous roar echoed, and the black five-finger mountain trembled violently before it was knocked back. It dissipated into the sky. At the same time, Wang Lin's body trembled and his fused power split back into celestial and ancient. The wisp of fused power began to move toward a second cycle, but it was very slow and looked like it would need decades to complete another full cycle. Shen Luo saw this and gasped. Inside the tower, the figure pondered for a moment and then a cold voice came out. Come up. I'll awaken the soul blood for you. Wang Lin's face was pale as he stood on the 300th step. He didn't speak but raised his foot to take one more step. When his foot fell on the 301st step, the soul blood inside his body suddenly melted and fused with his body completely. He no longer need Grand Emperor Gudao's help to make the soul blood fuse with his body. The bloodline inheritance gradually revealed itself. Standing there, Wang Lin silently pondered and clasped his hands toward the top of Mount Gudao. Thanks, Grand Emperor Gudao, for helping me. Wang Lin was not a reckless person. The gap between him and Gudao was very large. Even if Gudao meant for him to leave after 300 steps, he still buried his indifference toward Gudao and said goodbye. Moreover, he was able to fuse his ancient and celestial power because of the pressure from Gudao. Perhaps it was an accident, or perhaps this was Gudao's silent acknowledgement. However, no matter what, Wang Lin understood that Grand Emperor Gudao was the strongest person on the immortal astral continent, so he needed to show respect. After a long time, Grand Emperor's cold voice came out of the tower. You can rest assured, I have said that if you can pass the 300th step, you can leave. Now that you've passed, you can leave. It was as if Grand Emperor Gudao was pondering before he said those words. Wang Lin no longer spoke but walked down the mountain. When he arrived next to Shen Luo, he saw the hidden ripples around Shen Luo. It was obvious if Gudao had gone back on his words, Shen Luo would have acted. Teacher, Wang Lin said softly. Shen Luo's action caused warmth to appear on the cracks he had with the ancient clan. Let's go. Shen Luo looked at Wang Lin profoundly and buried the shock from the 8 songs and 2 signs. He waved his sleeve and flew into the distance with Wang Lin. It wasn't until he disappeared from the end of the horizon that the 2 injured gray-robed men returned to the pillar. They looked at the distance with complicated expressions and then closed their eyes to cultivate. After a long time, a sigh came from the tower. The figure inside the fog stood up and walked next to the window. He looked into the sky, and his gaze seemed to fall in the direction of Shen Luo and Wang Lin. Shen Luo brought Wang Lin back to the ancient Dao imperial city after a few days. They returned to the mountain behind the ancient Dao temple and settled down. Shen Luo didn't ask about what had happened back at Mount Gudao, and Wang Lin didn't explain, as if nothing had happened. A month passed, and it was as if everything had disappeared like smoke. During this month, Wang Lin had entered closed-door cultivation inside the wooden house. Before the trip to Mount Gudao, he had gone to a lot of places and absorbed a lot of essences. The power of his essences had increased a lot and his cultivation had improved even more. The essences and ancient power seemed to return to their normal positions during this month. The essences returned to their essence true body forms and the ancient power reverted back to the 27 stars. They seemed ordinary, but only Wang Lin knew that with one thought, he could make them fuse again and gain a short eruption of power. This power and pressure was comparable to Mount Gudao. As his essences and ancient power increased, the duration of the fusion would become longer and longer, until one day when he could fully integrate them and they would not just be a short fusion, he would have power equal to Grand Empyrean Gudao. Right now, the wisp of the fusion power was slowly cycling through his body. It looked like it would take a long time for it to complete a cycle. On this day, Wang Lin opened his eyes from cultivation and his eyes lit up. He waved his right hand and a cylinder appeared in his grasp. After pondering for a moment, he opened the cylinder and there were some liquid that contained pure wood essence inside. He took out one drop and fused it into his body. The drop suddenly disappeared, and at the same time, the power of Wang Lin's wood essence increased greatly. After 3 days, when Wang Lin fused with another drop, his wood essence was rapidly approaching an essence true body. After less than half a month, when all the liquid in the cylinder was absorbed, Wang Lin was still sitting there. An overlapping image appeared and his 5-element true body walked out and stood before him. The 5-element true body remained the same and stood before Wang Lin, emitting 5 colors. The colors that represented wood and metal were dimmer than the other 3. However, the color that represented wood gradually became brighter until a few days later, when it reached the same degree as water, fire, and earth. The 5-element true body trembled and 4 figures and a ball of light appeared. Among the 4 figures, aside from water, fire, and earth, was Wang Lin's wood essence true body. At the center of the 4 essence true bodies was a ball of golden light. This was the metal essence, and it hadn't formed an essence true body yet. Wang Lin opened his eyes and looked at the ball of golden light, revealing a troubled expression. A moment later, he revealed a decisive gaze and waved his hand. A golden fragment appeared. This fragment was the sword fragment Wang Lin was given by Jodi on the Long Street. He had refined it but had not fully integrated it yet. He was going to use the metal essence he had absorbed while he was with Shen Luo, along with this fragment, to complete his 5-element true body. Once his metal essence formed an essence true body, then the power of his 5-element true body would increase greatly. It would also help determine if his deduction about his future cultivation path was correct. The 5-element true body will be complete. If my cultivation level increases, then my speculation is correct. Wang Lin no longer hesitated and spat out a mouthful of golden gas. It surrounded the golden sword fragment. Time passed. In a flash, another month went by. It had been 2.5 months since Wang Lin and Shen Luo returned. Wang Lin had stayed inside the wooden house and hadn't stepped out. Shen Luo had come twice and stood outside the wooden house, observing. He knew Wang Lin was condensing his essences and was in no danger, so he left. On this morning, when the first ray of sunlight fell from the sky onto the earth and dispelled the darkness, causing warmth to fill this garden, a jade flew over from the direction of the ancient Tao temple. It circled around the wooden house a few times before it fell down on the grass outside the house. However, a moment later, the jade trembled and flew into the house. It was caught by Wang Lin, who was sitting inside the wooden house. His divine sense swept past the jade. It was a message jade. There wasn't much inside. It was just an invitation. The ancient Tao emperor will hold the ceremony to title his empress in 10 days. Wang Lin's expression remained the same. This jade came from the ancient Tao emperor to invite Wang Lin to the ceremony. Since this jade could be sent here, then it must have obtained the recognition of teacher. Then this ceremony must be very important to the ancient Tao. Wang Lin pondered. This ancient Tao emperor has been choosing a concubine for hundreds of years, and now he finally chose one and is going to title her as his empress. Should I go or not? Wang Lin had reached the critical moment of fusing with his metal essence, so he didn't want to go to this so-called empress title ceremony. Wang Lin put down the invitation jade and no longer considered this matter. After all, compared to the ancient Tao Emperor's empress title ceremony, his cultivation was more important. The metal essence true body will be able to form in these next few days. When the 5-element true body is complete, I will be able to verify if my speculation is correct. Wang Lin revealed a hint of worry. If he remained at the late stage of void turbulent after his 5-element true body was complete, then his deduction would be wrong. Once he failed, Wang Lin would have to give up forming essence true bodies for the other essences and focus on comprehending the 4th ethereal essence after life and death, karma, and true and false. However, ethereal essences were a complete blur and completely relied on opportunity and insight. Perhaps he could obtain it in a few years, or not find any clue in thousands of years. This made Wang Lin look at the metal essence with a hint of worry and anticipation. After a long time, Wang Lin let out a sigh and withdrew his gaze from the metal essence. He had done all he could. Whether his cultivation would increase or not, he would have his answer in a few days. Wang Lin's eyes opened slightly. After pondering a bit, he waved his sleeve. Light shined in the wooden house and a restriction slowly turned. It made no sound, and from outside no light spread out. Wang Lin stepped into the formation and disappeared. In the earth below the formation, a large cave was opened about 100,000 feet below the wooden house. This cave had appeared not long ago. Wang Lin had created it on the 5th day of his closed-door cultivation. This cave was thousands of feet large and was filled by a black and white sun. At the center floated a giant black and white sun. Although it was only an outline, it was indeed Wang Lin's Grand Empyrean Sun. Under the Grand Empyrean Sun, there was a 1,000-foot tall head. It had no eyes or ears, and there was a deep crack on its scalp. This was the celestial ancestor's head. Wang Lin had placed countless restrictions around this cave. With his current cultivation level, these restrictions were extremely powerful. Forget Empyrean exalts, not even ascendant Empyreans could sense them. Even Grand Empyreans would find it difficult to detect them unless they looked carefully. This was because these restrictions contained Wang Lin's fusion of celestial and ancient power. He had extracted a bit and combined it with the restrictions to give them this powerful effect. Wang Lin's figure appeared next to the celestial ancestor's head. He had created this space to nourish his Grand Empyrean Sun. Based on his analysis, once his Grand Empyrean Sun completely fused with the celestial ancestor's head, the Grand Empyrean Sun would become solid. He sat down before the celestial ancestor's head and spat out a wisp of green gas. The green gas entered the head and the celestial ancestor's head trembled. It released large amounts of golden light that was immediately absorbed by the sun above. It turned into black and white light that nourished this sun. During this 3-month time period, his Grand Empyrean Sun had been absorbing the celestial ancestor's head, but how could it be refined so easily? It would be difficult to fully absorb it in a short period of time. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin opened his eyes and raised his right hand. His hand reached at the void and a dark golden light spread out from his palm. There was a weak soul with its eyes closed in Wang Lin's hand. Although Wang Lin looked calm, but his pupils shrank and he became serious. This weak soul was the Celestial Emperor, Lian Daojian. The Celestial Emperor, who had been captured by Wang Lin, was in a sorry state. He trembled in Wang Lin's hand as if he wanted to open his eyes, but he had no strength left. However, his body gave off a powerful celestial energy that would make anyone recognize that this was the pressure of a Grand Empyrean. Although this pressure belonged to a Grand Empyrean, the celestial energy was not pure. It was extremely chaotic and exuded a sense of defeat. It seemed like the soul was suffering great pain right now. What a powerful ancestral curse! Wang Lin muttered to himself. Wang Lin continued to place seals on the Celestial Emperor's soul. With his cultivation level and power, along with the Celestial Emperor's own power, they still could not expel the ancestral curse. However, he was able to reach a balance so the soul would not dissipate. I originally intended to use the pressure from this soul to help fuse my celestial and ancient powers by force, but now it looks like there is no need. However, this is the soul of the Celestial Emperor. It's still very useful to me. Wang Lin pondered as he looked at his own Grand Empyrean son. Unfortunately, the ancestral curse is too strong. If I could expel the curse, I could fuse his soul into my Grand Empyrean son and use it as a guide to devour the celestial ancestor's head by force. Wang Lin's left hand touched his chin and he pondered. Then his eyes lit up and his left hand formed a seal. When he was done, he pointed at the soul in his right hand. The Celestial Emperor's soul suddenly trembled when Wang Lin pointed at him. He opened his mouth and let out a silent howl. The restrictions around the cave began to flash. Wang Lin's expression was very serious as his left hand pointed at the Celestial Emperor's soul. After a long time, a trace of gray gas gathered and was slowly pulled out by Wang Lin. When his left hand had completely risen, the gray gas around his finger suddenly turned into an evil ghost-like shadow. It opened its mouth and charged at Wang Lin's finger. However, just as it going to devour Wang Lin's finger, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and his pupils became silver. The silver light fell on this ghost and it suddenly trembled as if it were afraid. It then quickly shrank to half its original size. Wang Lin grabbed it and mercilessly squeezed. The gray gas dissipated. Wang Lin's forehead was covered in sweat and the silver light in his eyes dissipated. He revealed a bitter smile. The fusion of the celestial and ancient powers can remove the ancestral curse. However, with my current cultivation level, I can't last for long and can't expel the ancestral curse all at once. Wang Lin looked at the Celestial Emperor's soul. The sliver of ancestral curse he had removed had recovered. With a sigh, Wang Lin waved his right hand and put the Celestial Emperor's soul away. He sat there pondering for a long time and let out a sigh in the end. It looks like I need to wait for my cultivation level to rise so I can maintain the fused power for longer to dispel the ancestral curse and fuse it with my Grand Empyrean son. This ancestral curse is strange and the Celestial Emperor's identity is special, so it's not convenient to ask teacher Xian Luo to help. Wang Lin had his own secrets, and unless it was absolutely necessary, he had the habit of not letting anyone know. Wang Lin put the Celestial Emperor's soul away and waved his right hand to take out a jade. This jade was gifted to him by Prince Jidu and contained the power of one finger from the ancient ancestor. When Wang Lin had obtained this jade, he could not study it, as there seemed to be a barrier that blocked him, preventing him from seeing inside. He could only use it as a one-time spell. However, now he had melted the soul blood inside his body and had gained some fragmented memories. He could feel these memories but not look through them. It was obvious he didn't have enough soul blood. Holding the jade, Wang Lin looked at it. There was a blurry figure inside, and the figure was moving inside an equally blurry world. As the figure trembled, the world shattered and disappeared. It was a very simple illusion, but because it was blurry, it was very difficult to comprehend. Wang Lin had looked at it several times before, and it was always like this. This time was the same, but he was not discouraged. He closed his eyes, and after a long time, when he reopened them, silver light appeared in his eyes once more. The silver light occupied his entire eyes, and his gaze was very cold. Wang Lin looked at the jade once more, and under his gaze the blurry figure appeared once more. However, because Wang Lin's mind contained those memories, some of the memories linked together and appeared in his mind when he saw the blurry figure. This was a man wearing a gray robe and he had long hair. He looked exactly the same as the statue in the ancient Tao Imperial City. It was the ancient ancestor. His left hand was behind him and he was floating in the sky. He was looking at the sky with contempt and disdain in his eyes, seeming aloof. As he looked at the sky, there were groups of black dots closing in. These black dots were groups of fierce beasts. These beasts had the heads of humans but the bodies of lions. They only had two front limbs. The hind limbs and tail seemed to have morphed into fishtails. As they flew over, they let out sharp roars. The powerful one in front gave off a powerful aura that was close to that of a Grand Empyrean. However, the gray-robed man still looked at them with contempt. He raised his right hand and pointed forward. When he did this, the world trembled. Everything within 100,000 kilometers of these beasts seemed to separate from the world. Then the top and bottom of this separated world squeezed together. Thunderous rumble echoed. When the separated world squeezed, all the beasts shattered. With a bang, a crack appeared in the jade in Wang Lin's hand and the jade split in half. The two halves fell to the ground and turned to dust. Wang Lin became sober and the silver in his eyes dissipated. But his eyes were bright. What a powerful point from the ancient ancestor. This finger is not a spell, but communicates with the world or manipulates the world. It also didn't attack the beasts, but the world the beasts exist in. It tore open the world and used the pressure of the finger to cause the world to squeeze and collapse. The beasts were mere collateral damage. However, Wang Lin's finger was very slow, as if there were layers of invisible barriers before him, preventing him from pointing forward like the ancient ancestor. A moment later, Wang Lin withdrew his finger and no longer tried again. He lowered his head and pondered. From this spell, I can see that the strength of the ancient ancestor has reached a different realm. But with the memory fragment and the rapid spell art, I can copy it. Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the fragments of the jade as he closed his eyes. There were many chaotic origin souls inside his body that he had taken from the slaughter in the celestial ancestral city. He had been slowly refining them, and now he had enough to create another spell vein. I have 5 spell veins in my body, so with one movement, I can create 99 afterimages. I wonder what will happen when I create the 6th one. Wang Lin quickly activated the rapid spell art to condense the 6th spell vein. Soon 7 days passed. There were only 3 days left until the grand ceremony, where the emperor would title his empress. The entire ancient Tao imperial city was festive and was beautifully decorated. In particular, at night, the colorful lights could be seen from far away. Even the sky of the ancient Tao imperial city was dyed in colorful lights. It gave people a wondrous feeling and revealed the joyous atmosphere. The ancient Tao emperor put great importance on this grand ceremony, and even the entire imperial family put great importance on this matter. After all, the ancient Tao emperor was going to title his empress. All the powerful members of the ancient Tao had gathered, and people from other countries had come as well. They were going to personally see this grand ceremony. The messengers from the ancient Ji and ancient Shi had arrived to participate in this celebration. The ancient Shi had prepared a lot of gifts, and their leader was Prince Ji Du back then. He had personally accompanied the ancient Tao ambassadors to choose Song Ji, so it was no surprise that he had come. Also, the empress was named Song and was a distant descendant of the ancient Shi Grand Empyrean, so he had also sent a messenger to bring a gift. Many people had come to the ancient Tao imperial city, making it very lively. The security of the imperial city increased to ensure that nothing would happen during the grand ceremony. The ancient Tao imperial city, especially the palace, was strictly guarded. Almost all the powerful people of the ancient Tao had arrived. The various kings that were scattered and had royal bloodlines were here. This made the ancient Tao imperial city very lively for this grand ceremony. This was a grand matter in the ancient clan. One of the 3 ancient emperors were going to title an empress. This was a great matter in the ancient clan, where the imperial power was supreme. Almost everyone knew of this, and even Mount Gudao had sent a gift. The ancient Tao emperor had attracted the attention of everyone during this period of time. In these last few days, due to the fact that there were too many people, the ancient Tao had taken out their powerful treasures to create 99 huge platforms and spread them out around the flying city. Powerful people quickly created various forms of housing on these platforms, and this was the only way to accommodate all the people that were coming. Wang Lin was immersed in his cultivation and ignored all of this. On the night 3 days before the grand ceremony, the entire ancient Tao imperial city was bright. It was lively with the sound of people, and even the 99 platforms were the same. Because so many people from all 3 clans had arrived, many auctions had appeared. While waiting for the ceremony, the people of all 3 clans began to trade with each other. A joyous atmosphere filled the ancient Tao palace. At the highest pavilion, the ancient Tao emperor had his hands behind his back as he looked at the colorful city, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The ancient Tao Emperor slowly said, "In the future, I'm going to make it like this in the ancient Tao Imperial City every day and become the center of the entire ancient clan. Your Majesty is a great man. There will certainly be a day when you will achieve it. We are willing to follow your Majesty to see that day arrive." In the pavilion, there were 7 people kneeling on the ground, and they were filled with excitement. "How are the preparations?" The ancient Tao Emperor smiled. "The ambassadors of the ancient Shi and ancient Ji have arrived, and their lodgings have been arranged. The messengers of the 2 Grand Empyreans have also arrived. The Lord Messenger who brought the gift from Mount Gudao has been given a place to stay in the Imperial City," one of them quickly said. The second person quickly said, "I have arranged for the people of our clan and the powerful people of the other 2 clans to be scattered across the surrounding 99 platforms. Although there are a lot of people, it was enough to accommodate them. I have been personally overseeing the layout of the grand ceremony to ensure its success. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. In terms of protection, the 1st to 7th armies will guard the ceremony to make sure nothing happens. The imperial teacher has sent word that he will personally come for the grand ceremony. Empress Song is the same as usual and still hasn't come out. She seems to be trying to remember something, but that always ends in pain and she does not remember anything. Grand Empyrean hasn't sent any word. I don't know if he will come to the grand ceremony." The 7 of them spoke one by one and then lowered their heads. They awaited the orders of this supreme existence in the ancient Tao. According to the rules, the grand ceremony will last for 99 days. Aside from offering to the ancient ancestor on the first day, I won't participate for the rest. If anything happens, you all will be responsible. The man in royal robe gave his commands and the 7 immediately accepted. The grand ceremony will begin in 3 days. Every generation of ancient Tao Emperor has held a banquet at the night before to allow the people of the ancient Tao and messengers from the other 2 nations to see the Empress. How well have you all arranged this matter? One of the 7 respectfully said, "It's all been arranged." "Good." The man in the royal robe revealed a smile that contained a hint of anticipation. He waved his sleeve and disappeared from the pavilion. Marrying her and giving her this status are the best rewards for her. Imperial teacher, I'm anticipating the result of your divination. At this moment, also in the palace, in a quiet room, there was a woman wearing a phoenix robe. This woman was not an absolute beauty but had an unspeakable temperament. She looked at the mirror before her, and her eyes were filled with confusion. "I can't remember anything. Everything in the dream is a blurry after waking up. I can't remember what the woman looks like, and I can't remember the man's appearance. I can only remember his words." The woman closed her eyes and those 2 lines echoed in her mind. "Let's go. I'll take you to kill. Even if heaven wants you to die, I'll take you back." Tears flowed out of her closed eyes and down the sides of her face. The 2 lines of tears dripped down her cheeks and onto her clothes, making her clothes wet. "Why would I shed tears? Who is he? Who am I? Am I Songji? Am I Songji?" The woman opened her eyes, and there was even more confusion now. Wang Lin didn't know about any of this, and he could not sense it. Although his cultivation had pierced the heavens, he still could not see her tears or feel her aura. Even if he saw her personally, he might not see who this woman was. This was because there was a fog covering everything about the soul fragment, and after his woman and Songji fused, this fog became even more intense. He didn't know that Wan Er's soul fragment that he had been looking for was so close to him, so close. The woman also didn't know that the person she was confused about was breathing the same spiritual energy as her. In the morning before the grand ceremony, Wang Lin opened his eyes in the underground cave. There was a flash of doubt in his eyes even though a 6th spell vein had appeared in his body. The source of his doubt was a sliver of unease that had appeared in his heart for some unknown reason. This sense of unease caused him to feel doubt. After silently pondering a bit, Wang Lin got up, walked out of the cave, and appeared in the wooden house. A human figure had appeared in the metal essence and a body had begun to take shape. Longer than I expected. Wang Lin sat down and looked at the metal essence, suppressing the excitement in his heart. When the sun set, Wang Lin looked up and opened his mouth to swallow his 5-element essences back into his body. He then got up and pushed open the door. In the sunset, Shen Luo was standing outside, smiling at Wang Lin. You have been in closed-door cultivation for 3 months. You don't have to participate in the grand ceremony tomorrow, but go to the banquet tonight in my place. I know you don't like lively places. Just go sit for a while, then come back. Wang Lin hesitated a bit. He really didn't want to go to this banquet, but since his teacher had asked him, Wang Lin nodded. Gift this to Yi Dao. Consider it my wedding gift to him. Shen Luo smiled and handed a gift box to Wang Lin. After Wang Lin accepted it, he didn't look at it and clasped his hands at Shen Luo. He flew into the air and flew toward the direction of the ancient Dao Imperial Palace. After handing him this gift, I'll leave and continue cultivating. My metal essence is about to form its true body, and nothing is more important right now. Wang Lin made up his mind, but at this moment, he felt that sense of unease again. Wang Lin frowned and looked at the imperial palace in the distance. All generations of ancient Dao emperors would prepare a banquet the night before the grand ceremony. The banquet would begin at sunset and end at sunrise. The people that participated in the banquet would also participate in the grand ceremony. At the evening banquet, the ancient Dao emperor would come out with the empress. This would be the first public appearance of the empress. After accepting the blessing of everyone, the empress would leave, but the emperor would stay with everyone throughout the night until the grand ceremony. The banquet was going to be held at the giant square outside the palace. The sun was about to set and there were countless servants setting a large amount of tables in the square. There were thousands of tables. These tables formed a fan shape and seemed to be worshipping the palace. Hundreds of small platforms were floating in the sky above the palace. There were hundreds of tables on each of the platform, and they were used to welcome the people that were coming. When the time arrived, drum beats began to echo from the palace. The drums began to echo and roar across the palace. A giant drum thousands of feet wide appeared at the center of the palace. It was made of the skin of an unknown type of beast. The skin gave off an ancient and fierce aura. There were 9 people in black floating above the drum, and each of them had cultivation comparable to an Empyrean exalt. Each beat of the dream was created by the combined force of all 9 of them. Their power condensed into an illusionary palm that hit the drum. The drum beat echoed and didn't dissipate, but spread out like ripples. It enveloped the entire sky, shrouding the nearly 1,000 flying platforms. This allowed all the ancient clan members here to hear it. Thunderous rumbles were set off every once in a while, creating countless echoes. Whenever the sound started fading, another would be set off, causing the world to be immersed in the sound of the drum. When the third drum beat echoed, people came from the palace. There was a large amount of them, and at a glance it was not possible to count them all. They were all powerful, although not comparable to Empyrean exalts. They were all comparable to third-step cultivators. These people each chose a table and sat down to talk to each other. The entire square began to buzz and became very lively. When the 5th drum beat echoed, rays of light flew through the sky. There were people of the ancient Dao and also people from the other 2 clans among them. Some chose to sit down in the square and others sat down among the hundreds of floating platforms. More and more people came, and when the 7th drum beat echoed, thousands of rays of light flew across the sky. These rays of light seemed to fragment the sky, and all of them sat down. After the thousands of rays of light all sat down, 108 bright lights came from the horizon. They instantly arrived and revealed to be 108 ancient Dao members in white armor. These 108 people all bowed toward the palace and then landed in the square. They picked tables close to the palace and sat down. The ancient Dao's 108 gene. The ancient Dao is divided into gene, saint, fiend, king, and immortal generals. The 108 gene have appeared, so the others should come shortly after. These 108 gene have monstrous slaughter auras. That is why they are called gene. The soft discussions that were covered up by the roar of the drum could not hide the gazes gathered on them. These gazes contained envy, gloominess, and evaluation. Just after the 108 people appeared, 72 tornadoes appeared in the distance. Each tornado had a person inside, and they were rushing toward the square. A powerful pressure suddenly descended and shrouded the area when the 72 tornadoes arrived. Inside them there were men and women, young and old, but each of them had the aura of a god, demon, or devil lord without exception. Then, when looking at their eyes and foreheads, one could see a total of 27 stars. 72 saints. The 72 saints that have achieved great merits for the ancient Tao. I have long heard that the 72 saints only have 72 people, no more and no less. The 72 saints have guarded the ancient Tao for countless years. Sounds of discussion echoed as another thunderous rumble echoed. It was the 8th drum beat. As this drum beat echoed, the earth trembled as if there were dragons moving beneath. At the same time, 36 rays of blood light descended from the sky, causing the sky to be dyed red. Even the sunset was covered by this blood light. 36 Xiangs. The ancient Tao clan's famous 36 Xiangs. They are the ancient Tao royal family's guards. 36 powerful guards created by the resources of the entire ancient Tao royal family for each generation of emperor. I heard that they are like death soldiers. The moment the ancient Tao emperor gives the command, they will self-destruct. How can they be called the 36 Xiangs? They are clearly 36 fiends. 36 burly men walked out of the red lights. They were covered in red mist and it was impossible to see their appearance. They bowed at the main palace and then sat before the 72 saints. The drum beat's echo continued. After the 36 people sat down, a thunderous rumble that suppressed the drum and the sounds of the nearly 100,000 people present rang out. This attracted the attention of everyone, and they saw 18 rifts torn by people in the sky. Then 18 pairs of black and red claws appeared from thin air. Thunderous roars echoed across the sky. When everyone's gazes had gathered in the sky, 18 black and red dragons came out of the 18 rifts. These 18 dragons gave off shocking demon auras. They were dragons. Dragons with ancient demon auras. The 18 pairs of silver eyes gave off endless demonic energy, making these 18 dragons extremely fierce. After they appeared, they began to fly in circles in the sky, forming a huge vortex. The ancient Tao's 18 kings. That's right, they are the demonic dragon mounts of the ancient Tao's 18 kings. Since these dragons appeared, that means the 18 kings have arrived. They are also of the royal family below the emperor, the 18 kings of the ancient Tao. I heard that they are all very powerful, and that 12 of them are usually not allowed to enter the capital because they have to guard the 12 countries. A huge uproar was set off when the 18 dragons appeared in the sky. In the distant sky, still far away from the palace, Wang Lin looked over. When the 18 demonic dragons appeared, they changed the worldly energy in the area. The storm they had created by forming the vortex could block divine sense. Ancient Tao's 18 kings. I wonder if Yemo was one of the 18 kings back then. Maybe I'll know at the feast. Wang Lin rubbed his chin. H had just come to the ancient Tao and had been in closed-door cultivation this whole time, so he hadn't had time to search for Yemo's descendants. However, this matter was still in his mind. After pondering, while the 8th drum beast still echoed, he walked toward the palace in the distance. However, the sense of unease became stronger the closer he got to the palace. This unease was not danger, but an indescribable feeling. With Wang Lin's cultivation level, he could sense matters of great importance to him ahead of time. However, no matter how much he thought, he could not figure what could happen at the royal banquet. As Wang Lin frowned and walked forward, the 18 demonic dragons descended to the square below. If one looked carefully, they would see a person standing on the head of each dragon, a total of 18 people that all looked different but possessed a hint of similarity. They all looked quite imposing as they walked down from the dragons. They sat at the seats closest to the main palace. When they sat down, the 18 demonic dragons let out roars and then returned into the rifts in the sky. The rifts disappeared and everything returned to normal. And at this moment, The 9th drum beat echoed and fused with the echo of the 8 beats from before. A monstrous roar echoed. This sound was loud enough to shake cultivators to death, and even the ancient clan members would find it difficult to deal with. However, strangely, no one here was affected by this sound. Wang Lin stepped forward and arrived above the palace at the 9th drum beat. He suddenly looked up and his pupils shrank slightly. He saw 9 rays of black light descend from the sky. The black lights were like huge pillars that supported the sky so it wouldn't collapse. Ripples echoed as the 9 rays of black light descended, revealing 9 giant men in black armor. These 9 people gave off intense killing intent, and one could even see countless ghosts around them. They didn't bow at the palace but looked at each other and then walked to the 9 tables before the 18 kings. Before them there were still 4 more tables. Immortal generals. They should be the ancient Tao's 9 immortal generals. The 9 of them are comparable to ascendant Empyreans who have broken through the 13th palace. One of them has even reached the level of being able to break through the 14th palace. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and walked forward as the 9th drum beat echoed. His appearance immediately attracted the gazes of many people here. Wang Lin was used to being gazes focused on him at these kinds of events. His expression remained the same as his white clothes fluttered, and he calmly walked forward. This person, who is he? He came alone and dared to come at the 9th drum beat. Could it be that he has some special identity? This person is very unfamiliar. Soft discussions began among the crowds as Wang Lin walked past the thousands of people. 108 genes, 72 saints, 36 zhongs. As he walked forward, more and more gaze gathered on him, and the buzz became louder and louder. Where is he going to sit? He dares to head to the front. 2 of the 4 seats in the front are prepared for the Grand Empyrean and the Imperial Teacher. The last 2 seats are reserved for the 2 ancestors of the ancient Tao that are still alive. Among the last 4 remaining seats, 1 was in front with 3 behind it. As Wang Lin walked toward the 18 kings, 7 of them actually stood up and clasped their hands at Wang Lin. With this, the 100,000 people went into an uproar and the discussions became even more intense than when the 18 kings and 9 immortal generals entered. Wang Lin paused for a moment and smiled at the 7 people that had bowed toward him. Then he walked toward the 9 immortal generals enveloped in black auras. Out of the 9, 8 remained silent. But the person who was equal to an ascendant Empyrean who passed the 14th palace let out a cold snort and his eyes lit up. He suddenly stood up as if he wanted to prevent Wang Lin from flying over him. But just as he was about to stand up, Wang Lin's cold gaze looked over, and there was a flash of red killing intent in his eyes. A shocking pressure spread out from Wang Lin's body and then suddenly dissipated. Although it was only for an instant, it caused the person who was going to stand up to tremble. He was in shock and could not stand up. His eyes became filled with fear and he sat back down. At this moment, his mind was rumbling and cold sweat had covered his body. Wang Lin's gaze had caused him to feel as if he was trapped in slaughter and was killed by Wang Lin hundreds of thousands of times. It was as if he had entered an illusion where he was constantly killed. He had never experienced this kind of feeling before. That gaze seemed to have rushed into his body, crushed his internal organs, scraped his bones and flesh, and then devoured his soul. His heartbeat rapidly accelerated as if it was going to collapse. The moment he sat back down again, Wang Lin landed on the ground and arrived before the forwardmost table in this fan-shaped seating arrangement. He looked at the hundreds of flying platforms and the hundreds of thousands of people at the square before he waved his sleeve and calmly sat down. The moment he sat down, a huge uproar was set off across the square. Who is he? He sat in the position of the ancient Tao's Grand Empyrean. This. The pressure that person released was extremely powerful and actually made me feel like my heart stopped. His ancient power is unfathomable, and he is definitely not a normal person. I heard that the ancient Tao's Grand Empyrean announced that he has accepted a disciple. Could he be Grand Empyrean Xian Luo's disciple? But he is so young. It indeed is him. White-haired ascendant Empyrean. I didn't expect this person to really be Grand Empyrean Xian Luo's disciple. What? He is the white-haired Ascendant Empyrean? Isn't the white-haired Ascendant Empyrean a member of the Celestial Clan? It is said that he is number 1 below Grand Empyreans. There is even rumor he is the 10th son of the Immortal Astral Continent. Those that recognized Wang Lin were of the royal family. Like Prince Ji-du, the members of the ancient Tao were more in the know because they knew about Wang Lin. However, the members of the other clans had extremely complicated expressions as they looked at Wang Lin. There were hidden hints of fear in their eyes. In truth, they weren't completely unaware of Wang Lin. Xian Luo had brought Wang Lin to the ancient Ji and ancient Shi. Aside from coming to send their congratulatory gifts, they had also come to observe the power of the ancient Tao. Among the gazes that looked at Wang Lin, one of them was filled with excitement. This gaze came from one of the floating platforms where Prince Ji-du was. Prince Ji-du had watched Wang Lin appear until he caught the attention of everyone here. He looked at how calm Wang Lin was and let out a deep breath. Godfather's name is known by the ancient clan. Godfather's name is enough to shock everyone. If Godfather can help me. Prince Ji-du clenched his fist. Wang Lin ignored all the gazes that were gathered on him. He sat there and closed his eyes, but at this moment, his heart was very unsettled. It was as if an inner demon had taken over, and he felt himself losing control. This feeling appeared after Wang Lin started making his way to the palace and came from the unease he had felt before. It suddenly erupted when he sat down, which shocked him. Although it could be suppressed, it affected Wang Lin's mood. Otherwise, when the immortal general stood up, Wang Lin wouldn't have revealed a hint of his cultivation there. That level of character was not qualified to make him do that. At that moment, Wang Lin even had the crazed thought of killing that person and killing everyone here. What is the reason? Why would I become like this upon arriving at the ancient Tao Palace? Wang Lin closed his eyes and cycled his cultivation. His mind slowly calmed down, but he became even more gloomy. Something is not right. Could it be that the palace activated some restrictions to affect me like this? However, looking around, no restrictions seemed to be activated. Wang Lin opened his eyes and silently sat there, and this crazed feeling transformed from the unease. I vaguely felt it a few days ago, and now it's even more intense. It feels as if something of great importance to me is going to happen. It seems like it will be a big event in my life. Even when I faced countless life and death situations, I never felt like this. Wang Lin couldn't help but frown. I can't stay at the ancient Tao Palace for long. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he made up his mind. At this moment, the 9th drum beat gradually faded away. When the drum beat disappeared, everyone in the square and on the flying platforms suddenly quieted down. Everyone subconsciously stopped talking and their gazes gathered on the main hall. The Emperor arrives. A sharp and shrill voice came from the hall, carried a powerful penetrating force. Then the closed door opened. As the door was pushed open, all the gazes gathered on the hall, at the man sitting on a dragon throne. This man was wearing a royal robe and an emperor crown. He gave off a powerful pressure without revealing any anger. It was the ancient Tao Emperor. We all greet the Emperor. On the square and platforms, everyone, including the 18 kings, all bowed at the ancient Tao Emperor. Non-ancient Tao members didn't have to kneel, but all ancient Tao members had to get down on one knee. Wang Lin stood up, and after silently pondering for a bit, he bowed but didn't kneel. Although his expression looked normal, that crazed feeling of slaughter washed over his mind like a raging wave. He almost could not suppress it. This feeling became extremely violent the moment the ancient Tao Emperor appeared. Everyone, this is a joyous matter for me. Let us celebrate with this banquet, and all of you drink with me. The ancient Tao Emperor smiled, but when his gaze swept past Wang Lin, his heart was unhappy and gloomy. However, his expression remained the same, and he even smiled at Wang Lin as if he was concerned. I'm very happy that all these friends could come to my ancient Tao. Today I won't say much. Let me raise a cup to all the friends that came. The ancient Tao Emperor raised his right hand and a shadow appeared to hand him a cup of wine. At the same time, everyone on the square and platforms picked up the wine on their tables. They all respectfully held up their cups of wine. Wang Lin silently let out a sigh and picked up the wine cup. He intended to hand over his teacher's gift after this cup and then leave. The irritation in his heart had caused his face to turn slightly pale. The ancient Tao Emperor smiled and took a sip. Everyone else drank afterward as a congratulations. Wang Lin didn't drink but put his cup down with everyone else and was about to speak. Aside from this joyous event, I also want to announce another matter. Some of you may have heard that Grand Empyrean Xian Luo's disciple, the Celestial Clan's white-haired Ascendant Empyrean, will be the guardian of my ancient Tao. Wang Lin, come up and listen to the edict. The ancient Tao Emperor smiled. Wang Lin silently walked forward a few steps and clasped his hands once more. Still not kneeling? The ancient Tao Emperor's expression was heavy. He didn't speak but calmly looked at Wang Lin. After a long time, everyone noticed that abnormality, and their gazes gathered on Wang Lin. Among the many gazes, one came from the Prince Ji Du. He suppressed the excitement in his heart. He was waiting for the day that Wang Lin would be pushed out of the ancient Tao. Emperor, I came to send a congratulatory gift on behalf of teacher. I still have important matters to deal with, so I'll take my leave. Wang Lin no longer had any patience as he was extremely irritated right now, and he coldly looked at the emperor. He didn't know why, but when he saw this person again, he felt an unspeakable sense of killing intent and disgust. He waved his sleeve and took out the box Shen Luo had given him. He threw it forward and it was caught by a shadow that had appeared before the ancient Tao Emperor. The shadow respectfully handed it to the ancient Tao Emperor. Wang Lin, I declare you as my ancient Tao's guardian. Since you have some important matters to attend to, then you can leave. I hope you can come to the grand ceremony tomorrow. The ancient Tao Emperor looked at Wang Lin profoundly and smiled. He seemed to not care about what had happened and no longer looked at Wang Lin. Then the ancient Tao Emperor said, "Invite the Empress." The irritation in Wang Lin's heart became even stronger and he turned to leave. But then the sounds of bells echoed in his ears and fused with the feeling in his heart. This made the irritation in his heart suddenly disappear without a trace. Wang Lin was startled and looked back. He saw a woman wearing a phoenix robe walk out of the hall and make her way toward the ancient Tao Emperor. The woman was wearing a very colorful phoenix dress, giving her a noble temperament. She lowered her head, but her face was covered in a bead curtain, hiding her frown as she walked toward the ancient Tao Emperor. That sound of bells did not actually come from bells, but from the collision of the beads that covered her face. At this moment, all members of the three clans on the square and platforms looked at this woman. She was not an absolute beauty, but there was an indescribable feeling about her. She was very soft and comfortable, as if she could calm the soul. Her temperament was serene, like the vast valley's silent beauty. Only when a bird accidentally flew by from high above could it see the beauty of this place. As Wang Lin stood there, the irritation in his heart disappeared the moment the woman appeared, as if it had never been there. Songji. Wang Lin immediately recognized this woman. He remembered when he first saw this woman outside of Blackstone City. The ancient Tao Emperor revealed a hint of joy. As the woman walked up, he waved his sleeve and spoke. Empress, come sit next to me. Today is a joyous event of my ancient Tao and an important day for us. The steps of the phoenix-dressed woman paused for a moment before she silently walked to the ancient Tao Emperor's dragon throne and gently sat down. She raised her head and looked outside at the square. She was still frowning and her face contained a hidden sense of confusion, giving people the sense that she was helpless. The moment she raised her head, the first thing she saw was Wang Lin looking at her. In this instant, their gazes collided inside the palace. When their gazes intersected, Wang Lin felt his mind rumble. This came too suddenly, as if countless bolts of thunder had exploded at once. At his moment, his entire body, his origin soul, and even his soul trembled. It was as if this woman was an indispensable part of his life. Wang Lin's expression changed as he stared at the woman, and his heartbeat accelerated. This woman gave him a familiar feeling, but it was hidden behind a curtain of fog. Wang Lin couldn't think of the source of this feeling. Wan Air, Li Qianmei, Zhou Ru, Red Butterfly. Wang Lin looked at the woman's eyes and a list of faces appeared in his mind. However, he could not find the source of this familiarity. She doesn't seem like any of them. When Wang Lin took a closer look, he found the woman to be very unfamiliar and greatly different from what he expected. Wang Lin. A voice that wasn't loud but filled with majesty echoed in Wang Lin's ears. Has my empress attracted your attention so? The ancient Tao emperor looked at Wang Lin with a flash of coldness in his eyes. He was the emperor, and everyone else had only taken one look at his empress before withdrawing their eyes. Yet this Wang Lin had continued to stare. He was already dissatisfied with Wang Lin, and now his words were cold as he frowned. Wang Lin silently pondered and seemed to awaken thanks to the ancient Tao emperor's words. He revealed a complicated gaze and ignored the ancient Tao emperor but still looked at the phoenix-dressed woman. He wanted to find the source of familiarity on this woman, but as he looked, he let out a sigh and revealed a melancholy gaze. He didn't know this woman. He vaguely found the root of this familiarity. It was her temperament. This calm temperament was very similar to Li Muin's. It can't be one air. It's just a similar in temperament, it's just an illusion. With Wang Lin's current cultivation level, if this woman was really Li Muin, he would be able to tell at a glance. However, no matter how much he looked, he could not find any of Li Muin's aura. One air is inside the heaven avoiding coffin, and her soul fragment is missing. I can't find it. This woman is not her. It's just that there are people with very similar temperament in this world. Wang Lin closed his eyes to cover the sorrow within them. The woman's face was slightly red and there was anger in her eyes, as if she was unhappy with Wang Lin's gaze. She didn't know why, but deep down, she felt a sense of familiarity. But as soon as this feeling appeared, it would strangely dissipate as if it didn't exist. I'm asking you a question. The ancient Tao emperor raised his left hand and slammed down on the armrest of the dragon throne. There was a loud bang, but no damage was done to the armrest. However, at this instant, more than a dozen sources of killing intent locked onto Wang Lin at the same time. They were hiding in the hall like strands of smoke, and as soon as the emperor gave the command, they would attack. Also at this moment, the people at the square and the hundreds of platforms noticed that something was abnormal. They had strange gazes as they looked at Wang Lin and the slightly angry woman in the phoenix dress. This woman looks a lot like my old friend. Wang Lin opened his eyes and saw the indignation in her eyes. He was now certain she is not the one he was looking for. However, the similarity in temperament evoked Wang Lin's sorrow and heart-wrenching pain. Oh! The ancient Tao emperor's eyes lit up an undetectable amount. He looked at the woman and then at Wang Lin. Then he suddenly revealed an elusive smile. The ancient Tao emperor said, "Empress, do you recognize the future guardian of my ancient Tao?" The woman in the phoenix dress lowered her head and shook her head. The imperial teacher said that this soul fragment was sealed by him and no fluctuations would spread out. Even if the people closest to the soul fragment appeared, they wouldn't be able to detect it. Unless that person has divination power beyond that of the imperial teacher, not even grand empyreans can detect it. The ancient Tao emperor smiled faintly. Interesting. Could this soul fragment really be related to this Wang Lin? The ancient Tao emperor was pleasantly surprised, but he still maintained that elusive smile. The ancient Tao emperor slowly said, "Perhaps you both might really know each other. My empress, walk down to my ancient Tao's future guardian and let him have a closer look. If you two really know each other, it would be a joyous event." The woman in the phoenix dress gently stood up and looked at Wang Lin before slowly walking down. Wang Lin looked at her and, for a moment, he felt like it was Li Muin walking toward him. Even his heart and body trembled. The woman stopped 10 feet away from Wang Lin, and the indignation in her eyes became even stronger. Wang Lin felt a very cold but familiar feeling. It made him forget that he was at the ancient Tao palace, forget that he was at the ancient clan, forget that he was at the immortal astral continent and he was back in the cave world. As they stared at each other, the sadness in his eyes seemed like it could melt the world. The sadness was seen by the woman, and she suddenly felt pain in her heart. Confusion appeared in her eyes, But soon the confusion disappeared and turned back into indignation. You are not her. After a long time, Wang Lin revealed a bitter expression. He suddenly wanted to get drunk so he could forget this pain and sorrow from his soul. He knew that what he had felt was just an illusion. But this illusion made him recall the past from thousands of years ago and made his sorrow even more intense. He staggered back a few steps. Wang Lin didn't look at the woman again or at the ancient Tao emperor. But he didn't leave. He returned to his table and sat down. He looked at the table for a long time before he grabbed the wine jug and took a big gulp. However, although this wine was spicy, it was not enough to make him drunk. Wang Lin rarely cried, but as he drank, tears flowed down from the corners of his eyes. These tears flowed into his mouth with the wine and tasted very bitter. It was like the taste of his sadness. The woman in the phoenix dress returned to the emperor's side and calmed down. She kept her head lowered and didn't say a word. The smile on the ancient Tao emperor's face widened and his gaze sometimes fell on Wang Lin. There were flashes of pride and joy in his eyes. It looks like it is very likely that Wang Lin knows the soul fragment, and the confusion that appeared was likely due to Wang Lin. Unfortunately, no matter what your cultivation level is, no matter how much soul blood you have, and even with Shen Luo as your teacher, the greatest sorrow is that you can't even recognize each other when you're right in front of each other. But this makes me very excited. The ancient Tao emperor raised his cup and drank with the 100,000 people that had come to the banquet. According to the tradition of the ancient Tao, he should let the woman leave, but he didn't do this and instead made her stay. He continued to look at Wang Lin. It was as if this gave him the greatest satisfaction and pleasure. Due to the ancient Tao emperor, the banquet had reached a peak. The crowds were filled with words of congratulations. It was very lively. In this lively mess, Wang Lin silently sat there and drank mouthfuls of wine. The sadness in his eyes would not be washed away by the wine. Empress, Guardian Wang's mood seems down. You go drink with him for me. The ancient Tao emperor smiled. The woman in the phoenix dress let out a sigh. She really didn't like this lively scene. In particular, Wang Lin's gaze made her feel a stab of pain in her heart. And not even she knew why this was happening. However, every time she tried to think about it, she just felt more confused. She gently got up and a shadow immediately appeared behind her and handed her a cup of wine. It floated behind her as she walked out of the palace, went into the crowded square, and made her way toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin was sitting there with his head lowered. In this short period of time he had drunk 7 or 8 jugs of wine. He looked up at the woman standing before him and his eyes seemed to become blurry again. You? The woman looked at Wang Lin and was about to speak. Do you know how to play the zither? Wang Lin asked bitterly. After he spoke, he shook his head and laughed at himself. He picked up the wine jug and touched the wine cup in the woman's hand. He drank the entire jug and then turned into a ray of light, flying into the distance. Drops of wine scattered and one drop landed on the woman's face. It was very cold. Wan Air, where is your soul? Wang Lin disappeared into the sky, but the woman vaguely heard his voice. This voice was filled with sadness. She was not the only one who had heard it. Some of the people in the square and on the platforms had heard it too. The ancient Tao emperor also heard this, and the smile on the corner of his mouth became wider. He picked up the wine cup and took a sip. He didn't see. Wang Lin didn't see. And no one here saw that when the woman in the phoenix dress heard the words Wan Air, she revealed a struggling expression and confusion. However, it soon disappeared and her expression became hollow. She walked back to the palace with a hollow expression. Behind her, the lively bustling of the party began once more. Wan Air, I'm willing to turn the entire sky upside down just to find your reflection. Wan Air, I would light the entire sky on fire just to give you a reason to no longer close your eyes. Wan Air, I would strike the entire world with thunder just so you could hear my voice. Wan Air, I have walked millions of kilometers and through countless worlds just to find your breath. Wan Air, I became a devil to kill Tao and have defied the heavens to subvert the heaven and earth. I stood before you with my bleak and lonely back just so you could open those eyes of yours that calm me down. Wan Air, Where is your soul? Tears flowed down Wang Lin's eyes as he walked through the brightly lit ancient Tao imperial city. As he silently walked forward, his back revealed bleakness and loneliness. His sorrow had always been buried deep inside his heart and was always covered by indifference. It would not easily appear, but when he saw that familiar temperament, Wang Lin could no longer cover it up and deceive himself. His tears flowed. As he silently walked away, his tears dropped on the roofs of the houses he passed by. The lively sounds from the palace could still be heard, but Wang Lin didn't want to listen. He wanted to find a place where he could quietly be by himself and recount his memories. He returned to the ancient Tao temple and returned to his own house. He sat down inside the house and had no heart to cultivate or look at the grand Empyrean sun in the cave world. He looked out at the colorful world for a long, long time. I have heaven-piercing cultivation, but so what? I have the will to defy the heavens. But what of it? Even though I'm the guardian of the ancient Tao, I can't find Wan Er's soul. Wang Lin's face was filled with pain. He was unwilling to think about this problem. He had used his cultivation as an excuse to numb and deceive himself of all this. He had told himself that this was the only hope in finding Wan Er's soul. However, he had cheated himself for thousands of years. But now, when he saw Song Ji, who looked like Wan Er, he was unable to control his feelings. Time slowly passed. Wang Lin locked himself inside the house and bore the heart-wrenching pain. He recalled the memories of the past. He could only rely on his memories to no longer feel lonely, like the ancestor of the Dong Lin sect, who stayed in the dead sect and was only accompanied by his memories. In this world, there is someone else with such a temperament, but she is not Wan Er. She is Song Ji. I once met her back in Blackstone City. After a long time, Wang Lin forced down the pain and memories in his heart. He didn't want to make himself vulnerable. It would not help him find Wan Er's soul. With a deep sigh, Wang Lin closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, there was calmness. However, hidden deep within the calmness, there was still sorrow. Song Ji? As Wang Lin muttered. He raised his right hand and an overlapping shadow walked out from him. His five-element true body walked out, and in the middle was a mass of golden light. A shadow was inside this light. It was the metal essence true body that was about to form. Wang Lin forced himself to be calm and no longer think about this matter. He told himself that Song Ji was not Wan Er. He closed his eyes and was going to rely on cultivation to make himself stop recalling the past. But just as Wang Lin closed his eyes, he suddenly reopened them. His eyes revealed monstrous golden light and a hint of shock. That's not right. I meet that Song Ji outside of Blackstone City. Back then, that woman didn't give the feeling she did back at the palace. She was very ordinary, although elegant. Not like what I felt back at the palace. Wang Lin's body trembled. If she had been the same as back at the palace, there is no way I wouldn't have noticed it back outside Blackstone City. I should have felt that hint of familiarity back then. But back then, I didn't feel anything at all. Yet when I saw her again at the palace, I had that familiar feeling. Something is not right. The ancient Tao emperor has searched for a concubine for hundreds of years and finally chose one. Song Ji is not an absolute beauty, so why was she chosen? What kind of woman did the ancient Tao emperor spend hundreds of years searching for? Why did Song Ji feel so different when I saw her again at the palace? Why did I feel so upset when I went toward the palace and after I arrived? Why did killing intent appear when I saw the ancient Tao emperor? Why did it call disappear when I saw Song Ji? Wang Lin suddenly stood up and his body trembled. His eyes shined brightly and lit up the whole house. His hair moved without any wind as if a hidden power was about to erupt. But I scanned her with my divine sense and wasn't able to find anything wrong. She was completely normal, only her temperament gave me a sense of familiarity. Why is this so? Wang Lin's heart trembled. He could hear his own heartbeat accelerate. This kind of feeling was extremely rare for him. This was excitement, hesitation, and a mix of doubt and confusion. This was a tremor from disbelief or uncertainty. A fire seemed to be suppressed in his heart, and it was suppressed to the point of erupting. Hundreds of years of selection, the huge gap between Xianxia before and now. In the end, what is this secret that is driving me mad? Wang Lin's expression became distorted and he could barely control himself. He wanted to rush into the palace and capture the ancient Tao emperor to soul search him. But he could not. He was Shen Luo's disciple and Shen Luo was the guardian of the ancient Tao. Shen Luo was his teacher and had helped him greatly. If he didn't have any evidence and went to the palace to kill the emperor, he would not be able to live with himself. He would not be able to face the teacher that had helped him so much. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he raised his right hand. A black jade suddenly appeared in his hand. This jade gave off a dark and ghostly light, as if taking one look at it would trap your gaze. This jade was given to him by esteemed Green Bullback in the Great Soul Sect. It came from the Dao Wang clan's genius who had planned everything to gain freedom for his clan. The genius who had taken out his own brain and heart and knelt before a statue of Wang Lin as if he was begging for forgiveness. It also looked like he was weighing the importance of his heart or mind as well. This jade can help you divinate the future once. Wang Lin thought of the words that came from the jade. Without hesitation, he crushed the jade and muttered a few chants. He opened his right hand and the jade turned into black gas. The black gas condensed into a little person who kowtowed 9 times in Wang Lin's palm. The moment it kowtowed, Wang Lin's mind rumbled and he saw the cave world. He saw a crystal-clear hand take Li Muin's soul fragment from the heavenly Tao. In a room, he saw a vague shadow covered in 7-colored light holding a bead in his hand. This bead contained Li Muin's soul fragment. He heard the vague shadow whisper something that shocked man in a royal robe. He saw the surprise on the man in the royal robe. Then the man took the soul away. The man spent hundreds of years picking a concubine to fuse with the soul and failed. Finally, Wang Lin saw a familiar woman. She was Xianxia, and she had fused with the soul. He saw the man in the royal robe pinch her cheek until the pain caused tears to flow from the eyes of the unconscious woman in the palace. And he heard the words of the man in the royal robe. The man in the royal robe was the ancient Tao emperor. Yi Dao, I'm going to kill you. Wang Lin opened his eyes, and they were red from madness. His hair moved and he let out a roar that could tear apart the heavens and destroy the imperial power. This roar contained a sense of madness and anger that was willing to destroy the world and give up his life without any hesitation. This was the most violent roar Wang Lin had let out since he was born, and it made the world tremble. This was Wang Lin filled with rage. Wang Lin's roar spread out and shrouded a small portion of the imperial city. This shocked the hearts of everyone who heard it, and their faces were filled with horror. Right now, most of the people had gone to the banquet, but there were even more people who were not qualified to go. They had to wait until tomorrow to view the ceremony from within the city. Therefore, there were still many people from the 3 clans around, and sounds of music were echoing. Spirits were high and the atmosphere was very joyous. However, when Wang Lin let out the crazed howl of Yi Dao, I'm going to kill you, it shocked everyone and the music suddenly stopped. The lively atmosphere and joy dissipated and was replaced with dead silence. Only the bright and colorful lights still dazzled, but there was a cold intent in the air. Whose voice is that? Yi Dao. Yi Dao. Isn't that the name of the ancient Tao emperor? This person dares to say such arrogant words in the ancient Tao imperial city? After a brief moment of silence, the area that was touched by Wang Lin's howl was shrouded by cries of shock. Inside the ancient Tao temple, the 9 people under Shen Luo were the closest to him. They opened their eyes in shock and looked up toward Wang Lin's valley behind the ancient Tao temple. At the center of the ancient Tao temple, there was a completely sealed space. Shen Luo was calmly sitting there with his eyes closed. He could feel that the time of his reincarnation was not far away. He wanted to refine Wang Lin a powerful faith treasure before he reincarnated. Before him floated a 5-colored sword. This sword was very strange. It had 4 blades. It didn't look like a sword, more like a fork. Even at the edge, there was a hidden 5th blade that looked like it could appear at any moment. Every once in a while, Xianluo would spit out a mouthful of green gas that surrounded the five-colored sword. I have refined this sword for a very long time, and now 4 blades have appeared. It is a critical moment, but once the 5th blade appears, it will be a powerful treasure for Wang Lin. Xianluo opened his eyes and smiled. There was even a hint of self-pride in his expression. After asking Wang Lin to send the gift to the ancient Tao Emperor, he had gone into closed-door cultivation to refine a faith treasure for him. He felt that after becoming Wang Lin's teacher, he still hadn't given him a powerful treasure, and he felt like he owed Wang Lin one. He had chosen to go into closed-door cultivation, and a majority of his divine sense was shrouded around the sword, so he couldn't withdraw his divine sense in a short period of time. However, just as he opened his eyes, he heard a crazed roar that wanted to destroy the world come from the wooden house in the valley. This roar was filled with killing intent that could shake the world, and the words in that roar completely startled Xianluo. He suddenly got up and looked behind him. His gaze seemed to be able to pierce the mountain and see everything inside the wooden house. What the hell happened? Xianluo felt his heart drop and felt like something big was happening. He waved his sleeve and quickly withdrew his divine sense. However, the sword had reached a critical moment in its refinement process, so it would take half an incense of time to withdraw his divine sense. Feeling anxious, Xianluo quickly sent a message to his 9 followers in the ancient Tao temple. Go to Wang Lin's place to find the reason. You must stabilize him until I get there. Don't make a big deal of this matter. Inside the wooden house, as Wang Lin's roar echoed, countless ripples echoed and spread across the area. These ripples contained Wang Lin's crazed howl, his conviction to kill the ancient Tao Emperor, and also the destructive power inside his body. As the roar echoed, the wooden bed Wang Lin was sitting on turned to dust. The wooden chair, table, and the entire house collapsed to dust. As the ripples echoed, a huge storm was formed inside the valley. As the storm swept across the valley, the trees, grass, stone table, river, and everything inside the valley was turned to ash. The storm swept them all away into the sky. Wang Lin was floating in the center of the storm. His hair was scattered and his eyes were abnormally red. He was emitting a monstrous killing intent. He had gone crazy. He had never been as crazed as he was now. It was as if his heart was being cut apart by a knife. Before him, the metal essence in his 5-element true body suddenly collapsed due to his rage. Then the metal essence true body suddenly formed. When his metal essence true body appeared, the true body flew into the air and the rest of the 5-element true body flew into the air as well. The 5 elements fused together before Wang Lin to form a complete 5-element true body. The 5-element true body was covered in a 5-colored light. Its eyes were closed, but now it suddenly opened its eyes, and they were filled with madness as well. Wang Lin jumped into the air and his hair moved without any wind. His right hand reached toward his 5-element true body. The 5-element true body jumped up and fused with Wang Lin. At this moment, Wang Lin let out another roar. As he roared, his cultivation level began to rise from late-stage void turbulent to peak void turbulent. This confirmed that Wang Lin's speculation about his future cultivation path was true. This should have made him very happy, but right now Wang Lin didn't feel this change in cultivation level. The only thought in his mind was to slaughter his way to the palace, kill the ancient Tao Emperor, and steal back Wan Air. His body was surrounded by a violent aura, and he waved his hand at the valley. The entire earth trembled and the entire ancient Tao mountain seemed to shake. In the cave underground, Wang Lin's Grand Empyrean Son and the celestial ancestor head flew up. A crack appeared above the cave, and Wang Lin's Grand Empyrean Son brought the head out through the crack. However, just at this moment, the 9 people who had heard Xianluo's message arrived. The 9 rays of light pierced through the sky and arrived above the valley. At a glance, they could see that this place was in ruins. They saw the crack and the storm that had swept this place. Inside the storm was Wang Lin. His hair was scattered and he gave off a shocking killing intent. "Young master! You! What happened? Young master, please calm down." The 9 of us came under the command of Lord Xian to inquire. "Young master, please tell us. The 9 of them were shocked and they clasped their hands at Wang Lin. Inside the storm, Wang Lin's eyes were cold and his right hand reached toward the ground once more. He let out another roar and the crack split open even more. A ray of black and white light flew out, instantly fusing with Wang Lin. The celestial ancestor head flew out as a ray of golden light and was put away into Wang Lin's storage space. Having done all of this, Wang Lin suddenly turned and locked onto the ancient Dao imperial city. Yi Dao! Wang Lin clenched his teeth and didn't even look at the 9 of them. He looked toward the palace and walked in its direction like thunder. However, just as Wang Lin moved, the expressions of the 9 of them changed and they got in front of Wang Lin to block him. 7 of them formed seals and a gas spread out from the ancient Dao temple. This gas turned into a large formation. The 9 of them didn't hesitate to open the formation of the ancient Dao temple to stop Wang Lin. Wang Lin's figure paused for a moment and looked up. His bloodshot eyes revealed monstrous killing intent. You dare to stop me? The old man with the highest cultivation level looked at Wang Lin with fear in his eyes. His scalp was numb as he clasped his hands and said, Young master, please don't be angry. We are following Lord Xian's order to make young master stay. After Lord Xian arrives, a decision can be made. Teacher Xian Luo. Wang Lin's head felt a stab of pain. He knew that Xian Luo was the guardian of the ancient Dao, and even the current ancient Dao emperor had been chosen by Xian Luo, but now he was going to scram for me. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with decisiveness. He was going to kill the ancient Dao emperor before Xian Luo arrived, so it wouldn't make things too difficult for his teacher. This was Wang Lin's only path. The expressions of the 9 of them changed when a grand Empyrean sun appeared behind Wang Lin. This sun was more solid than back at Mount Gudao. When the sun appeared, the pupils of the 9 people all shrank. Grand Empyrean! This is a grand Empyrean sun. He is actually a grand Empyrean. The 9 of them were filled with disbelief as Wang Lin lifted his right hand and waved. The world rumbled and the formation around the ancient Dao temple collapsed. The 9 of them coughed out blood and were knocked back by the impact. Wang Lin didn't kill them. He turned into a ray of light and rushed out of the valley. A ray of red light slaughtered its way toward the palace, the capital of the ancient Dao, the floating city. Most of the city was still lively and the music continued as if it was an auspicious day. The things that had happened around the ancient Dao temple didn't spread out far due to the size of the imperial city and the specialness of the ancient Dao temple. No one noticed that on the night before the wedding of the ancient Dao emperor, a great event that would shake not only the ancient Dao, but even the entire ancient clan, would occur. Countless people of the 3 clans were still singing and raising their cups. However, they heard a faint rumble that made them frown. Then they looked up at the sky. The people that looked up felt their hearts tremble and suddenly stood up. The music suddenly stopped as the rumble came from the distance. In the sky, a meteor-like ray of light seemed to be creating a thunderous roar that would make the world tremble. As it flew, the thunder caused the earth to tremble and ripples to appear in the sky. It was like a swordfish flying through the air with the intention to split the sky in half. An indescribable killing intent descended from the sky. Any members of the 3 clans who was invaded by this killing intent trembled, and their eyes overflowed with fear. They vaguely felt that something big was going to happen in the ancient Dao imperial city. Wang Lin saw the lively palace in the sky. Going from the ancient Dao temple to this place, he had only spent a few breaths of time. This speed was comparable to spatial bending. The palace had restrictions around it, making it impossible to go in there directly. Looking at the palace, Li Muan's figure appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. This figure made Wang Lin feel like his heart was being cut apart and bleeding. He let out a roar and charged at the palace like a real madman. However, when he was within 100 kilometers of the palace, several hundred shadows appeared and revealed themselves to be the armored guards of the palace. Shortly after, a cloud of smoke rose like an army of stampeding horses and nearly 10,000 ancient Dao members appeared. Thousands more came from different directions, forming a cage to block Wang Lin. It turns out to be Lord Wang Lin. One figure walked out from the sky, and when he saw Wang Lin, his eyes lit up and his expression became gloomy. "Didn't Lord leave? Why did you break in here? Do you know that this is a death?" Before he finished speaking, Wang Lin let out a roar. "Scram! Anyone who blocks me will die." Wang Lin stepped forward like a ferocious beast. He threw a punch and the world rumbled. The dozens of people before him trembled and their bodies exploded. The slaughter feast had begun. This first batch of kills was just the prelude. It was also at this moment that 9 rays of light arrived behind Wang Lin. They were the 9 people under Shen Luo. When they saw Wang Lin kill, their faces turned pale. "Quickly, tell the Emperor. Wang Lin. He wants to kill the Emperor." Although the old man with the highest cultivation level followed Shen Luo, his fervor toward the imperial power made him disobey Shen Luo's order. When these words echoed, the expressions of the 10,000 palace guards all changed greatly. They were shocked by Wang Lin's punch but were awakened by these words. However, it was too late. Thunderous rumbles and miserable screams echoed. Wang Lin continued to walk forward, and anyone who blocked him died a miserable death. The 9 people under Shen Luo gritted their teeth and rushed toward Wang Lin. They had used some unknown spell to appear before Wang Lin and had suddenly chosen to attack. To the 9 of them, if given the choice between Shen Luo and the imperial power, they would choose the imperial power without hesitation. "You all are courting death." Wang Lin originally didn't want to kill the 9 of them, but they had tried to block him several times. When they appeared before Wang Lin, a flash of killing intent appeared in his eyes. He waved his right hand and a huge palm print appeared. It was the War Spirit print. The moment the print appeared, 99 afterimages appeared. Then, in a flash, even more appeared, for a total of 121 afterimages. They all fused together, causing a 6th finger, 7th finger, 8th finger, 9th finger, until a 10th finger appeared. A 10-fingered palm rushed toward them. The 9 people clenched their teeth and the ancient power in their bodies surged to resist. A thunderous rumble echoed before the palace. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, the 9 of them screamed and weren't able to resist at all. The moment they were touched by the palm, their bodies collapsed and all 9 died. As they died, the palm swept forward and guards who were blocking the palm died. This place was immediately filled with the smell of blood. If it was the Celestial Clan's imperial city, everyone who saw this would have scattered. They would never rush up to die if they knew the difference in strength was so great. However, this place was the ancient clan, where the imperial power was supreme. The rest of the guards rushed out as if they were crazy and burned their blood to stop this palm. The palace 100 kilometers away was still as lively as before. Countless people were coming up to drink and congratulate the ancient Tao Emperor. The ancient Tao Emperor was still smiling and he would sometimes laugh out loud. Song Ji was silently sitting beside him with her head lowered, thinking of something. However, the ancient Tao Emperor would look at Song Ji with a playful smile. He was very happy right now. In fact, it had been a long time since he was this happy. He was 90% certain that Wang Lin and the soul knew each other. And from Wang Lin's appearance, their relationship was not simple, as if they were Tao partners. Every time he thought of this, he would begin to laugh and would drink a cup of wine. He liked this feeling. Later on, when the time to play with his empress came, he would fantasize about Wang Lin's painful expression. "What right do you have to get the soul blood? I'm the descendant of the ancient ancestor. What right do you have to become Shen Luo's disciple when I bitterly begged but was still rejected by Shen Luo? What right do you have? You are merely an ant from a cave world, just a barbarian. How dare you compare to a genius like me? Now you come to my ancient Tao and you dare not to kneel before me? Wang Lin, you got guts. You don't consider me important at all. I don't care what cultivation level you are at. In the ancient clan, you must kneel when you see me. If you don't kneel, it's fine. After tomorrow's ceremony, I'll go play with my empress, see how your woman tastes." From his appearance, he was bitterly searching. But he didn't know that the woman he has been searching for is right beside me and is my empress. When the ancient Tao Emperor thought of this, he raised his cup and began to laugh once more. Seeing the ancient Tao Emperor laugh for no reason, The people on the platform raised their cups with smiles. But before they could drink these cups of wine, and the ancient Tao Emperor's laughter hadn't even finished yet, they all heard a thunderous rumble come from outside the palace. When the rumble rang out, it was muffled, but this caused the noise here to suddenly stop. Everyone instantly looked toward the source of the rumble. However, due to the restriction of divine senses in the palace, they could only see a blur. More importantly, there was a crazed aura blocking all divine senses in that place, so not even the ancient Tao Emperor could see anything. "No harm," the ancient Tao Emperor slowly said. He put the wine cup next to his mouth and took a sip. His action calmed the people on the square and the platforms down. They were not worried, as this was the ancient Tao Imperial Palace, the center of the ancient Tao. The protection here was powerful. They didn't believe anyone could break in here and survive. The square became lively once more and the congratulations echoed once more. However, as the rumbles from outside became louder, everyone became silent once more. No one noticed that the ancient Tao Emperor's hand trembled a bit as he put down the wine cup. He frowned and stared into the distance. The ancient Tao Emperor slowly said, "Where are the guards?" As he spoke, the 108 genes all stood up and dropped to one knee before the ancient Tao Emperor. "Go out and kill the troublemaker. Bring me his head, as you command," the 108 genes said at once. Their voices fused together into a sound wave and released a powerful surge of killing intent. They turned into 108 rays of light and the 108 genes rushed outside the palace. After the 108 genes flew out, the ancient Tao Emperor said, "Send the Empress to rest." Two shadows appeared behind Xianxia and bowed toward her. Xianxia stood up and the confusion in her eyes became even stronger. She looked toward the place where the rumbles were coming from. The words "Wan Air" were still echoing in her mind. "Still not going back?" The ancient Tao Emperor frowned and looked at Xianxia with a cold and heartless gaze. Xianxia seemed to be very afraid. Her body trembled and she lowered her head. She was going to follow the two shadows when a thunderous roar echoed. It was very close, as if it was right outside the square. As the roar echoed, the ancient Tao Emperor suddenly looked over and his expression changed greatly. He saw the 108 genes figures get knocked back, and they coughed out blood. Their bodies exploded in the sky and only one person didn't die. He fell to the ground and knelt down before the Emperor. He let out a sharp roar that echoed across the square as he coughed out blood. "It's Wang Lin. He wants to kill the Emperor." This sharp roar shocked the entire square and everyone on the platforms. Their expressions changed greatly. They still didn't believe that Wang Lin, who had been in a low mood and just left, would return in such a short period of time to kill the ancient Tao Emperor. But the deaths of the 107 genes and their exploded bodies was testament to the truth of the statement. Before people could react to the roar, an even more powerful roar echoed. A giant palm 1,000 feet large arrived. This palm print was very strange. It had 10 fingers. As it closed in, a green light appeared around the square and collided with the palm print. A thunderous rumble echoed, shaking the entire palace. The 10-fingered palm dissipated, but the green light curtain trembled violently before it collapsed into countless fragments as well. A wave of bloody wind came from outside the square and swept into the dead silent square. Everyone's gazes gathered on where the palm print had disappeared. They looked like they were going to face a great enemy. The ancient Tao Emperor's face was pale. He clenched his fists as he stared at where the palm print was, and his eyes filled with anger. Xianxia also looked at that direction. There was a flash of confusion in her eyes, and at the same time, her heart trembled, feeling as if a memory was going to awaken. The two shadows that had received the order to take her away seemed to have forgotten the ancient Tao Emperor's order. Their pupils shrank and their hearts sank as they looked at where the palm had disappeared. There was a dense blood mist moving at that location. It was a shocking sight. Sound of footsteps echoed from the mist toward the silent square. The sound came from the blood mist, and when it entered the ears of everyone here, it was as if it was stepping on their heartbeats. This made them feel suppressed and fear arose from the bottom of their hearts. As the footsteps closed in, the people of the three clans on the platforms all subconsciously retreated. They felt like the thing that would come out of the blood mist would be a ferocious ancient beast that would devour the world and slaughter all life. In this silence, the ancient Tao Emperor suddenly said, "Kill this man!" His voice was calm without any tremor, as if the ancient Tao Emperor was still very calm. However, if you looked at his face, you would find that behind the anger in his eyes, there was fear. After the ancient Tao Emperor spoke, more than a dozen smoke-like shadows appeared from the palace. These shadows rushed out toward the blood mist and instantly closed in. The moment the dozens of shadows entered the blood mist, miserable screams echoed. These screams were extremely miserable and they gradually disappeared one after another. Although the miserable screams had disappeared, the echoes lingered in the hearts of the people. This made the ancient Tao Emperor even more gloomy. "Why have you both not take the Empress away?" He turned his head and looked at the two shadows behind Xianxia. They trembled and quickly nodded. The two moved and turned into a vortex that surrounded Xianxia. The vortex rushed toward the palace. But just at this moment, a cold and crazed roar came from the blood mist. "You dare?" This voice contained a penetrating force and caused the two people inside the vortex to tremble. This voice filled hearts with endless fear and they seemed to be unable to control their bodies. They felt like a grand calamity would descend upon them if they took one more step. The moment they stopped and turned back into two shadows, a fuzzy figure appeared in the blood mist. As his footsteps echoed, the figure walked out of the blood mist. The moment this figure walked out, the gazes of everyone here gathered on him. When they clearly saw the figure, gasps echoed. He had a head of white hair and a white robe, but now the white robe was covered in blood. His eyes were filled with madness and had turned blood red. It was Wang Lin. He had killed with every step and had killed a large amount of people on his way to the palace. This was the second time he had come here today. Before, he had come to hand over a congratulatory gift from his teacher, but now he was here to take someone away. "Wang Lin, what are you going to do?" The ancient Tao Emperor stared at Wang Lin across the square and the nearly 100,000 people from all three clans. Wang Lin walked out from the blood mist. He didn't look at the ancient Tao Emperor but looked gently at Xianxia, whose eyes were filled with confusion. "I'm going to take her away." Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed at Xianxia. He then looked at the ancient Tao Emperor coldly. The ancient Tao Emperor's heart trembled and his face turned pale under Wang Lin's gaze. However, this immediately turned into endless anger. He was the ancient Tao Emperor. He was a supreme existence in the ancient Tao. He was a descendant of the ancient ancestor. He was the proud genius of the heavens. He was recognized by Grand Empyrean Gu Dao. No one could decide if he lived or died. His will was the will of the ancient Tao. Now, on the day before his big wedding, someone who he considered an aunt and was extremely jealous of wanted his empress. This made him laugh in anger. "Wang Lin, you are the disciple of Lord Xian and the future guardian of the ancient Tao. I have always treated you well. You didn't want to kneel, so you didn't have to kneel. You didn't want to participate in the banquet, so I allowed you to leave. I have treated you so well, but now you have killed members of the ancient Tao and broke into the place. Now you want to take my empress before everyone. Wang Lin, you have gone too far. How are you protecting my ancient Tao? You clearly want to destroy my ancient Tao. Such a vile person. Everyone must know." The ancient Tao Emperor waved his hand and roared, "Come, kill this Wang Lin and bring me his head." At the same time, he looked toward the ancient Tao temple with a gloomy expression. Wang Lin silently closed his eyes. In order to not make his teacher feel bad, he had forced himself to calm down when he arrived. He had given the ancient Tao Emperor a chance. If the Emperor had handed over Xianxia, then there might have been a chance of redemption between him, his teacher, and the ancient Tao. But now, Wang Lin opened his eyes and the madness in his eyes lit up. A monstrous killing intent erupted. "If you don't agree, then you can die." Wang Lin let out a roar and stepped forward. As he raised his foot, all of the ancient Tao members rushed forward even though they knew they were no match. Under the command of the ancient Tao Emperor, they rushed forward and killing intent appeared in their hearts. In the ancient clan, the imperial power was supreme and the words of the ancient Tao Emperor were everything. In their eyes, Wang Lin was betraying the ancient clan and had to be killed. Facing the madness of the people rushing at him, Wang Lin stepped forward and thunderous rumbles echoed. Anyone who blocked him, no matter their identity or cultivation level, collapsed into piles of flesh and blood before him. In just a moment, countless people died. But even more people rushed forward. Even some members of the other two clans decided to charge at Wang Lin. Wang Lin was hundreds of thousands of feet from the palace where the ancient Tao Emperor was. Wang Lin closed in on the palace like a storm and thunderous rumbles continued to echo. Anyone who blocks me will die. Wang Lin let out a roar and threw a punch. The dozens of ancient Tao members before him died. At the same time, on the square, a giant shadow appeared behind each ancient Tao member. There were thousands of ancient gods, demons, and devils. They all let out a roar and rushed toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't stop, and at this moment, an ancient Tao shadow appeared behind him. This shadow seemed to support the world, and he waved his hand after the shadow appeared. As he waved, the giant figure behind him also waved its arm and began a crazed bombardment with all the shadows rushing toward Wang Lin. The thunderous rumbles echoed across the palace and countless cracks appeared on the earth. Even the sky seemed like it was going to be torn open. The thousands of ancient Tao shadows collapsed and the thousands of ancient Tao members exploded. Wang Lin's body trembled and the madness in his eyes became even stronger. He continued to walk forward, and in the blink of an eye he was at the center of the square. He was even closer to the ancient Tao Emperor. Sound the drum and activate the Flying City formation. Summon all clan members to the palace to destroy this person. The fear in the ancient Tao Emperor became even stronger. He retreated a few steps and let out a roar. With this roar, countless figures flew out from the depths of the palace and charged at the palace. Everyone inside the palace closed in. Shortly after, bang, 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 the sound of the drum echoed across the sky. The sky changed colors and the sound spread across the whole city. The sound of the drum echoed across the world and the expression of every ancient Tao member changed greatly. This drumbeat was different from before. It contained a strange force and meant that the ancient Tao Imperial Palace was facing a crisis. Every ancient Tao member who heard the sound would have to use their life to protect the ancient Tao. At the same time, lights of transfer arrays appeared in hundreds of places across the city. Every transfer array would allow people to arrive at the palace at the quickest speed. Scram, scram, scram. Wang Lin seemed to have gone mad and continued to punch as he walked forward. Very few people were a match for his punches and immediately died. Wang Lin could not see the figures rushing at him while surrounded by so many people. Even more people arrived as transfer arrays flashed. They were all startled for a moment before they rushed toward Wang Lin without any hesitation. At this moment, Wang Lin could only see Wan Er's figure in the palace before him. As more and more people arrived, they completely blocked Wang Lin's vision. As time passed, Wang Lin let out a roar and jumped into the air. It was impossible to teleport or use spatial bending here. When Wang Lin jumped into the air, half of his hair turned black. The moment this blackness appeared, Wang Lin's Grand Empyrean sun outline appeared behind him, causing another sun to appear in the sky. The moment this sun appeared, the expression of the ancient Tao Emperor changed greatly, and he was filled with disbelief. He lost himself and exclaimed, "Grand Empyrean!" Not only him, but there were now tens of thousands of ancient Tao members surrounding Wang Lin, and when they saw this strange black and white sun, their minds rumbled. Grand Empyrean! He is actually a Grand Empyrean. In the distance, Prince Jidu became excited when he saw this. He had waited for this day, and at this moment, he retreated while sneering at the ancient Tao Emperor. The ancient Tao has attracted a great calamity, all because of this muddle-headed emperor. Prince Jidu was excited as the black and white Grand Empyrean sun expanded, releasing endless light. At the same time, Wang Lin let out a roar and raised his right hand as if he was raising his Grand Empyrean Sun. He waved at the tens of thousands of ancient Dao members blocking him. With this wave, the Grand Empyrean Sun flew at the earth like a meteor. The howl from the sun even replaced the sound of the drums. Thunderous rumbles echoed as a powerful shockwave spread out. Everyone who was touched by this shockwave died and their bodies turned to ashes. This power erupted in the square before the palace. The earth collapsed and the world trembled. Countless platforms flying in the sky disintegrated. A majority of the tens of thousands of ancient Dao clan members dissipated as if a powerful wind had swept them away. After everything was destroyed, the Grand Empyrean Sun flew toward the palace. At this moment, a shadow appeared. It was an old man who was also wearing a royal robe. He gave off pressure without revealing anger, and he raised his right palm to face the Grand Empyrean Sun. The old man was standing 60,000 feet from the palace, and behind him were nearly 1,000 powerful members of the palace, including the 72 saints, 36 fiends, 18 kings, and 9 immortal generals. They hadn't participated in the battle before because they were guarding the palace. The moment the old man appeared, the 1,000 people revealed a feverish amount of excitement. Even the ancient Dao emperor became respectful. The moment the old man's palm collided with the Grand Empyrean Sun, his expression immediately changed. Popping sounds came from his body and his hair was blown back. He coughed out a mouthful of blood as he was knocked back and he let out a roar. With my blood, I activate the ancient clan's great restriction. The moment his words came out, a dark light came out from the blood he had coughed out. It scattered too from a huge light curtain. This light curtain was like a wall that appeared before the old man. It was endless and it blocked everything. The moment the light curtain appeared, it collided with Wang Lin's Grand Empyrean Sun. It created a thunderous rumble that echoed across the entire imperial city and slowly dissipated. The square looked very strange now. Everything outside the light curtain was destroyed and in ruins, but everything behind the curtain remained the same. However, how could the Grand Empyrean Sun be blocked so easily? The light curtain flashed a few times after blocking Wang Lin's Grand Empyrean Sun, and then shattered. As for the old man, his face was pale and his right arm turned to ashes. He coughed out blood once more and looked shriveled up. His body was hit with a powerful force and he was knocked back next to the ancient Dao Emperor. "Father!" The ancient Dao Emperor immediately shouted, helping the old man up. However, the old man gritted his teeth and ignored the right arm he had lost. Instead, he raised his left hand and slapped the ancient Dao Emperor. With a bang, a 5-fingered mark appeared on the right side of the ancient Dao Emperor's face. "Scram! You provoked such a powerful enemy for my ancient Dao just for a woman. Why don't you go die? I will definitely go to Mount Gudao to see Grand Empyrean Gudao to establish a new emperor." The old man was clearly furious and his voice was like thunder. There was a flash of coldness in the ancient Dao Emperor's eyes and he touched his face. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at the old man gloomily. "Father, you deal with the matter before us first. As for other matter, you don't need to worry. Thanks to Grand Empyrean Gudao, I can't die." The ancient Dao Emperor's words were cold. "You!" The old man was angry, but he turned and stared at Wang Lin, who was walking closer. His eyes were filled with fear. Aside from the nearly 1,000 people before the Great Hall and the people of the other 2 clans, who had scattered, the square was empty. It was filled with blood that was about to form a river. Wang Lin walked on the ground and stepped through the blood. There were only about 1,000 people between him and the palace, but there were many powerful people among them. Wang Lin's gaze moved past the 1,000 people at the temple, the old man, the ancient Dao Emperor, and also Song Ji, who was looking at him. Song Ji's eyes were filled with confusion and contained a hint of struggle. In the distance, rays of light flew out from the palace and came in from all directions. There were no less than tens of thousands of people, and as the transfer arrays lit up, even more ancient Dao members arrived. This was the ancient Dao's capital and imperial city. There were countless people here, and now that it was the wedding of the emperor, the number of people here was even greater. No matter how powerful Wang Lin was, Even if he was comparable to a Grand Empyrean, he would still be exhausted at some point if he was surrounded. What's more, this was the palace. There were many formations here, and it was likely that there were even relics left by the ancient ancestor. It was like a mortal walking into a tiger's den. But Wang Lin didn't care about any of this. His only thought was to take away Wan Er. The father of the ancient Tao emperor walked next to Song Ji and roared at Wang Lin. "Stop! If you take another step, this old man will kill this woman." Song Ji's face turned pale, but she revealed no fear. Her eyes were still filled with confusion as she looked at Wang Lin. Her memories seemed like they were about to awaken, but a seal made her unable to remember. Wang Lin stopped and his gaze still never looked at the old man. He looked at the woman with a gentle gaze, but his words made the old man's heart tremble. "If she dies, I'll leave, but I'll spend the rest of life to make sure the ancient Tao ceases to exist and make the 3 ancient clans into 2 ancient clans." "I'm capable," Wang Lin slowly said. As he had said, with his strength, he could do it. The killing intent within those words made the old man lick his lips. His left hand trembled a bit, and he believed Wang Lin could do this. His eyes were filled with killing intent, but he gave up on killing the woman. After all, only with this woman here would they have a chance to kill Wang Lin. Before he came, he had already crushed the jade to inform Grand Empyrean Gu Dao. This meant that the royal family was in danger and required Grand Empyrean Gu Dao's protection. After Wang Lin finished speaking, he no longer spoke and walked forward toward the 1,000 people before him as tens of thousands more rush over. "Kill!" As Wang Lin walked toward the 1,000 people, the 72 saints of the ancient Tao let out a unified roar. They led hundreds of clans members toward Wang Lin. As they closed in, the 72 saints raised their right hands and smashed down on Wang Lin. Behind them, 72 huge shadows appeared and bombarded Wang Lin. Madness appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He didn't attack, but opened his mouth and roared at the 72 saints. With this roar, the ancient Tao shadow behind him also opened its mouth and let out a roar. This roar contained all of Wang Lin's cultivation and his ancient cultivation, along with the power of his soul blood. This sound wave collided with the 72 saints. Although the 72 saints were not weak and had attacked together, they all collapsed before Wang Lin's roar. The moment they died, Wang Lin moved like a storm and slaughtered his way into the crowd before him. Rushing forward like crazy, he grabbed someone's head with his right hand and crushed it. Then he waved his left hand and killed another. After killing another, he opened his mouth and a ray of red light flew out. It was the blood sword and it killed dozens of people. Wang Lin charged forward, and now he was less than 30,000 feet from the palace. There were 36 rays of blood light flying toward Wang Lin. They were the 36 fiends. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes and his right hand formed a seal. Green smoke appeared around his 5 fingers. The smoke swirled around his fingers, and when they spread out, a monstrous fire appeared. It was the extreme fire of the 8 extreme Tao. However, just before Wang Lin used the spell, a sigh came from the heavens and earth. This sigh was filled with sadness, disappointment, and a feeling of desolation and regret. Wang Lin. Wang Lin's body trembled. As Wang Lin walked through the palace while surrounded by thousands, a sigh from his teacher, Xian Luo, echoed. Just a few breaths before this, in a mountain far away from the ancient Tao imperial city, something else was happening. The inside of the mountain was completely hollow, but from the outside, not even Grand Empyreans would notice it. Inside was a great formation, one so extremely complex that it would make one's vision blurry from just looking at it. The formation released white light and flashed nonstop. It gave off a strange feeling, and at the center sat a blurry figure covered in 7-colored light. The figure was forming seals and placing them on the formation. Just as the 7-colored seals landed, an illusion appeared inside the formation. This illusion was a miniature version of the ancient Tao imperial palace. There were black and white dots scattered across the miniature palace. There were tens of thousands of black dots, but compared to the white dots, they were still inferior. The white dots occupied almost the entire palace and were still increasing in number. There were 1,000 white dots, and they surrounded the only red dot. This red dot was soaked in a bloody aura and remained motionless. Black represents dead souls and white stands for vitality. This red dot is Wang Lin. Wang Lin, we meet again. The blurry seven-colored figure smiled and a hoarse voice echoed. This old man pulled her soul fragment back then and gave it to the ancient Tao Emperor. He indeed did as I planned and found someone to fuse with the soul to title as his empress. And you came to the ancient Tao Palace as I expected. Kill. The more you kill, the greater the benefit for this old man. The blurry seven-colored light smiled, but when he said soul fragment, his voice became faint but soon recovered. He raised his right hand and white light shined. As his left hand rose, black light shrouded his hand. This caused the colors surrounding him to become 9 colors. At the same time, a ray of gray gas appeared out of nowhere and fused with the 9 colors, making it 10 colors. The gray body formed in the cave world is now complete. The blurry figure murmured, his voice hoarse. The gray gas was that ray of ghostly light from when Wang Lin left the cave world. Not even Grand Emperor Shen Luo had detected it. Unfortunately, I suffer limitations and can only absorb the death aura from Wang Lin's slaughter. Otherwise, if this old man acted personally, I could gather the amount of death aura I need in a short period of time so I can... The figure paused twice while speaking. It was as if he was limited by something and was even afraid of the goal he was trying to achieve with the death aura, so he didn't want to say it clearly. This Wang Lin's slaughter in the cave world satisfied me, but once he came to the immortal astral continent, he killed very little. If not for that, this old man could have finished gathering and would not have needed to use the ancient Tao backup. Fortunately, I was prepared and removed her soul fragment early on. The blurry figure paused again on her, and his voice trembled before becoming silent. After a long time, there was a flash of coldness in the blurry figure's eyes. Since I have chosen to do this, I no longer have a need to be afraid. At most, my consciousness will be erased, but once I succeed... The blurry figure trembled in excitement. This old man has prepared for so many years. I can't fail. Let's first extract the dead soul from the palace. The blurry figure raised his right hand and pointed at the miniature of the palace inside the formation before him. With this, the black dots all trembled and became faint, as if they were about to be absorbed by the formation. At this instant, a force seemed to shroud those black dots and bounced back. They were no longer faint and seemed to reject being absorbed by the formation. The expression of figure surrounded by the 10 colors changed, and he exclaimed, "They!" At this moment, in the ancient Tao imperial city, when the sigh came from the sky, Wang Lin suddenly stopped. He seemed to forget about the danger, the 36 fiends charging at him, and the ancient Tao Emperor tens of thousands of feet away. The red in Wang Lin's eyes gradually dissipated and the madness and ferociousness on his face slowly disappeared, replaced by bitterness as the figure walked over. He knew that his teacher would definitely come and would definitely stop him. That's why he hadn't explained at all and had tried to kill the ancient Tao Emperor and take Li Muan away as fast as possible. Wang Lin had long seen the ancient Tao Emperor's thoughts and behavior from the jade he had been given at the Great Soul Sect. He had even heard what the ancient Tao Emperor had muttered beside the bed. On top of all these things, the ancient Tao Emperor had made Songji drink with Wang Lin. How could the ancient Tao Emperor not have realized it after seeing Wang Lin's expression? He was just immersed in the pleasure of controlling a pair of lovers. Therefore, once Wang Lin understood everything, he issued a howl saying he was going to kill Yemo. Kill this ancient Tao Emperor. He had considered hiding his anger and calmly entering the palace again to take Songji away. However, his bottom line was touched. If he could endure it, it wouldn't be his bottom line. Although attacking an unprepared emperor seemed to be the right action, it would be an even worse situation than now. It would have been an assassination. With his strength, charging into the palace in a fit of rage can be considered him losing his mind due to anger. But if he were to assassinate, then that meant that he was very calm. If he did such a thing while thinking calmly, then the damage to Shen Luo's reputation would be impossible to repair. Wang Lin understood all of this, so he wouldn't choose to do that. Wang Lin wouldn't choose such methods. He was going to take away Wan Er's soul, kill the ancient Dao Emperor, and do it all in broad daylight. The only thing he had to consider was his teacher's feelings. "Teacher?" Wang Lin clasped his hands and bowed at the person walking toward him. He didn't get up and continued to bow even though the 36 fiends had used this chance to close in on him. In the sky, Shen Luo walked out and looked at Wang Lin. He seemed to have aged a lot, and he waved at the ground below. With this wave, the 36 fiends all coughed out blood and retreated in fear. Everyone beside Wang Lin was knocked away 10,000 feet, leaving only Wang Lin, who continued to bow. The ancient Dao Emperor sneered when he saw Shen Luo appear. His eyes lit up and he quickly stepped forward. "Lord Shen." Wang Lin broke into the palace and tried to steal my empress. He has betrayed us as Lord Shen's disciple. I hope, Lord Shen. Before he finished speaking, Shen Luo suddenly turned toward him. "Scram for me." The ancient Dao Emperor trembled and coughed out blood as he retreated several steps. He looked at the blood he had coughed out in disbelief. He didn't expect Shen Luo to dare to injure him. He was about to speak again, but when he saw the killing intent and anger in Shen Luo's eyes, he swallowed his words. His expression was gloomy, but he didn't dare to speak again. Grand Emperor Shen Luo, the father of the ancient Dao Emperor, the old man who had lost his right arm, sighed and bowed at Shen Luo. "This child doesn't respect the imperial power, but I believe the respected guardian of the ancient Dao will deal with his matter fairly. After all, this person killed tens of thousands of powerful people of my ancient Dao. He has endangered the ancient Dao, and this is unforgivable." The old man was much smarter than the current emperor. His words put the focus on the fact that Wang Lin had killed many people. Shen Luo silently pondered. Then he looked at Wang Lin. His eyes were filled with regret and sorrow. There was also confusion, and his face seemed even older. He looked at his disciple, who was still kneeling there. His lips trembled, but he was unable to speak. After a very long time, Shen Luo took a deep breath and said, "Why?" Wang Lin let out a sigh. He looked up at Shen Luo with a complicated expression. He couldn't repay Shen Luo for the kindness he shown. He didn't want to disappoint Shen Luo from the bottom of his heart. "Teacher, don't be angry." Wang Lin raised his right hand and hit his chest. He coughed out a large full of blood and waved his hand. The blood scattered and fused with the blood on the ground, revealing a monstrous blood light. With Wang Lin's blood as a guide, bodies began to form out of thin air. These bodies were all the people killed by Wang Lin. Back then, with Yimo's cultivation, he could use a few mouthfuls of blood to create the ancient gods, ancient demons, and ancient devils of the cave world. Now Wang Lin had the soul blood. With the inheritance he had obtained after fusing with the soul blood, he could do this as well, and he was countless times more powerful than Yimo. These bodies appeared one by one. Tens of thousands of people, and not one person was missing. Their bodies formed and all the blood on the ground disappeared. Wang Lin's face was pale as he opened his arms. The tens of thousands of souls flew out and fused with their respective bodies. Wang Lin had killed tens of thousands of people, but he had only destroyed their bodies and taken their souls away. However, he was too powerful, so no one here had seen through him. Shen Luo was his teacher. How could he do something that would make Shen Luo sad? When the tens of thousands of people appeared, the eyes of the nearly 1,000 people outside the palace widened in disbelief. Even the ancient Dao Emperor's expression changed and became even more gloomy. His father, the old man, gasped. He hadn't noticed anything before, and now he looked at Wang Lin with even deeper fear in his eyes. As those souls returned to their bodies, the tens of thousands of people opened their eyes. After a moment of confusion, they awakened completely. Bursts of cries echoed. They felt like they should have died. But now it was all like a dream as they were revived. However, they were not as strong as before death and had weakened a lot. Although this spell was mysterious, it was unable to make so many people recover their original power. However, due to the soul blood in Wang Lin's body, although their power had been weakened, they would only need a few decades to recover completely. Only someone with the soul blood could use such a spell that was close to the power of the ancient ancestor. After the cries, they all became silent and looked at Wang Lin with complicated expressions. Among them were the 9 people under Shen Luo. They let out sighs and felt like they had just escaped a great calamity. Their souls had been taken by Wang Lin, so they understood that the reason they were revived was because of Wang Lin. Wang Lin's face was extremely pale. Although he had the soul blood, using a spell like this would still harm him greatly. In order to not disappoint Shen Luo, he had made this decision when he decided to break into the palace. Whether he succeeded or failed, he was going to take the souls of everyone he had killed and then revive them once Shen Luo arrived. Facing this unimaginable scene, Shen Luo was moved. With his cultivation level, he could see that Wang Lin could do all of this due to the drop of soul blood. With 3 drops of soul blood, one can create a new clan. This had been passed down throughout the generations. Now that Shen Luo saw this, he believed it. Wang Lin raised his head. His pale face made him look sickly. He looked at Shen Luo and softly said, "Teacher, disciple didn't really kill a single ancient Tao member. Even though he didn't kill anyone, he has weakened many powerful members of the ancient Tao and broke into the palace, disrespecting the imperial power. If word of this spreads out to the ancient Shi and ancient Ji, the ancient Tao will lose all face. He still needs to die," the ancient Tao emperor suddenly said. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Wang Lin. "Wang Lin, tell teacher the reason." Shen Luo looked at Wang Lin and his expression gradually softened. He thought Wang Lin didn't care about his feelings and had gone on a wanton killing spree that would result in irreparable damage and regret. Not only would this have made his heart ache, it would have also made him feel disappointment. For his only disciple, he had done everything he needed to do as a teacher. He had even taken Wang Lin as his own son. He had prepared everything Wang Lin needed for cultivation and was even willing to go against Grand Emperor Gu Dao for Wang Lin. Just moments ago he was refining a treasure for Wang Lin. But when he arrived, he saw the ground covered in blood. The ancient Tao he protected had countless deaths, and all of it had been done by his disciple. This made Shen Luo feel like his heart was stabbed with a knife and filled him with disappointment. But now, when he saw Wang Lin use the soul blood to revive the people that had died, despite hurting himself, Shen Luo's heart ached for Wang Lin. His heart ached for this disciple, and he knew that this disciple still cared about him. Because he knew that if Wang Lin hadn't planned this in advance, there would have been no way to revive people out of nowhere. Before he came, he had already accounted for my feelings. Shen Luo's gaze softened. He understood his disciple. If not for an important reason, his disciple would not have done this, much less go crazy like this. The reason was most likely Wang Lin's bottom line. Shen Luo let out a sigh and he vaguely guessed part of it. Wang Lin's face was pale as he said, "My wife's soul is inside Songji's body. Disciple is going to take her away. The ancient Tao emperor knows this and won't allow it. Disciple also needs to kill him." The expression of the ancient Tao emperor changed and he immediately roared, "Absurd. You want to steal my empress? How can I let you take her away? You said your wife's soul is inside her body. Simple ridiculous. You didn't explain at all when you arrived. Why should I give my empress to you?" The ancient Tao emperor sneered, but his heart trembled. "So now that I've explained, I'm going to take her away." Wang Lin turned his head and coldly looked at the ancient Tao emperor, who was being guarded by nearly 1,000 people. The ancient Tao emperor immediately said, "Ridiculous. Your explanation is without reason. If I really let you take her away, won't the entire world laugh at my incompetence? Besides, your reason is without logic. I can say that this woman was my wife in my last life. What can you do?" His voice was sharp and showed no signs of backing down. He was convinced that Wang Lin could never hurt him, nor would dare to kill him. He also saw the respect Wang Lin had toward Shen Luo. With Shen Luo here, Wang Lin would be even less likely to attack. If he didn't take advantage of this, he wouldn't be royalty. Besides, he was the ancient Tao emperor. Anyone who dared to kill him would have to ask Grand Emperor Gu Dao first. As the ancient Dao Emperor, he had nothing to fear. How could he let Wang Lin do as he wished? He had thought about it. Once today's matter was over, he was going to spoil Songji and take her virgin body, let her bear his child and let Wang Lin fall into despair. The ancient Dao Emperor waved his sleeve and coldly said, "If you want to take away my empress, then give me some evidence." Wang Lin silently pondered. The killing intent in his body was almost unable to be suppressed and was about to erupt. He was going to kill the 1,000 people blocking his path and slaughter his way to the palace to kill the ancient Dao Emperor. But he could not do this. There was a hint of red on his pale face as he suppressed the crazed killing intent in his body. He looked at Songji and revealed sadness. He had power comparable to that of a Grand Emperor, and besides Shen Luo, no one here was his match. However, right now, before a tiny emperor, he could not take a step forward. He could see Wan Er's soul right there but could not take her away. All of this was because he didn't want to disappoint Shen Luo and put him in a dilemma. He didn't want to make the teacher he owed so much to feel sorrow. Wang Lin closed his eyes and revealed a miserable smile. When he opened his eyes once more, his right hand reached at the void and a jade appeared. After his divine sense gathered on the jade, he crushed it. The moment he crushed the jade, everything he had seen using the jade from the Great Soul Sect, along with the ancient Dao Emperor's mutter, was displayed before everyone without anything hidden. The image was incredibly clear. The imperial teacher said that this soul fragment can make me the true ancient emperor of the entire ancient clan. Then, making this woman my empress will be the best reward for her. Although this woman is not an absolute beauty, she has her own charm. I don't know where the imperial teacher got this soul fragment from. She may have her own lover, and perhaps he felt extreme pain after her death. Unfortunately, he will never know that this woman is in my hands. If I could see who this woman's lover was and I could see him for myself, it would be very interesting. If one day they meet, I wonder if they will recognize each other. This matter is not urgent. After the ceremony, I'll have to get a good taste of the soul fragment after it is fused. The ancient Dao Emperor's voice came out of the images from the shattered jade. Although this was the second time Wang Lin had heard this, the killing intent in his heart surged once more. However, he suppressed it once more. This voice was heard by everyone here. Although the ancient Dao Emperor remained calm, a huge wave was set off in his heart. He never expected such a strange spell to exist in this world. The ancient Dao Emperor sneered and said in a gloomy tone, "Such a realistic illusion. Interesting. Wang Lin, you spent some effort to create this, but it's all false. I have never said such a thing. What soul fragment?" Wang Lin remained silent, but his killing intent surged like crazy. It was about to erupt for the third time, and his eyes became red once more. However, he suppressed it once more, and due to suppressing his anger multiple times, blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. As the ancient Dao Emperor sneered, Shen Luo frowned. He raised his right hand and reached toward Songji. However, there was a flash of purple light around Songji that dissipated Shen Luo's grab. This caused Shen Luo's expression to change. When the old man saw this, he exclaimed, "Purple print ancestral soul lock." The ancient Dao Emperor smiled slightly and coldly looked at Shen Luo. Then he looked at Wang Lin and his laughter became even more unbridled. "She is my empress. No one can take her away. I have already planted this lock on her body. This is a relic from the ancient ancestor. If I die, she dies. And with one thought, she can't move more than 100 feet from me. Without breaking the lock, who can take her away from me? I control whether she lives or dies. Wang Lin, do you dare to kill me? If I die, she will also die. Wang Lin, why are not kneeling?" The ancient Dao Emperor laughed as he looked at Wang Lin. The purple print ancestral soul lock. This spell was passed down by Grand Emperor Gu Dao to the 3 imperial families, and only the current emperor can use it. They can only use it once in their life, and anyone below Grand Emperor will no longer have control over their own life. Only Grand Emperor Gu Dao can remove the spell, Shen Luo said with an extremely gloomy expression. Wang Lin was silent. Xian Luo looked at the ancient Dao emperor and calmly said, Yi Dao, as the guardian of the ancient Dao, I request that you immediately remove the restriction here and let Wang Lin take this woman away. I'll go ask Grand Empyrean Gu Dao to remove the spell from this woman. Imperial son, it's not worth it for a woman. The old man also frowned and looked at the ancient Dao emperor. Since this woman has the soul of Wang Lin's wife, why do you want her around? Just give it back to him. Such a powerful person has decided to stay in my ancient Dao. If you do this, it will make his heart cold. Heart cold? So what if his heart becomes cold? You're old? Don't say pointless things. And Lord Xian, this is a private affair of the imperial family. You are the guardian of the ancient Dao. Did you forget the agreement with Grand Empyrean Gu Dao? This person has broken into the palace and disrespected the imperial power. I now hope that Lord Xian will kill this person and fulfill your duty. The ancient Dao emperor said coldly, completely ignoring Xian Luo's request. He was behaving like this because he believed no one would dare to kill much, especially Wang Lin. Xian Luo smiled angrily and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. This ancient Dao emperor was someone he had appointed, and now he dared to say such words. Just as he was about to speak, Wang Lin spoke. If I kneel, will you let me take her away? Didn't you want to kill me before? Were you not arrogant before? Weren't you unwilling to kneel before? Now what you want to kneel? You are a mere ant from a cave world, and I'm the proud son of the heavens. Come and kneel before me, beg, and if I'm happy, I might even gift this woman to you. The ancient Dao emperor smiled, but his smile was very dark. I, Wang Lin, can continue to guard the ancient Dao until the end of my life. I can kneel, I cannot kill you. I just want the soul fragment in the woman's body. Give her back to me. Okay. Wang Lin murmured. His eyes were filled with endless sadness. This was the accumulation of thousands of years of sadness. Give her to you? Then it would depend on my mood. Perhaps after playing with this woman for a few thousand years, and you're obedient during that time, then I might give her to you. The ancient Dao emperor laughed. Wang Lin's body trembled and closed his eyes. The killing intent in his body erupted once more and he almost lost control. As for the so-called restriction he could feel from the soul blood in his body. If he had time, he could break the restriction. The reason he was still suppressing this killing intent was for Xian Luo, because Xian Luo wouldn't allow the ancient Dao emperor to be killed. Xian Luo was the guardian of the ancient Dao, and the imperial power was supreme here. I can offer other things to trade for the soul fragment of my wife. Wang Lin opened his eyes and suppressed the killing intent once more. However, his eyes were bloodshot and he had spoken in a hoarse voice. Oh? Tell me, what are you going to trade? The ancient Dao emperor smiled. Wang Lin looked at Song Ji. Then his right hand reached at the void and a soul appeared. This soul's eyes were closed, but it gave off a golden light. The light was impure and the soul looked like it was in pain. Is the celestial clan's celestial emperor's soul enough? Wang Lin's gaze looked at the ancient Dao emperor. The ancient Dao emperor's expression changed as he stared at the soul. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Celestial emperor, this is impossible. You actually have his soul. The ancient Dao emperor gasped. Not only him, but when Wang Lin took out the soul, the expressions of all the ancient Dao members changed. The members of the two other clans in the distance were also the same. Many of them had seen the celestial emperor, so they immediately knew that this soul was real when they saw it. The eyes of the father of the ancient Dao emperor widened and his body trembled. Even Xian Luo was shocked when he saw this soul. Not enough. How can a mere celestial emperor's soul be enough? The ancient Dao emperor's heart beat rapidly, and he looked at Wang Lin with deep fear in his eyes for the first time. He couldn't imagine how Wang Lin had managed to get the celestial emperor's soul. It has to be said that the celestial emperor was one of the 9 Grand Empyreans. Wang Lin silently pondered. He waved his left hand at the sky and the black and white Grand Empyrean sun appeared behind him. Something slowly appeared from within the sun. It was a head. It was a giant head that had no eyes or ears. The moment the head appeared, an extremely dense celestial energy and golden light that looked like the sun spread out. If I add this head, is it enough? Wang Lin's eyes became even more bloodshot and his voice was even more hoarse. This is... The ancient Tao Emperor was startled as he looked at the head. He felt that the head looked familiar, but he could not remember. This is the head of the celestial ancestor. This really is the head of the celestial ancestor. The ancient Tao Emperor's father's body trembled violently, and he flew out of the palace. He stared at the head in the air and revealed excitement he had never shown before. What? Celestial ancestor's head. After the ancient Tao Emperor recovered, his expression changed greatly. Xian Luo gasped as he looked at the head, and his mind went completely blank. If they were like this, there was no need to talk about the rest of the people here. Once they heard the cry of the ancient Tao Emperor's father, they all looked at the head. The shock they felt was even more intense than when they saw the soul of the celestial emperor. Celestial ancestor's head. The celestial ancestor is dead. Then what about the ancient ancestor? Is the ancient ancestor still alive? This Wang Lin has the head of the celestial ancestor. This matter set off a wave in the entire palace and would soon set off a wave across the entire ancient clan. The members of the other two clans stared at the head in disbelief. Wang Lin looked at the startled ancient Tao Emperor and said with a hoarse voice, "I'll trade these two things for the soul of my wife. Is that enough?" Enough! Enough! The person who answered Wang Lin was the ancient Tao Emperor's father. He excitedly turned around to look at his son. "Yi Dao, with these two items, my ancient Tao will rise. With the celestial emperor's soul and the celestial ancestor's head, my ancient Tao will have a chance to unify the entire ancient clan. Let the woman go." The old man's voice was trembling from excitement. The ancient Tao Emperor hesitated. "Quickly, release the restriction. What are you waiting for?" The old man anxiously roared. "Not enough. With a great enemy like him, I can't rest easy. If we kill this person, both items will belong to my ancient Tao." A flash of killing intent appeared in the ancient Tao Emperor's eyes. "You?" The old man was about to roar, but he suddenly stopped speaking. He turned to look at Wang Lin and his eyes lit up. "You all have gone too far." In the sky, Xian Luo let out a roar that shook everyone present. Some even coughed out blood due to this roar, and their faces were now filled with fear. Even the ancient Tao Emperor's face turned pale, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He looked up at Xian Luo with a ferocious expression. "Xian Luo, you dare to hurt me? Are you not afraid of the anger of Grand Empyrean Gu Dao? Yi Dao, scatter the restriction. You can take the celestial ancestor's head and the celestial emperor's soul. This old man will act like nothing has happened. But if you don't, then this old man will fight against Grand Empyrean Gu Dao to kill you today." Xian Luo's heart ached. He looked at Wang Lin's almost pleading expression and pale face. His heart could not bear it. He understood that Wang Lin was only doing all of this for him. His disciple didn't want to make it difficult for him and didn't want to disappoint him. So Wang Lin continued to endure it all. With this kind of disciple, Xian Luo could be proud. If his disciple could do this, then although he had lived for countless years, he could also personally kill this emperor for his disciple. He would become the first Grand Empyrean to kill an ancient emperor. Xian Luo knew how serious the consequences were. But now, watching his disciple endure it all, he had decided to go all out. "You would dare to kill me? Xian Luo, you are the Grand Empyrean of the ancient Tao. If you were to kill me, not only would you be killed by Grand Empyrean Gu Dao, but you would be going against the ancient Tao that you have protected for countless years. You would offend the entire ancient Tao. Do you dare to kill me? You would be the sinner of the ancient Tao. Even if you died, you would be hated by the entire ancient Tao." The ancient Tao Emperor roared, his expression ferocious. Xian Luo's body trembled. He closed his eyes to hide the sadness and confusion in them. "I have guarded the ancient Tao until today and have done nothing I regret. I only have this one disciple. I brought him here from the cave world. He had a supreme position in the celestial clan, but he still came to find me. I only have one disciple. Xian Luo opened his eyes and revealed a desperate determination. When Xian Luo made the decision, Wang Lin softly said, "Teacher." He looked at Xian Luo and revealed a smile. This was the first time he had smiled since he had found Wan Er's soul fragment. However, when Xian Luo saw the smile, his heart felt even more pain. What kind of smile was this? It was clearly a silent cry. "Teacher, you have protected the ancient Tao your entire life. Disciple is not worthy of your decision." Wang Lin looked at Xian Luo and knelt down. He kowtowed once at Xian Luo. Throughout his life, he had said that he would not bow before the heavens or the earth. He would only respect his parents and kneel to Situ. Now there was one more person he would kneel to. "You?" Xian Luo's eyes were filled with sadness. Wang Lin softly said, "Teacher, if we did everything again, disciple would still choose to follow teacher to the immortal astral continent without any hesitation." The sorrow in Xian Luo's eyes became even stronger. He understood Wang Lin. Teacher's kindness is as heavy as a mountain, and disciple would never forget it. Wang Lin sighed and stood up. He patted his clothes. As he swept away the dust, it was as if he had swept away his feelings and his previous tolerance. In order to not disappoint his teacher, he could kneel, give out treasures, endure not killing the ancient Tao emperor. He could do anything. He just wanted to take Wan Er's soul and not make his teacher suffer too much sorrow. He wanted to find a balance because he didn't want the people who had been kind to him to feel pain. He didn't want to hurt his teacher. However, this thought was only a luxury, an unrealistic dream. He had endured again and again, but now he could not endure anymore. Since this was the case, there was no longer any need to endure. Before the gazes of everyone present, Wang Lin laughed loudly at the sky until tears flowed down. The tears were bitter and contained his thousands of years of determination and unyielding nature. They contained Wang Lin's dedication to his own conscience and those who had shown him kindness. His laughter became louder and louder as if he had gone crazy. When this laugh entered Xian Luo's ears, it was as if a giant pair of hands had grabbed his head and pulled it out. At this moment, he felt as if something was missing from his body. This caused him to become pale as he looked at Wang Lin, and his eyes looked even older. "I, Wang Lin, since I began cultivating in my childhood, have gone through countless slaughter and experienced the coldness of the world. Most people I met were devious and sinister. Am I destined to be a lone star? My wife died. My son is trapped in reincarnation. Situ's whereabouts are unknown. Qingshui is also lost. Everyone who has shown me kindness suffered in the end. I care a lot about the kindness others have shown me, because that is rare and should be cherished. I care a lot about love because love allows me to persist." Tears flowed down from Wang Lin's eyes as he laughed and talked to himself. Wang Lin's laughter also entered the ancient Tao emperor's ears. This laughter was extremely harsh for him to hear, and his heart trembled. Without hesitation, he pointed at Wang Lin and roared, "Kill him!" In the ancient clan, where the imperial power reigned supreme, and at the palace of the ancient Tao, the emperor's command should be carried out immediately. But right now, aside from the 1,000 people near the palace, the other tens of thousands of people around, including the people Wang Lin had revived, all remained silent. They had witnessed everything that had happened, saw the cause and effect, saw Xian Luo's sorrow, and they saw Wang Lin's plea. After seeing all this, they could not lift their feet to take that step. This was the choice between the imperial power and their conscience, and a majority of the people hesitated. However, there were still thousands of people who had been indoctrinated by the imperial power and let out a roar as they charged at Wang Lin. "Teacher!" Wang Lin suddenly turned around and completely ignored everyone charging at him. He looked at Xian Luo with a decisive gaze. "Please let disciple call you teacher. One last time. Disciple can't repay the kindness you have shown me. The only way for me to repay you is to die once, and then I, Wang Lin, will no longer have any connection with the ancient Tao. From now on, everything that I, Wang Lin, do will not have any relation with teacher. Everything I do, I'll take responsibility for." Wang Lin suddenly raised his right hand as the thousands of people closed in and Shen Luo was about to wave his sleeve. Wang Lin looked at Shen Luo and his right hand mercilessly smashed down on his own head. This blow contained his love for Shen Luo. This blow contained the eruption of Wang Lin's uncontainable rage. Time seemed to slow down. Wang Lin's right hand smashed into his head and his skull cracked. The destructive aura destroyed his head, his body, his everything. During this destruction, Wang Lin seemed to see the moment Shen Luo first appeared in the cave world. He seemed to return to his hometown and saw the past. Everything instantly stopped at the moment Wang Lin charged out of the ancient Dao temple in rage. Everyone looked in disbelief as Wang Lin's body exploded into flesh and blood. He had self-destructed right before Shen Luo arrived. Shen Luo looked at the figure that had turned into a mess of flesh and blood and shed tears of blood. Dead? The ancient Dao emperor was startled, and there was a flash of gloominess in his face. The other ancient Dao members that were going to charge up also stopped and looked over with suspicion. Just at this instant, a strange scene unfolded. The explosion of flesh and blood from when Wang Lin's body exploded quickly gathered. In the blink of an eye, a new Wang Lin was formed. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and his face was extremely pale. Today, he had used his extremely precious 3-life spell once. He had already died once. After resurrecting, he was no longer Shen Luo's disciple, and he no longer had any connection with the ancient Dao. He no longer had to consider anyone's position and no longer had to suppress himself again and again. He was doing to do what he wanted and take away one heir, who belonged to him. Yi Dao! Wang Lin let out a heaven-shattering roar at the sky. This roar was the eruption of all the anger he had suppressed. This was a roar from the depths of his soul. At this moment, monstrous killing intent erupted from Wang Lin's body without any reservation. This killing intent caused the world to change as if he had just walked out from the underworld. He rushed forward with ferocity, madness, and killing intent. The expression of the ancient Dao emperor changed, and he retreated a few steps before he roared, "Kill him!" The nearly 1,000 people before the palace and the thousands of people that had charged out all charged at Wang Lin. Even if it was merely using their bodies as shields, they had to defend the imperial power. It was unknown if this was their glory or sorrow. Anyone who blocks me again will really die this time. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot as he stepped forward and threw a punch. The dozens of people before him all let out miserable screams as they exploded. But the ancient Dao members behind them all rushed ahead. Wang Lin stepped on the blood beneath him as he walked forward. He wasn't fast, but every step covered hundreds of feet. Rivers of blood flowed as he slaughtered his way forward. Howls echoed as the 36 fiends turned into 36 rays of light and charged at Wang Lin like 36 dragons. However, Wang Lin didn't even look at them as they closed in. He raised his right hand and green smoke appeared at the tip of his finger and spread out. It was the extreme fire Dao. The smoke instantly touched the 36 dragons. Then thunderous rumbles and miserable screams echoed. The 36 dragons turned into balls of fire and were burned alive. Wang Lin's left hand reached to the side. One of the 18 kings had stepped out to sneak attack him. But the first thing he saw was Wang Lin's palm. His expression changed greatly and he wanted to retreat, but the hand grabbed his face. Wang Lin squeezed and the king's vision went black, feeling intense pain. Then his head exploded. Shen Luo stood there and watched Wang Lin slaughter his way to the palace, but he didn't stop him. He was already disappointed at the ancient Dao's imperial power. He looked at Wang Lin's mad back and recalled his disciple's self-destruction. As he watched, tears flowed down from Shen Luo's eyes. He knew that the reason Wang Lin had self-destructed once was because he was going to slaughter without reservation. He knew that Wang Lin didn't want to affect him and had to cut their teacher-student relationship. The way to cut off that relationship was to die once. Using this method, his disciple was telling the entire ancient Dao, the entire ancient clan, and even Grand Emperor Gu Dao that he would take responsibility for everything here today. Wang Lin didn't want Shen Luo to become a sinner of the ancient Dao, to become the first Grand Emperor to kill an ancient emperor. Even now, his disciple was still thinking about him. Such a disciple made Xianluo feel a deep sense of guilt. What have I done for him? In fact, not much. Xianluo looked at the slaughter and at the deaths of his ancient Dao clan members. For the first time, he didn't feel sadness for his clan. Wang Lin let out a roar and the slaughter aura around him spread out. It turned into a ray of red light that shot out and opened a bloody path before him. At the same time, he pointed at the sky. The entire palace turned into a dark sea, and at the end of the sea, a sun began to rise. Wang Lin was using his faith spell, Sundered Night, at the palace without hesitation. The sun rose and endless light shined. A mutter echoed as miserable screams echoed and bodies exploded into blood mist. It was unknown how many people had died. After the illusion of the sea dissipated, most of the 1,000 cultivators before the palace had died. The rest were swept away, and Wang Lin stood before the palace. He walked into the palace with crazed killing intent coming from his body, and he covered the sky behind him as he entered the palace. Outside the temple, the blood path leading to the palace was covered in the remains of nearly 1,000 people. The people looked at the palace with fear. When Wang Lin stepped into the palace, the ancient Dao Emperor's face turned pale. He subconsciously retreated a few steps and stared at Wang Lin. Wang Lin, if I die, this woman will die. Do you dare to kill me? I have the protection of Grand Empyrean Gu Dao. No one in this world can kill the ancient emperors. Wang Lin ignored the ancient Dao Emperor and also ignored the equally gloomy father of the emperor. He only looked at Xianxia. Looking at this woman that gave him a familiar feeling that made his madness soften. He walked toward the aura he had been chasing for thousands of years. But just at this moment, shadows appeared before Wang Lin. They were like smoke and they charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin seemed to turn a blind eye to them. In his eyes, only Xianxia existed. As he walked forward, popping sounds echoed and the figures inside those shadows were forced out of hiding. The figures coughed out blood and cracks spread across their bodies before they disintegrated. In the blink of an eye, dozens of those figures appeared before Wang Lin, but none of them could survive. Wang Lin stood before the confused Xianxia. The woman looked up at Wang Lin and opened her mouth to say something, but she forgot her words. She looked at Wang Lin's unfamiliar face with a hint of familiarity. Her eyes began to struggle as her memories tried to awaken. Who is he? Who is she? Who am I? If I am her, then who is Aunt Chong and Sister Dong? The woman looked like she was in pain as she held her head and trembled. Wang Lin's heart ached as his right hand raised and pointed behind him. A miserable scream suddenly echoed. A shadow wanted to take advantage of this moment to attack, but before the shadow even revealed itself, Wang Lin's finger pierced the shadow's skull and he died. Wang Lin looked at the woman before him and softly said, "Don't be afraid. I don't know who Aunt Chong and Sister Dong are, but I know you are Li Muan. You are my wife that I have searched thousands of years for." When the woman heard Li Muan, she felt a painful whisper and it felt as if a mirror had shattered in her mind. This name had a strange power, and she felt a sense of familiarity in her soul, as if this was her real name. Li Muan, Li Muan, Xianxia. Who am I exactly? Due to the intense pain from her head, tears started flowing down her cheeks. The ancient Dao Emperor revealed a vicious gaze, and just as he was about to move, he heard Wang Lin's cold snort. This cold snort was like a bolt of thunder that caused the ancient Dao Emperor to let out a miserable cry. Blood flowed out from his orifices and he retreated a few steps. Wang Lin quickly raised his right hand and pointed to between the woman's eyebrows. Then a trace of the drop of soul blood inside Wang Lin went into the woman through Wang Lin's finger. The moment the trace of soul blood entered her, she began to tremble. A fine line that didn't seem to belong to this world appeared on her forehead. It was connected to the ancient Dao Emperor behind her. Without hesitation, Wang Lin raised his left hand and slashed at the fine line. With this slash, the line was cut in half. The moment this line was cut, the ancient Dao Emperor coughed out a mouthful of blood. He looked miserable and his eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. Impossible! This purple print ancestral soul lock can't be cut like this. This is the secret spell of the imperial families. Only Grand Emperor Gu Dao can lift it. The ancient Dao Emperor squealed but didn't dare to get close to Wang Lin and continued to retreat. Wang Lin paid no attention to the ancient Dao Emperor. He only looked at the woman in pain. He gently stroked her hair. "Don't be afraid. I'll take you to kill." Wang Lin softly said what he had said thousands of years ago. When the woman heard this, her trembling suddenly stopped and the struggle in her eyes became several times more violent than before. It was even more intense than when she heard Li Muan. It was as if this line was more important than her own name. It was as if this was the beginning of her thousands of years of love. A thunderous rumble echoed in her mind. This line continued to echo in her mind and swirl in her vague memory. She once had a dream and heard that line. That voice had continued to exist in her mind and she had tried to find that voice. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't remember it or find it. Until she heard Wang Lin mutter "Wan air" at the banquet, which made her heart tremble and feel a strong sense of familiarity. But she still can't remember. Even when Li Muan was said, she only trembled but couldn't remember. However, after hearing, "I'll take you to kill," these words suddenly overlapped with the words from her dream. She faintly remembered that the voice from the dream came from the person before her. She remembered the Sea of Devils, where she stood before the cave with a pale face but firmly guarded the cave. She remembered that there was a person sitting behind her refining the power of the pills, about to form his core. She also remembered that when she was exhausted and could no longer stop the devil cultivators from breaking into the cave, as their laughter echoed, she fell into a warm chest. Then she heard a cold voice, but it also made her feel a strange sense of warmth for the first time. "Don't be afraid. I'll take you to kill." Her body trembled and tears flowed down from her eyes. A majority of the confusion in her eyes disappeared. She looked at Wang Lin, at the face that became more and more familiar. "Wang Lin?" The woman's voice was hoarse, as if she hadn't spoken in a long time. However, what she said caused Wang Lin's mind to rumble as if millions of bolts of thunder had exploded. Wang Lin became excited and laughed at the sky as he hugged the woman. He turned to look at the ancient Dao Emperor and his father, who were panicking. However, unlike his father, the ancient Dao Emperor still had a hint of calmness. When Wang Lin looked over, the ancient Dao Emperor clearly saw Wang Lin's killing intent and his heart dropped. "I'm the ancient Dao Emperor. I have the protection of Grand Emperor Gu Dao. You can't kill me." The ancient Dao Emperor retreated again. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He wanted to kill this person, and his hatred was bone deep. He hugged Li Muan as he charged at the ancient Dao Emperor. Wang Lin instantly closed in, and his eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. He raised his right hand and smashed down on the ancient Dao Emperor. "Grand Emperor Gu Dao, save me!" the ancient Dao Emperor screamed. But just as Wang Lin's palm fell, a thunderous rumble echoed. A flash of purple light appeared around the ancient Dao Emperor and knocked Wang Lin's palm away. When the ancient Dao Emperor saw the purple light, he immediately began to laugh. The panic in his eyes disappeared and turned into calmness. He stared at Wang Lin ferociously. "I'm the ancient Dao Emperor. I'm the descendant of the ancient ancestor. How can you kill me? In this world, no one can kill me." The ancient Dao Emperor waved his sleeve and roared at the people outside the palace. "All ancient Dao members, kill this person. Anyone who defies this order will be considered a traitor." As his words echoed, the tens of thousands of ancient Dao members around the square, and even the thousands of ancient Dao members that had arrived all heard it. They looked toward the palace and rushed over like a large, black cloud. There was a flash of killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes, and he raised his hand again to smash down at the ancient Dao Emperor. The purple light flashed again and resisted Wang Lin's attack. As a result, the ancient Dao Emperor laughed even more arrogantly. He didn't even dodge and fiercely looked at Wang Lin. "What right do you have to kill me? Wang Lin, you are only an ant of the cave world. Now that 100,000 of my ancient Dao clan members are coming, I want to see how you will leave. You are going to die, and once you die, I'll play with this woman and let her accompany you in death." The ancient Dao Emperor laughed. I can't kill you. Wang Lin's hair moved without any wind and his Grand Empyrean sun appeared behind him. It gave off black and white light at the same time, and the soul blood inside him moved rapidly. At this moment, the wind song appeared from Wang Lin's body. Thunderous rumbles echoed. It was the thunder song. The clouds also churned with the wind and thunder, creating the wind flute. The rain also fell, creating the rain song. Then the sky and earth songs also appeared, and then, from Wang Lin's body, the seventh song appeared. The eighth song was the song of the internal organs, and it could not be described by words as it echoed through the ancient Tao Palace. In this world, there is another person beside Grand Empyrean Gu Dao who can kill you. That's the ancient ancestor, Wang Lin slowly said, and as his words came out, his soul blood released the ninth song. The last song was the bloodline song, and when this song appeared, Wang Lin's eyes became silver. This silver revealed a sense of a supreme being. Behind Wang Lin, above the palace, a giant shadow appeared. This shadow had his hand behind his back and was looking at the sky in contempt. Its appearance was exactly the same as the ancient ancestor statue in the city. Ancient ancestor. Everyone in the square, in the palace, and all the ancient clan members in the city were shaken when they saw this shadow. They were filled with excitement and fear as buzzing echoed. We descendants greet the ancient ancestor. It was unknown who knelt first, but in a flash the more than 100,000 people in the square and palace knelt down. The 9 songs appeared at once. This was something that only took place in legends and rumors, but at this moment, the 9 songs echoed in the ancient Tao Palace. The hundreds of thousands of ancient clan members were filled with excitement and knelt down at the ancient ancestor shadow. The ancient Tao Emperor's father, who had lost an arm, was shocked and also knelt down without any hesitation. His body trembled, but there was no excitement in his heart. Instead, there was endless horror and fear. The ancient ancestor's shadow was summoned by this person. He is able to play the 9 songs. Not even in my royal family has anyone been able to do this. Could his bloodline be even more pure than my royal family's? Xian Luo stood there and looked at the ancient ancestor shadow with respect in his eyes. He didn't kneel but clasped his hands and bowed at the shadow. The ancient Tao Emperor was dumbfounded and his eyes revealed disbelief. He seemed to have gone crazy and retreated until he was outside the palace. He looked up and saw the figure looking at the sky with its hands behind its back. When he saw the figure, the ancient Tao Emperor trembled and his heart shook violently. "Impossible!" he shrieked. Then he continued to retreat until he was on the square. "I'm the son of the heavens. I'm the ancient Tao Emperor. I'm the descendant of the ancient ancestor." The ancient Tao Emperor's face was pale and his mind was filled with madness. He could not accept this reality, and he could not endure this kind of blow. He pointed at the shadow and let out a hysterical howl. Everyone at the square, aside from Xian Luo, was on their knees. Even the members of the other 2 clans were kneeling as well. Only the ancient Tao Emperor was standing there, pointing at the ancient ancestor shadow like a madman, and he howled, "Impossible! This is impossible! It's fake! This is an illusion he created, this can't be real. I'm your real descendant. I have the bloodline that is supposed to make you appear. I'm the ancient Tao Emperor. All of you stand up. Are you all blind? This is fake. Get up!" The ancient Tao Emperor continued to roar like crazy at the people around him. Their kneeling and worship seemed to bring him great fear and pressure, as if they were forcing him to accept that it was all real. But no matter how he roared, no one paid attention to him. They were all shocked by the ancient ancestor shadow, and none of them dared to get up. For the ancient clan, where the imperial power reigned supreme, the reason they felt such reverence for the imperial power was because of the creator of the imperial power. The ancient ancestor had created the 3 clans, and was someone the ancient clan was completely devoted to from the bottom of their hearts. In their minds, the ancient ancestor was a supreme existence. Kings, immortal generals, get up for this emperor. Can you all not see that this is fake? This is fake. This is fake. This is fake. The ancient Tao Emperor trembled as he rushed like crazy to one of the 18 kings and kicked him. The entire square was dead silent and only the ancient Tao Emperor was making noise. But no one looked at him. Fake. It's all fake. The ancient Tao Emperor's eyes were completely occupied by fear. His body trembled as he looked at the shadow in the sky, and he was still in hysteria. At this moment, Wang Lin, who was hugging Song Ji, walked out of the palace. He stood at the door of the palace and looked outside. He saw everyone kneeling. Then he flew into the sky with Song Ji in hand. The moment he appeared, the giant ancient ancestor shadow seemed to overlap with him and gave off an indescribable pressure. This pressure caused the earth to tremble and the sky to change colors. All of the people kneeling below began to tremble. Wang Lin lowered his head. His silver eyes revealed ruthlessness and indifference as he looked at the ancient Tao Emperor, who was still roaring. At the same time, the ancient ancestor shadow also lowered its head and looked at the ancient Tao Emperor with the same silver eyes. The ancient Tao Emperor's roaring suddenly stopped when the shadow looked at him. He retreated while his teeth chattered. Then he suddenly began to roar again. I'm your descendant. I didn't betray the ancient clan. You can't kill me. Wang Lin remained silent and raised his right hand. When he raised his right hand, the ancient ancestor shadow also raised its giant right hand. As Wang Lin pointed at the ancient Tao Emperor, the giant hand in the sky also pointed at the ancient Tao Emperor. Yemo, I will borrow the ancient ancestor's hand to grant you death. This was the first time Wang Lin had spoken since the ancient ancestor had appeared. After he spoke, a flash of silver light flew from the ancient ancestor's right hand and headed directly toward the ancient Tao Emperor. The ancient Tao Emperor's face turned ashen and he let out a cry for his life. No! Grand Empyrean Gu Dao! Save me! Father! Save me! Ancestor! Save me! Imperial Teacher! Save me! The ancient Tao Emperor roared in fear. As he cried for his ancestor, deep underground below the palace, there was a purple coffin in a secret chamber covered in runes. There was an old woman lying inside the coffin. She looked like a skeleton but also wore a royal robe. Her eyes suddenly opened, revealing fear and hesitation, but she didn't come out. On the surface, as the silver light closed in, purple light appeared around the ancient Tao Emperor. However, the moment the silver light touched the purple light immediately collapsed and the silver light pierced between the eyebrows of the ancient Tao Emperor. The ancient Tao Emperor's head exploded into a bloody mess and his body began to shatter. His entire body collapsed into countless pieces, and those pieces continued to collapse until nothing remained. Even his soul was turned to nothing by the silver light and was completely erased. An ancient emperor had been killed inside his palace and before the eyes of his people. The old man kneeling inside the palace trembled when the ancient Tao Emperor called for him. He struggled, but he didn't dare to try to save the ancient Tao Emperor. He also had no method of saving the ancient Tao Emperor from the shadow of the ancient ancestor. After doing this, Wang Lin's face turned slightly pale and the ancient ancestor shadow gradually dissipated. Before it completely disappeared, Wang Lin suddenly looked at the horizon, toward a deserted mountain outside the imperial city. The person responsible for taking Wan Er's soul was not the ancient Tao Emperor, but the figure covered in seven-colored light that Wang Lin had seen using the jade from the Great Soul Sect. The mysterious ancient Tao's imperial teacher. It was the imperial teacher who had taken Li Muan's soul fragment and given it to the ancient Tao Emperor. It was also him who had told the emperor to find someone who could fuse with the soul. The imperial teacher was behind all of this. The ancient Tao Emperor had merely been tricked to become part of this imperial teacher's plan. Wang Lin had already noticed this when he saw the things inside the jade. But he had suppressed it because at that time he was already filled with rage. Now that the ancient Tao Emperor was dead, Wang Lin was going to see the mastermind behind it all. Whether it was as he had speculated, if it was that person, Wang Lin could not find the mysterious ancient Tao imperial teacher with his divine sense. However, when he summoned the ancient ancestor's shadow and killed the ancient Tao Emperor, the death aura from the ancient Tao Emperor was absorbed by the earth and then headed toward the deserted mountain in the distance. When the ancient ancestor's shadow was active, he also felt that there was a giant formation inside that hollow mountain. He could vaguely see a figure at the center of the formation. He didn't need to guess and was certain that this person was the cause of all of this, the mysterious ancient Tao imperial teacher. Seeing that the ancient ancestor shadow was about to disappear, there was a flash of silver light in Wang Lin's eyes, and he raised his right hand to point at the deserted mountain. As he pointed, the extremely powerful ancient ancestor spell he had seen inside the Jade Prince Jidu had given him appeared in his mind. The ancient ancestor shadow also raised its right hand and pointed forward before disappearing. However, the spell was completed. Outside the imperial city that was floating in the sky, the space around the deserted mountain seemed to be separated from the world and then was suddenly squeezed. Thunderous rumbles echoed as a 10-colored light appeared around the mountain and began resisting Wang Lin's attack. Even the palace could vaguely hear the noise. As the mountain rumbled, a huge crack appeared on it, and then it was split in half, revealing the giant formation inside. But the power of the ancient ancestor's finger was dissipated by the 10-colored light, and they both dissipated. Wang Lin's pupils shrank. He waved his sleeve and flew into the sky with Songji. As for the celestial emperor's soul and celestial ancestor's head, he had long put them away. However, just as he was about to leave, a roar came from below the palace. The sin of killing the emperor is unforgivable. You must leave behind the celestial emperor's soul and the celestial ancestor's head. This voice was hoarse and was filled with strong hatred. As the voice came from under the square, the ground began to rumble and cracks appeared. The cracks widened and caused the square to split open. As the cracks increased, the center of the square collapsed. The ancient Tao members on the square rapidly retreated and some even flew into the air. A ray of purple light came out of the hole in the square and shot into the sky. From a distance, it looked like a giant pillar that could support the heavens and earth. The moment the purple light appeared, the entire palace was shrouded in purple. This purple light was composed of countless formations, as if the grand formation had been activated. A purple coffin slowly flew out from the collapsed ground. The coffin was filled with death aura, but also gave off an extremely powerful ancient aura that attracted everyone's gazes. The coffin stood erect and the lid of the coffin shattered, revealing the skeleton-like body inside. This was an old person. One could vaguely see that it was an old woman. It looked like she had climbed out from the underworld. She had a few scattered strands of hair remaining, wore a faded royal robe, and her body was completely black. There were 3 daggers stabbed into her body. One was between her eyebrows, one on her chest, and one on her dantian. Greetings, Holy Emperor Ancestor. The moment she appeared, all the ancient Tao members knelt down again. Their voices connected together into a wave that echoed in the world. The ancient Tao members were actually showing the same amount of respect as they did to the ancient ancestor. Seeing the excitement in their eyes, it showed that this old woman had an extraordinary identity. Among the previous generations of ancient Tao emperors, only one person could be called the Holy Emperor. When Xian Luo saw the old woman, he recalled the past. He let out a sigh and his expression was complicated. Yi Wei. Wang Lin was still standing in the sky, and his expression was calm. He was not surprised that the old woman had appeared. In fact, when the ancient ancestor shadow appeared, he sensed this half-alive and half-dead aura. Even if he hadn't noticed this aura, Wang Lin would not be surprised, because at the banquet, there were 4 tables closest to the palace. Those 4 tables had obviously been prepared for the Grand Empyrean, Imperial Teacher, and the Emperor's father, the previous Emperor. However, that was only 3 people and there were 4 tables prepared. That meant that this person had a very high status, and even though this person would not come, a table had to be prepared. As for who this person was, Wang Lin didn't know, but after seeing this old woman and hearing Xian Luo say, Yi Wei, he remembered. When he first came to the ancient Tao, he had learned about the history of past generations of ancient Tao emperors. In the ancient Tao's tens of thousands of years of history, there was a woman. This was the only woman who had become the ancient Tao emperor. Her succession caused an uproar across the entire ancient Tao. After enduring the scrutiny from the ancient Tao members, Grand Emperor Gu Dao sent out a decree recognizing her. This calmed everything down. This woman was also part of the imperial family. At that time, the ancient Tao had almost reached its peak and become the strongest of the three clans under her leadership. However, after she stepped down, the ancient Tao ended up as the weakest among the three clans tens of thousands of years later. Due to this woman's contribution to the ancient Tao and leading the ancient Tao to surpassing the ancient Shi and ancient Ji, she was referred to as the Holy Emperor by future emperors. She was also referred to as the Holy Emperor Ancestor by the ancient Tao people. Her name was Yi Wei. When Wang Lin heard this name, he recalled everything he knew about her. And Wang Lin had also learned from the records that it was during her era that his teacher, Shen Luo, had become a Grand Emperor. All of this instantly flashed through Wang Lin's mind. He looked at the skeleton-like old woman who had walked out from the coffin, and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. When Song Ji saw the old woman, she seemed terrified. Wang Lin exerted a bit more force and held her even tighter. The old woman looked at Wang Lin and said in a hoarse voice, "Leave behind the celestial ancestor's head and celestial emperor's soul, and I will declare you not guilty. Otherwise, even if you can borrow the power of the ancestor and summon his shadow, do you really think the ancient Tao Palace is a place you can come and go as you wish?" The death aura coming from her body seemed to become even stronger. The old woman looked at Wang Lin and said in a gloomy voice, "My cultivation is not as powerful as yours, but this is the ancient Tao Palace, which contains the 10,000 grand formation. This formation was set by the ancient ancestor, and each generation of emperor can only activate 20% to 30% of its power. However, my body has fused with the formation, so as long as I'm in the palace, I can't die. I can activate up to 70% of the formation's power." Wang Lin's expression was calm, but the coldness in his eyes became even stronger. "If you want my things, you can try taking them," Wang Lin slowly said. Then his Grand Emperor's son suddenly appeared. The black and white color shined and Wang Lin's hair moved without any wind. An ancient Tao shadow that looked exactly like him appeared under his Grand Emperor's son. The ancient Tao shadow seemed to carry the Grand Emperor's son, and it coldly looked at the old woman. Wang Lin could only burn the soul blood inside his body to summon the ancient ancestor's shadow once. He had just used it, so his soul blood was scattered throughout his body. It would take some time to gather it to burn once more. The old woman's dim eyes lit up and she raised her bone-like arm. Just as she was about to squeeze, a sigh came from Shen Luo. This sigh entered the old woman's ears and her hands trembled. "Yi Wei, he is my disciple." Shen Luo looked at the old woman with a complicated expression, but there was a hint of tenderness in his eyes. It was as if the old woman before him was not ugly at all and was still the beautiful and brilliant woman of the past. The old woman silently pondered for a moment and then looked at Shen Luo. Her dim eyes contained a complicated expression as she said in a hoarse voice, "He was once your disciple. I know you liked Yi Dao. When he was a child, he inadvertently went to your closed-door cultivation location, and you thought there was fate between you and that child. I clearly didn't consider that child good. His personality was too arrogant and he could not tolerate others. I originally didn't want to pick him as emperor, but he had your aura, so I chose him. Today, he forced my only disciple to cut his relationship with me, and now he can no longer stay in the ancient Tao. Do you think Yi Dao did the right thing? As the emperor, should he have done this? Do you really think this formation can trap Wang Lin?" At the end, Shen Luo began to roar. His eyes were filled with sadness, and when he looked at Wang Lin, the pain became even more heart-wrenching. He could never forget that smile that was really a cry. Then the kowtow after the smile, followed by the palm Wang Lin had used to take his own life to cut their relationship. He understood that his position as Wang Lin's teacher disappeared when Wang Lin's body collapsed. The old woman silently pondered. A moment later, she said in a hoarse voice, "The child Yi Dao indeed deserved death, but as the emperor, he can't die for nothing. Today, if Wang Lin doesn't leave behind the celestial ancestor's head and the celestial emperor's soul, then I'll start a war. Besides, I don't believe this formation can't trap him. The moment she finished speaking, Wang Lin began to laugh and the coldness in his eyes became even stranger. He raised his right hand and the celestial ancestors' 8 extreme Tao began to spread. The green smoke was the extreme fire Tao. The blue ripples were the extreme water Tao. The golden light was the extreme metal Tao. Wang Lin had learned 6 of the celestial ancestors' 8 extreme Tao at the Empyrean trials. As he waved his sleeve, the 6 extreme Taos appeared one by one. Aside from water, fire, and metal, there were also wood and earth. After the 5 elements were complete, the 6th was the extreme life and death Tao. As for the 7th extreme wealth Tao and the final extreme sky Tao, although Wang Lin hadn't obtained them, he could sense them. Given enough time, it would not be impossible for him to master them too. The moment the celestial ancestor spell appeared, Wang Lin raised his right index finger. Silver light appeared and the ancient ancestor's finger spell took shape. Wang Lin's action caused the old woman's pupils to shrink. She thought that by attacking with the power of the formation, even Grand Empyreans would only have a 30% chance of survival. This Wang Lin could likely die to the formation. However, the old woman hesitated now. She stared at the 6 extreme Taos around Wang Lin and clearly felt the destructive power within them. There was also the ancient ancestor's finger. She hadn't come out earlier, but she had felt the power of the ancient ancestor's finger. She had thought that it was created by the jade, but now she found out that Wang Lin himself could use it. As she hesitated, Wang Lin sneered and his hair gradually changed from half black and half white to completely black. A shocking amount of killing intent spread out from his body. The old woman's expression changed once more. Yi Wei, I promise to protect you your entire life. Guard the ancient Tao for a lifetime. I'm tired. Let him go. You are not his match and this formation cannot stop him. I'm saving you. Xian Luo's face became a lot older, but when he looked at the old woman, there was still a tenderness that hadn't changed for countless years. The old woman silently pondered for a long time before she waved her hand and the purple light around the palace dissipated. Wang Lin looked at Xian Luo and let out a sigh. When the formation dissipated, he hugged Song Ji, who had fused with Li Muin's soul, and flew into the sky. As he flew up, he suddenly saw a burly man among the ancient Tao members below looking up at him with a smile. His gaze met with the burly man's, and Wang Lin suddenly stopped. It's you! Wang Lin stopping in the sky attracted the attention of the ancient Tao members, and Yi Wei also looked over. This was an ordinary burly man, and he was not eye-catching among the crowd. His cultivation level was only 8-star ancient god, and he hadn't become a lord yet. There was a large amount of people like him in the ancient Tao. Normally, no one would pay attention to him. If not for the fact that the countless transfer arrays had brought him here, he would have never appeared here. The burly man was very calm when he was being watched by so many people. He looked at Wang Lin and felt emotional. In his body, there was a little trace of the ancient Tao imperial family. This came from Yimo. Yimo was a member of the royal family, and the descendants he had created in the cave world all contained a trace of royal bloodline. Luo Chen? Wang Lin looked at the burly man and recalled the past. This burly man was Luo Chen. It was an old friend who had fused with the Moongazer and gifted Wang Lin the ancient god stars for his adulthood ceremony. The memories of the cave world appeared in Wang Lin's mind. Wang Lin let out a sigh and hugged Song Ji as he descended down toward Luo Chen. The ancient Tao members all subconsciously retreated, creating a gap. Wang Lin stood before Luo Chen and looked at this familiar face. Luo Chen greets Senior. The burly man sighed and clasped his hand at Wang Lin. You, when did you separate from the Moongazer serpent? Wang Lin looked at the other. After I followed Lord Xian back here, Lord Xian helped me separate from the Moongazer serpent, the burly man calmly said as he looked at Wang Lin. He recalled when he first met the young man before him and how weak he was. Now Wang Lin had become a Grand Empyrean and even killed the ancient Tao Emperor. The ancient Tao Holy Emperor could only watch as Wang Lin left. The blue sea turned into mulberry fields. This was usually used to describe the scenery, but right now it was how Luo Chen felt. Wang Lin softly said, "Why didn't you come to find me?" The burly man smiled bitterly and shook his head. He had long known Wang Lin had come to the ancient Dao imperial city and had thought about coming to see Wang Lin. However, Wang Lin's status was too high as he was the only disciple of Shen Luo and the future guardian of the ancient Dao. Luo Chen was merely an insignificant member of the ancient Dao. The difference between them stopped him. Seeing the other party's bitter smile, Wang Lin silently pondered. He could vaguely guess Luo Chen's thoughts and sighed. Wang Lin softly said, "Help me with something. Lord, please give me your command." Luo Chen clasped his hands, and his voice was filled with determination. "You should know of Yi Mo's existence." Wang Lin looked at Luo Chen. Luo Chen nodded. When he arrived at the ancient Dao, he had learned about everything from Shen Luo and learned of the origin of his bloodline. "Help me take care of Yi Mo's descendants." Wang Lin looked up into the distance of the ancient Dao imperial city. "As you command." "I'm currently living in Lord Yi Mo's mansion," Luo Chen quickly answered. When he came to the ancient Dao imperial city, he had no home. He had chosen not to stay at the ancient Dao temple and instead followed his bloodline to Yi Mo's descendants. Although Yi Mo's descendants were also part of the royal family, they had fallen and only had one mansion. Yi Mo's descendants had decided to accept him. Wang Lin revealed a smile. This was a smile filled with memories and emotions. He looked at this burly man as he raised his left hand and pressed his palm on Luo Chen's chest. Then a flash of silver appeared on his hand. Luo Chen's body trembled and silver light shined from his body. The silver light was blinding and caused pain for most of the people who looked at it, causing them to subconsciously withdraw their gazes. Soul blood. When the holy emperor ancestor Yi Wei saw this, her expression changed. Shen Luo's eyes also narrowed. He looked at Wang Lin and Luo Chen. He revealed a complicated expression and let out a sigh. Luo Chen's body trembled and he clearly felt a hot stream come from Wang Lin and enter his bloodline, causing his bloodline to become incomparably pure. He already had a trace of royal bloodline, and as his bloodline became more pure, he gave off a bloodline pressure comparable to that of the previous ancient Dao emperor. After a long time, Wang Lin withdrew his left hand. He spread out a bit of his soul blood into Luo Chen and allowed Luo Chen's bloodline to reach the point of being qualified to become the ancient Dao emperor. "Back then, you gifted me the ancient god stars. Today, you guard Yi Mo's descendants. I give you the royal bloodline to repay your kindness." Wang Lin waved his sleeve and flew into the sky with Songji. He disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving only the silent ancient Dao members staring at the sky. Shen Luo looked at the direction where Wang Lin went for a long time. He let out a sigh from the bottom of his heart. He didn't say more or look at Yi Wei, but focused his gaze on Luo Chen. "I remember that you're called Luo Chen, correct?" Luo Chen greets Lord Shen. The silver light dissipated and seemed to condense inside Luo Chen's body. After he heard Shen Luo's words, he dropped down on one knee and was very respectful. Shen Luo looked at Luo Chen and pondered as if he was making a decision. A moment later, he revealed a decisive gaze and nodded at Luo Chen. "I choose him." Shen Luo pointed at Luo Chen and then looked at Yi Wei. Yi Wei revealed hesitation as she looked at Luo Chen, and after a long time, she let out a sigh. "I'm going to continue my closed-door cultivation. As for the royal candidate, I'll leave it to Lord Shen to decide." She turned and walked to the coffin in the purple light. As the purple light dissipated, the coffin sank back into the ground. Even until now, Grand Emperor Gu Dao had never appeared this entire time. Even Grand Emperor Gu Dao's messengers never appeared, as if they were intentionally avoiding the situation. Even though the ancient Dao emperor had called Grand Emperor Gu Dao, the guardian of the royal families, still hadn't taken any action. The ancient Dao people didn't talk about this. They buried this doubt deep inside their hearts. Wang Lin also felt doubt about Grand Emperor Gu Dao not appearing. He had made preparations for the worse. If Grand Emperor Gu Dao had appeared, he would have gone all out and summoned his avatar in the void to fight against him. His chance of failure was great, but he had to fight. However, Gu Dao had never appeared. At this moment, Wang Lin rushed forward and charged at the mountain that had been split in half by the ancient ancestor. He suppressed the doubt in his mind. This was not the time to think about this matter. Even if he continued to think about it, he wouldn't come up with anything. The most important thing was to head to the deserted mountain to resolve the question he had in his heart. Who was the mysterious ancient Tao imperial teacher? As he flew forward, the hand holding Song Ji lit up, and she was put into his storage space. This trip would be dangerous, and Wang Lin didn't want her to suffer any injuries. After Song Ji disappeared, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a monstrous, cold gaze, and he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was outside the deserted mountain that had been cut in half. He raised his right hand and pressed down at the deserted mountain below. With this, a giant palm print appeared in the sky and rushed toward the mountain. Heaven-shattering rumbles echoed as Wang Lin flew into the collapsed mountain. The mountain trembled. Under the impact of Wang Lin's palm, this mountain started collapsing on a large scale, as if a majority of the mountain was being erased. The giant formation below was revealed and was surrounded by a 10-colored fog. The 10-colored fog flashed and was not damaged at all by Wang Lin's palm. When Wang Lin's palm touched this fog, it turned into countless bubbles that quickly dissipated. "You came." A hoarse and erratic voice came from the 10-colored mist and echoed within the ruins of the mountain. Wang Lin stood outside the 10-colored mist, and his gaze was cold. He felt like this voice was familiar but very unfamiliar. This made it very difficult to confirm the speculation in his heart. Is the ancient Tao imperial teacher someone who hides like this? You took my wife's soul and let the ancient Tao emperor find someone to fuse with it with the purpose of targeting me. Now I came to you, but you are covered in fog. Are you afraid I will recognize you? Or you are someone I know? Wang Lin coldly said. After a brief silence, a hoarse laughter came from the fog, and it caused the fog to move. You have many doubts in your heart. You are wondering who I am, how I took Li Muan's soul, how I brought her to the immortal astral continent, and you're wondering what my purpose for doing this is. You have a lot of doubts. The hoarse voice slowly echoed. Come in. If you can break through the fog and see my true face, I can help you resolve some of your doubts. Wang Lin's heart trembled, but his expression remained the same. He silently raised his hand and green smoke swirled around his fingers and formed circles of green smoke that shot toward the fog. At the same time, the metal, wood, water, and earth extreme Daos also appeared along with the sixth life and death extreme Dao. They appeared before Wang Lin, formed a black and white tattoo that contained 6 extreme Daos. He waved his hand and the 6 extreme Dao tattoo flew toward the 10-colored mist. The moment it touched the fog seemed to boil and spread outwards. Roars of beasts came from within the fog. The roars were heaven-shaking and spread out in all directions. When Wang Lin's 6 extreme Dao tattoo entered the fog, it looked as if it was being devoured by the fog. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he didn't act recklessly. If the ancient Tao imperial teacher inside the fog was really the person he thought, then this fog wouldn't be simple and that person wouldn't casually allow him to step inside. This person has been here for a long time and has even created a giant array that connects to the palace. To place such a strange formation in the ancient clan, his goal must be great. Since he hasn't left and is still surrounded by the 10-colored fog, that means he was at the critical moment of a spell. Wang Lin stared at the fog, and as he pondered, thunderous rumbles came from within the fog. The fog rapidly churned and a giant sphinx charged out from inside. Its large body gave off black gas that released a powerful pressure around it. After this beast appeared, Wang Lin's 6 extreme Dao tattoo descended down on the beast. The beast howled and charged at the tattoo, causing the thunderous rumbles. You have some methods. If it was the complete 8 extreme Dao from the celestial ancestor, you might really break this old man's 10-colored fog. However, with only 6, you have to try harder if you want to come in. As the fog rumbled, a light laugh came from inside. This laugh and voice were extremely clear, even through this rumbling. Wang Lin's expression remained the same. He waved his sleeve, causing an overlapping shadow to appear. His 5-element true body appeared, and it looked exactly the same as him. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes, and then he charged at the 10-colored fog. He closed in on the giant beast and waved his palm. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth appeared. Countless small, golden swords appeared, forming a sword storm. The storm contained powerful metal essence, and it rushed toward the giant beast. The beast was about to resist when the power of earth smashed down on it. At the same time, the sword storm arrived, and it let out a miserable scream. As this miserable scream echoed, the 10-colored fog churned violently, and 4 large figures appeared. The first was a giant python. Its body was incredibly large, and it let out a baby-like cry. It opened its mouth and spat out large amount of red aura that surrounded the 5-element true body. The second giant beast to appear was a huge lizard. This lizard was very strange and was completely white, like white jade. When it appeared, it spat out its tongue, and a coldness spread out toward Wang Lin's 5-element true body. There was also a strange mantis beast with 6 wings. The target was not Wang Lin, but the 6 extreme Dao tattoo above. The final beast was an ugly worm-like beast. Its body constantly released a sticky liquid that dripped down. There were 2 tentacles near its head, and at the tips of the tentacles were the heads of beautiful women. When this beast appeared, the 2 women on the tentacles let out sharp screams and looked at Wang Lin. There were flashes of ferociousness in their eyes before the 2 of them charged out of the fog toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained calm. When the strange worm arrived, he raised his right hand, and a giant ancient Dao shadow appeared behind him. Then his 27 stars all appeared, and Wang Lin threw the punch. The ancient Dao shadow behind him also threw a punch. Thunder rumbles echoed. The beast with beautiful woman heads as tentacles was knocked back into the fog. However, in the blink of an eye, it appeared once more, and it wasn't injured at all. Wang Lin frowned. The 2 beasts attacking his 5-element true body let out miserable screams. 2 giant, tree-like hands appeared above the 2 beasts. They smashed down and turned the 2 beasts into bloody messes. As for the white jade-like lizard, it was surrounded by a sea of fire filled with fire essence. The lizard screamed and retreated into the fog. There was also the mantis-like beast with 6 wings. It flew toward Wang Lin's 6 extreme Dao tattoo, but the tattoo suddenly exploded into a giant hand. It grabbed the beast and mercilessly squeezed it, causing the beast to collapse. However, what was strange was that another 6-winged mantis beast flew out from the fog. However, the moment the beast flew out, a large amount of water vapor appeared around it, instantly piercing through the beast's body like sharp swords. At the same time, the worm that had tentacles connected to the heads of beautiful women, which had been knocked back by Wang Lin's punch, was about to charge out once more when grains of sand appeared. This was Wang Lin's earth essence true body, and it rushed toward the worm. In the blink of an eye, the beast became a dirt statue. With a thunderous bang, the dirt statue shattered into pieces. With his 5-element true body and 6 extreme Daos, it was enough to suppress the 5 beasts. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and his right hand pointed at the sky. A giant ancient Dao shadow appeared. It became even more solid, like a real person, and it walked toward the fog. It clenched its fist and threw a punch at the center of the fog. However, the moment this punch landed on the fog, it seemed to be blocked, and a giant sea beast with 8 tentacles emerged from the fog. Its 8 tentacles wrapped around the arm of the ancient Dao shadow, and then it let out a sharp roar. Shortly after, 3 beasts appeared one by one from the illusion. One was a rock. It opened its wings and flew into the sky. There was also a giant purple phoenix. The moment it appeared, purple light scattered and its cry echoed across the world. The last beast was a human-shaped thing. It was a giant that had 2 heads. Its hands hammered its chest as it opened its mouth and charged at Wang Lin. A total of 9 beasts had appeared from the fog to prevent Wang Lin from entering. There should still be a 10H beast. Wang Lin sneered as he raised his left hand and pointed at the rock in the sky. The space around the rock seemed to be separated from the world and then was suddenly squeezed. There was a flash of light from his finger. It was the ancient ancestor finger. At the same time, an overlapping shadow appeared on Wang Lin's body again, and then his slaughter thunder true body walked out. The hair of the essence true body turned black and gave off a terrifying killing intent while revealing a cruel smile. His eyes were cold and heartless as he stepped forward and turned into countless black threads that penetrated the purple phoenix. The phoenix let out a miserable scream and exploded. Then the slaughter thunder essence true body walked out. He licked his lips and charged at another beast. As for the ninth beast, the two-head giant was only a few hundred feet from Wang Lin. He was blasted with a fishy smell as it ferociously charged forward. Courting death. There was a flash of killing intent in his eyes. Although his five-element true body and slaughter thunder essence true body were away and he was left with only his ethereal essences, he was not someone this mere beast could mess with. Wang Lin still had the strongest ancient clan spell that he had never used. In the entire ancient clan, it was a shockingly powerful life-saving spell. The moment the two-headed giant closed in, Wang Lin let out a roar at the sky. Popping sounds came from him and his body expanded from a normal person to thousands of feet tall. Ancient Tao True Body. This was the first time Wang Lin had revealed his ancient Tao True Body. His powerful body emitted an ancient aura. There were fine, dark patterns covering his body, giving off a mysterious feeling. Scram for me. In the ancient clan, one would not casually reveal their ancient Tao True Body, because if this body was damaged, it would impact their cultivation too much. Also, it's made it inconvenient unless it was on the battlefield. In the palace, the ancient Tao members and the emperor hadn't even had time to reveal their ancient Tao true bodies before they were destroyed by Wang Lin. Thousands of feet was not Wang Lin's limit. He stepped forward and threw a punch. The two-headed giant revealed fear and howled as it also threw a punch. However, when their punches collided, the giant's body exploded. There was no resistance at all. Wang Lin's step landed directly inside the fog and his body expanded once more, from 7,000 to 8,000 feet. But it was still not his limit. His huge fist smashed down on the fog. Just as his fist was about to land, a shocking buzz came from the fog. The buzz spread out violently and the beasts fighting against Wang Lin's five-element true body and the slaughter thunder essence true body exploded. They turned into fog and returned. The mist moved and gathered rapidly. When Wang Lin's punch landed, a giant beast that was also 7,000 to 8,000 feet tall rushed out from the fog. This beast's large wings opened, and it had two eyes. It was a giant fly, smashed into Wang Lin's punch. With a bang, Wang Lin's body trembled, and when he lowered his head, his eyes revealed a strange light. When the fly was knocked back, he saw the fog spread apart and saw an old man sitting at the center. He knew this old man. All-Seer, it indeed was you. Inside the deserted mountain that had turned into a ruin, a huge formation was revealed as the fog dissipated. A figure was sitting at the center of the 10-colored formation, and Wang Lin could now see the appearance of the figure. It was an old man, and he looked very similar to the All-Seer. However, when Wang Lin took a closer look, not only was this person similar to All-Seer, but was also similar to another person. Wang Lin, we meet again. The old man smiled as if he was very calm as he looked at Wang Lin. His smile was elusive. It seemed to contain greed and some reminiscence, but in the depths of his eyes, there was a hidden trace of fear. Wang Lin's body was 7,000 to 8,000 feet tall. Staring at the old man, he said, "Should I call you All-Seer or Seven-Colored Celestial Sovereign?" This person's appearance was like an overlap of the All-Seer and the Seven-Colored Celestial Sovereign. I have a lot of names, but even now, I like to be called All-Seer. The old man smiled and he pressed his right hand down on the formation. The giant formation activated once more, emitting a strange light. This light shrouded the world and attracted the power of the world, created a shockwave, and even Wang Lin's body was forced back several steps. Transfer. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. With his understanding of restrictions, he could instantly tell that the formation below the All-Seer was a transfer array. Unfortunately, you haven't killed enough. The old man let out a sigh. Wang Lin didn't make any sound. He had many doubts, but he didn't say anything. He raised his right hand and smashed down on the formation. Wang Lin's powerful body and strong fists smashed into the formation, but he immediately felt a powerful rebound force. Popping sounds came from his body and his right hand was knocked back. He looked over to find that the formation wasn't damaged at all. You can't break this formation. You can't stop this old man's plan. I had waited for too long for this day. The old man shook his head and looked at Wang Lin. His eyes revealed a strange gaze. It contained a complicated emotion, greed, and fear. Wang Lin had seen this kind of gaze on the All-Seer before, but it had never been so clear before. This was related to the fact that his cultivation had reached Grand Empyrean level. The All-Seer is already dead and the seven-colored celestial sovereign is gone. Who are you? Wang Lin roared, and his body expanded once more. He was now a giant over 10,000 feet tall. His roar was like a gust of wind, and his right foot smashed down on the formation below. Thunderous rumbles echoed, but when Wang Lin's right foot touched the formation, his foot trembled and the powerful rebound force knocked him back again. Who am I? The old man silently pondered for a moment and laughed. Who am I? Aside from myself, there is only one other person that knows. And you will know soon enough. The formation around the old man shined brightly and began to buzz. As the formation activated, the earth began to shake as well. What kind of transfer array is this that can shake the earth? There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. It didn't matter if this person was the All-Seer or the seven-colored celestial sovereign. He was the ancient Tao imperial teacher that was responsible for taking Wan Er's soul fragment. He was someone Wang Lin was going to kill. Seeing the formation become even more intense, Wang Lin took a deep breath and rumbles came from his body. The blue blood vessels on his body and face swelled, making him look extremely fierce. He let out a roar and his body expanded once more. He became tens of thousands of feet tall and reached almost 100,000 feet. Such a large body caused the world to change colors. The formation below was like an ant to him. Wang Lin's eyes revealed endless silver light as he threw another punch at the formation. As this punch fell, the power of the world within 5 kilometers, 50 kilometer, 500 kilometers, 50,000 kilometers, even over hundreds of thousands of kilometers was all pulled in. It was as if Wang Lin's punch had turned into a black hole that devoured all the power and smashed down on the world. The old man inside the formation looked up at this with a strange expression and didn't panic at all. When the punch landed, the light from the formation flashed violently and suddenly shattered. Then the punch closed in on the old man. In the blink of an eye, the punch touched the old man's body, but it penetrated his body, penetrated the formation, and landed on the ground. The earth trembled violently and waves spread out in all directions. The mountain burst open and a giant hole appeared. However, Wang Lin's expression became gloomy because the old man and the formation were still there without any damage. It was as if this old man and the formation didn't exist and everything was just an illusion. The old man and the formation seemed to exist in a completely different space from Wang Lin. Why waste your energy? The old man smiled as he shook his head and sighed. Wang Lin silently pondered for a moment and said, After this long, you still haven't transferred away. This not just a transfer array. When his words entered the old man's ears, the old man's eyes lit up. Wang Lin closed his eyes and his body shrank and the giant figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. Instead, a normal-sized white-robed Wang Lin appeared. Because he had shrunk too fast, the giant figure seemed to dissipate like an illusion. After returning to his normal size, he stepped forward and arrived before the formation. He looked at the old man that looked like both the All-Seer and the seven-colored celestial sovereign. He waved his right hand and the five-element true body and the slaughter thunder essence true body returned to his body. The old man slowly said, This formation is indeed not just a transfer array. Its real effect is to open an ancient gate. Unfortunately, your slaughter is not powerful enough. You can't break this formation and can't stop the activation of this formation. It's better to sit down and talk for a short period of time. This old man can perhaps solve some of your doubts for you. The old man smiled as he looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin silently pondered and shook his head after a moment. He stepped forward and a giant sun appeared behind him. This sun was black and white and emitted black and white light. It looked very strange in this world. I'm not used to talking to someone through a formation, Wang Lin calmly said. Then he walked toward the edge of the formation. Ripples echoed as Wang Lin walked inside. Although he had walked through the formation, it was as if he was standing in a different space from the formation. The old man looked at Wang Lin, who was only a few hundred feet away, and revealed a pitiful look. However, in the next breath, the old man's pupils violently shrank. As Wang Lin stood there, his cultivation level continued to rise. The Grand Empyrean sun behind him shined brightly and expanded to more than 10 times the previous size in the blink of an eye. The giant Grand Empyrean sun gave off even more light, but it didn't stop expanding. From a distance, it was like a ball being blown larger and larger. What are you going to do? The old man's expression became gloomy as he stared at the Grand Empyrean sun. Without hesitation, he raised his right hand. The giant fly circling him started buzzing loudly. It revealed a ferocious gaze and charged at Wang Lin. But when the fly came within a few dozen feet of Wang Lin, it could not get any closer. It was as if there was an invisible barrier stopping it from getting closer. Thunderous rumbles echoed. This sound came from the fly smashing into the invisible barrier due to anger. Wang Lin's right hand reached into the void before him and a soul appeared. It was the soul of the Celestial Emperor. Holding this soul, Wang Lin closed his eyes and his cultivation level continued to rise. When his cultivation raised to speak void tribulent, it continued to increase. He poured all his power into the soul, causing the Celestial Emperor's soul's eyes to open and release dazzling, golden light. However, these eyes contained no consciousness and were filled with confusion. Wang Lin waved his right hand and threw the soul into the Grand Empyrean sun behind him. There was a blurry head hidden inside the giant Grand Empyrean sun. This was the celestial ancestor's head that Wang Lin had taken out back at the ancient Tao Palace and then put back into the Grand Empyrean sun. The moment the Celestial Emperor's soul entered the Grand Empyrean sun and the celestial ancestor's head, the Grand Empyrean sun expanded once more to 100 times its original size. Wang Lin's body trembled and he let out a roar. The Grand Empyrean sun expanded several more folds before his eyes suddenly opened. Ignite, Grand Empyrean sun. The Grand Empyrean sun began to burn. From a distance, it looked like a giant black and white fireball, and a sea of fire surged through the sky. The old man's expression changed. Then he suddenly stood up and roared, "Don't you want to truly resurrect Li Muin?" Wang Lin's eyes lit up, but he didn't speak or stop his crazed actions. He had made the Celestial Emperor's soul fuse with the Celestial Ancestor's head to make it melt a bit faster. He had fused them with his Grand Empyrean sun to borrow a powerful force. At this moment, as the Grand Empyrean sun burned, the giant sun shrank rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it shrank from its vast size until it disappeared. At the same time, the powerful force entered Wang Lin's body in a strange way. Then his right foot stomped down. When he stomped down, Wang Lin let out a roar and a thunderous boom echoed around him. If this formation was located in a space different from that of the immortal astral continent, all of Wang Lin's previous attacks had been useless. It was as if the formation was intangible. He could see it but not touch it. The formation was here so it could absorb the death aura from the palace. This meant that even though it was in a different space, the spaces overlapped here. Wang Lin had seen his kind of spell before. Back in the Celestial Palace, he had encountered something similar. At this moment, he was burning his Grand Empyrean sun in exchange for the power to break open the void. He was going to use his powerful body and cultivation to break open the barrier to enter that space. This spell was similar to stepping out of the cave world and directly entering the immortal astral continent. This spell would be like crossing the boundary between worlds, which would even be difficult for Grand Empyreans, unless it was like the Celestial Palace, where an entrance had been created. However, Wang Lin was trying to force his way in now, and it was extremely difficult. The ancient Tao imperial teacher's expression had changed because of Wang Lin's crazed actions. Wang Lin's right foot rose, and when it landed, thunderous rumbles echoed. The formation flashed violently and a large, invisible net seemed to appear. The net bent, and if Wang Lin could break it, he could cross the boundary. The flickering net could only vaguely be seen by the eye. When Wang Lin's right foot landed on the net, it seemed to be reaching a limit. Wang Lin's body also trembled and sweat appeared on his forehead. Although he had obtained great strength, this was extremely difficult for him. All of this happened in an instant. The ancient Tao imperial teacher stood up and his hands formed seals. 10 colored light shot toward the net under Wang Lin's foot. It made the net stronger and more resilient, and now the net seemed to contain an elastic force that was going to lift Wang Lin's feet. Before Wang Lin, the giant fly seemed to have gone crazy and continued to smash into the barrier. It wanted to tear open the barrier and charge at Wang Lin. After reinforcing the net, the ancient Tao imperial teacher bit the tip of his tongue and coughed out a mouthful of blood. However, the blood didn't fall on the net, but went through the formation into the unknown. But at this moment, the activation of the formation increased several folds. The sound of murmuring seemed to increase, as if countless people were speaking, but you couldn't hear anything clearly. With my blood to lead the soul of the heavens, activate. As the old man roared, countless souls appeared inside the formation. When Wang Lin saw these souls, his body trembled. These souls belonged to people who had died to Wang Lin in the cave world. These souls turned into black gas and charged out from the formation. They flew into the sky and formed a giant vortex. Then an illusion appeared inside the vortex. The illusion was like an image, and it reflected the celestial clan. On the immortal astral continent, at the mountain sea continent, a few scattered cultivators stared at the sea dumbfoundedly. The sea level seemed to drop. Then a large, black pillar suddenly rose from the bottom of the sea. It flew into the sky and disappeared. Wang Lin saw the scene inside the vortex. He didn't know what it meant, but he felt his hair stand up, as if something that would shock the entire immortal astral continent had appeared. He took a deep breath and, without hesitation, his right foot stomped down in an attempt to break the looming net and enter the space the formation was in. However, the net was reinforced and erupted with endless power, preventing Wang Lin from breaking it open. As a result, thunderous rumbles echoed when Wang Lin stomped at the net. The ancient Tao imperial teacher coughed out 3 mouthfuls of blood and attracted even more death souls. These death souls were all people Wang Lin had killed. They revealed painful expressions as they let out roars and turned into black gas that flew into the sky. They turned into 3 giant vortexes that lined up with the other vortex. A different image appeared in each vortex. Cloud Wave Continent. There was a giant ocean on this continent, and normally there weren't many waves. There were many small islands on this ocean, and there were many cultivators on them. The calm sea suddenly rumbled and countless islands were flooded. Large amounts of cultivators flew out and were shocked by this. The ocean's level seemed to drop, and then a giant pillar flew into the sky and disappeared. The other 2 places were oceans in the celestial clan, and huge pillars flew out of them and into the sky. The last place could not even be called an ocean. It was the frozen land where Grand Empyrean Wufeng was. The ice suddenly burst open, revealing the frozen ocean below, and a huge pillar pierced through the ice and flew into the sky. Wufeng stood in the distance and looked at this. This pillar gave off an ancient aura, as if it had existed for countless years. A large amount of pressure also spread out, shaking the world. It's ahead of time, Wufeng muttered, but soon his eyes shined brightly. Wang Lin clearly saw all of this in the vortex in the sky. Seeing that the ancient Tao imperial teacher was about to cough out the 5th mouthful of blood, Wang Lin didn't hesitate to summon his strongest avatar in the void. A hazy fog appeared around him and his power suddenly erupted. His right foot contained his full power as he stomped down on the net. When he stomped down, an overlapping shadow appeared over his original body, as if there was another body there. This was his avatar in the void. With one stomp, a part of the net collapsed, creating a hole. When Wang Lin's foot landed, he stepped inside the space the formation was in. His body was still here, but his right foot had landed in that space. This was his limit. He could not make his entire body enter that space, but just his right foot could achieve his goal. There was a flash of black light on his foot and then he withdrew it. Then a large amount of black gas drilled into the hole as the net recovered. In the space where the formation was, the black gas gathered at the edge of the formation to form a black-haired Wang Lin. His eyes were cold and indifferent, devoid of all emotion. This was Wang Lin's Slaughter Thunder Essence true body. His name? Slaughter. The person who said the name of this true body was the ancient Tao imperial teacher. As the old man stared at the black-haired true body, there was a flash of fear in his eyes. I'm not used to talking to someone across space. I like talking to people face to face like this, the black-haired Slaughter Thunder Essence true body said as he looked around. This was a very strange space. It seemed infinite in size but also seemed like it was only so large. It gave people a strange illusion. There were also murmurs constantly echoing, as if there were countless people talking, but you couldn't clearly hear a single sentence. Slaughter withdrew his gaze and walked toward the ancient Tao imperial teacher. Outside the formation, Wang Lin's original body sat down with his eyes closed. His full focus was on the Slaughter true body in the other space. You seem to be very afraid of me, and you know the name of this true body of mine. The black-haired Slaughter looked at the old man and the formation coldly. He waved his hand and countless strands of black gas appeared to destroy this formation. If you destroy this formation, there is no chance for Li Muin to awaken. That soul fragment is only a soul fragment. Even if you put it into the heaven-avoiding coffin, it can't awaken her. The only way to resurrect the dead is to rely on this formation. Even if you rely on the power of the ancient ancestor's soul blood to temporarily awaken her, she can't escape reincarnation. A few years later, she would turn back into a corpse. If you want her to escape reincarnation, you have to rely on this formation. The ancient Tao imperial teacher suddenly said. Slaughter's right hand paused for a moment. Outside the formation, Wang Lin opened his eyes. What place is this formation opening? The ancient Tao imperial teacher, who looked like the all-seer and the seven-colored celestial sovereign, pondered a bit and said, the immemorial God realm. If you want to allow Li Muin to break out from reincarnation and not suffer the pain of reincarnation, you must go the immemorial God realm. There, you are sheltered from reincarnation, and you can use your reincarnation Tao to break Li Muin's dream barrier, find her true self, and surpass reincarnation. The immemorial God realm has only been partially opened in the past, but with my method, I can open it completely. However, there was a flash of killing intent in Slaughter's eyes. After his right hand paused, it moved once more as if he was going to destroy the formation. The ancient Tao imperial teacher's voice was fierce as he roared. If this formation is destroyed, you will never know the truth about the cave world and the immortal astral continent. You will still have to watch Li Muin's soul die and return to the reincarnation cycle. You still won't allow her to accompany you forever. The eyes of the black-haired Slaughter avatar lit up and his right hand stopped. The black gas still moved along his hand, and it was a shocking sight. You have the celestial ancestor's soul blood, and it has the power of creation. But even if you integrate the entire drop into Li Muin's body, it won't allow her to safely enter the immemorial God realm. The immemorial God realm is the supreme holy land of the immortal astral continent. Ordinary cultivators can't enter it. They either need powerful cultivation or a powerful body. This time, the immemorial God realm will open completely. This will be completely different from the times it has opened before. If you want to enter with Li Muin, you need to make her body indestructible so that it can be taken there. Then use the power of reincarnation to find her true self and separate her from reincarnation into an immortal existence. The all-seer said rapidly before coughing out another 2 mouthfuls of blood. His blood was like mist and penetrated the formation. 2 more masses of death souls of people Wang Lin had killed formed 2 balls of black gas and flew into the sky. In the sky, they lined up with the previous 4 vortexes. They seemed like they were going to form a circle. Those 2 masses of black gas revealed different images. It wasn't the celestial clan, but the ancient clan this time. One showed the ancient G area where there was a vast sea. The sea was dark and gave off a smell of decay. This was the famous Death Sea of the ancient G. Normally, this was a good place for the people of the ancient Ji to cultivate. The pressure from the sea would mold a person, and if they could persist, it would help you stimulate their full potential. However, a huge wave appeared in his death sea now. This wave spread in all directions and a howl echoed. The sea depressed and a huge pillar flew into the sky and disappeared. The death sea's level lowered and now half of the water was missing. As this pillar flew into the sky, a huge pillar also flew out from the sea at the border of the ancient Tao and ancient Shur. Large amounts of ripples spread in all directions and attracted the attention of everyone who saw it. However, aside from a few people, no one else knew what was happening. All the answers you want are inside the immemorial God realm. Once you go there, you will know the answer. Inside the formation, the ancient Tao imperial teacher wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The black-haired slaughter avatar's gaze fell on the ancient Tao imperial teacher. The space you exist in is still different from the space the formation is in. As he spoke, he pointed at the ancient Tao imperial teacher. A large amount of black gas came out of the tip of his finger and flew at the ancient Tao imperial teacher. The old man didn't dodge at all and allowed the black gas to pass through his body. However, his body seemed intangible and didn't take any damage. It was as if he was only a reflection and didn't exist here. The ancient Tao imperial teacher's pupils shrank as he looked at the slaughter avatar, and dread appeared in his eyes. I still don't believe your words. Wang Lin, who was sitting outside the formation, was watching everything inside the formation. His slaughter avatar had spoken, and he didn't seem to be shocked by the ancient Tao imperial teacher's words. The ancient Tao imperial teacher clenched his teeth and suddenly said, "Do you possess a strand of white hair and a fist-sized skull?" When the slaughter avatar heard this, his eyes revealed coldness. Outside the formation, Wang Lin's original body looked up. You have indeed obtained them. When the ancient Tao imperial teacher saw this, he became spirited. Seeing the slaughter avatar move, the ancient Tao imperial teacher quickly said, "After entering the immemorial God realm, with the hair as the guide and the skull to light your way, you will find the truth. If you destroy this formation, this old man's plan will fail, but you will also never know the truth. One day, you will even come to regret it." Today's matter was beyond his expectations. He had thought that Wang Lin could not enter this space. He had never expected Wang Lin to have the power to break through the boundaries. Facing the slaughter essence true body, the old man felt an indescribable sense of fear from the bottom of his heart and soul. It shouldn't be like this. Could something have gone wrong? The ancient Tao imperial teacher howled in his heart, but he revealed nothing on his face. However, Wang Lin could destroy the formation at any moment and destroy his year's preparation, so he had been forced to reveal a lot more secrets. The black-haired slaughter slowly said, "Interesting. I can spare this formation, but you have to tell me why this formation requires the souls of those my original body killed to activate." The ancient Tao imperial teacher's expression changed and he seemed to hesitate, but he immediately saw Wang Lin raise his hand to destroy the formation. Because the immemorial God realm has... The old man clenched his teeth, and just as he was about to say those words, his body trembled. He let out a miserable scream and his body showed signs of dissipating. This is the law of the realm. I can't say it. If this old man were to say this, I would die. The ancient Tao imperial teacher's face instantly turned pale. Slaughter walked forward and coldly said, "Oh, you don't have to tell me that, but you have to tell me who you are. Seven-colored is this old man, all-seer is this old man, and the ancient Tao imperial teacher is also this old man. Even this." As the old man spoke, his body trembled once more and he let out a painful howl. The ancient Tao imperial teacher suddenly became fierce and said, "I can't say it. Wang Lin, this formation is important to this old man, but it is also important to you. If you insist on destroying the formation, this old man won't stop you anymore." Everything had gone wrong today because he had never expected Wang Lin to break the boundary and send his slaughter avatar in. Otherwise, he would have still been holding the initiative, unlike now where he was completely passive. Slaughter silently pondered. Outside the formation, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a complicated expression. After a long time, he let out a sigh. After seeing the ancient Tao imperial teacher's reaction, he had a strange guess in his heart. However, this guess was so bizarre, he didn't dare believe it. However, this matter involved Li Muwen. In regards to the matter about Li Muwen, Wang Lin knew the ancient Tao imperial teacher wasn't wrong. The soul blood could awaken her temporarily, but she wouldn't be able to break out from reincarnation and would still die one day. If he wanted to surpass reincarnation, perhaps he would really have to head to the immemorial God realm. Staring at the old man, Wang Lin closed his eyes. At that moment, Slaughter withdrew his right hand. The black gas around him condensed and no longer spread out. Slaughter coldly said, "Continue the formation." The ancient Tao imperial teacher was not surprised. He looked meaningfully at Wang Lin's original body outside the formation before coughing out 2 more mouthfuls of blood. The 2 mouthfuls of blood turned into 2 masses of black gas filled with death souls. They rushed into the sky and combined with the 6 previous vortexes to form a perfect circle. At the same time, at 2 other places in the ancient clan, 2 large pillars flew into the air. The earth trembled as they disappeared into the sky. In the sky, the 8 black vortexes rotated rapidly until one of them erupted with black light. The black light was like ink and spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky turned black. Not only the sky here, but the entire sky of the ancient can turn black. Even the skies of the vast seas and the 72 continents of the celestial clan turned into night. The entire immortal astral continent was shrouded in night. After 9 breaths, the darkness that shrouded the entire immortal astral continent disappeared. Wang Lin looked up at the sky to find that one of the 8 vortexes had disappeared. At the same time, he felt something strange in his heart. He faintly saw that a huge pillar had appeared in the vast sea between the ancient clan and the celestial clan. Just at this moment, one of the 7 remaining vortexes in the sky erupted with the same black light. The sky turned black and, 9 breaths later, the darkness disappeared. Only 6 vortexes remained, but a second pillar appeared in the vast sea. As the world alternated between black and white, the entire immortal astral continent began to tremble. Huge waves were set off in the vast sea, creating heaven-shattering rumbles. Wang Lin could vaguely feel everything happening across the vast sea. Something that could affect the entire immortal astral continent could only be caused by the legendary immemorial God realm that could make someone a grand empyrean. Immemorial God realm, Wang Lin muttered. He had heard about this place a long time ago, but this was the first time he would witness it opening. This was the 5th time the sky had turned black, and after 9 breaths, it returned to day again. Wang Lin looked up and saw that only 3 vortexes remained. Inside the formation, the All-Seer looked excited. He seemed to have been waiting for this for a long time. He seemed to be able to see the changes on the vast sea, and his eyes were filled with desire and madness. As the entire immortal astral continent alternated between black and white, at Mount Emperor, Grand Empyrean Jodi flew out from his closed-door cultivation. He looked into the distance and his expression changed. This is indeed the immemorial God realm. It has opened from the ancient clan this time, and the time is a lot earlier than normal. The opening of the immemorial God realm should not open this early. This means this will be the first time the immemorial God realm will open completely, and it will be different from before. A woman's voice came from beside Jodi. It was Hai Zi, who was wearing a white robe. She looked into the distance with a complicated gaze. I can't divinate it completely. This is all I could see. I also divinated that we have to wait several hundred years for the immemorial God realm to actually open. A complete opening. An unsuppressed excitement appeared in Jodi's eyes. If it opens completely, then there might be a method for Grand Empyreans to surpass their current level and reach the level of the Celestial Ancestor. Celestial Clan, the Dao-I sect. Over the years, the Dao-I sect had become a gloomy land. Countless powerful people had died and Grand Empyrean Dao-I had remained in closed-door cultivation. This caused the population here to become sparse. However, at this moment, a roar came from the Dao-I sect. As the roar echoed, one of the mountains collapsed and figure covered in gray gas flew out. This figure was ferocious and stared at the distance. Immemorial God realm. There might be a method for me to completely get rid of the ancestral curse there and allow my cultivation level to increase. Inside the Purple Yang sect, the two lovely little girls were in closed-door cultivation. The celestial ancestors' eyes were between the two of them. The eyes gave off a strange light that connected the two of them. At this moment, the two of them both opened their eyes and looked toward the same direction. Their gazes seemed to penetrate the wall, seeing the world outside. Wu Feng, who was the first in the celestial clan to notice this, was standing on an iceberg with anticipation in his eyes. At the same time, deep under the palace of the celestial ancestral city, there was an overlapping space. Inside the space there was a mountain, and the madman remained motionless there. Aside from the powerful members of the celestial clan, the people of the ancient clan also paid attention to the opening of the immemorial god realm. The grand empyreans of the ancient Ji and ancient Shi both looked over. As for Shen Luo, he had already noticed that something was wrong as he looked at the deserted mountain Wang Lin had gone to and at the anomalies in the sky. Even the holy emperor, who had gone back under the palace, flew out again. She stood next to Shen Luo and looked at the sky in shock. The immemorial god realm is opening ahead of time. The two of them looked at each other. They didn't continue to speak, but began to ponder. At Central Area, where the three countries of the ancient clan were connected, a figure was standing inside the top of the tower on top of Mount Gudao and looking at the sky. A sigh came out from the tower. Finally, it has opened completely. When I learned about everything that day, I knew I could not change it. The figure shook his head and revealed a rare trace of bitterness. Hundreds of years later, sea of suffering. All souls beneath the heavens must suffer divine tribulation. Free thyself from convictions that lead only to destruction. Walk the path of the true Tao, the blurry figure muttered. After the sky of the immortal astral continent turned to night for the 8th time and returned to normal, the last vortex above the mountain disappeared. However, the 8 pillars were standing above the vast sea, and no matter how much the waves smashed into them, they didn't move. Within the circle formed by the 8 pillars, the sea gradually turned to fog, but the sea outside the pillars remained liquid. Under the collapsed mountain, the ancient Tao imperial teacher, who looked like the all-seer and the 7-colored celestial sovereign, had a serious expression. His hands continued to form seals as he pressed down on the formation and muttered a strange sound. His voice sounded like countless people muttering, but it was impossible to hear anything clearly. When Wang Lin heard this, his eyes shined an undetectable amount. Restrain the heavenly Tao. All souls beneath the heavens must suffer divine tribulation. Free thyself from convictions that lead only to destruction. Facing the boundless unknown, all souls must resolve their questions in life and break free from the machinations of heaven. Obtain the path of life and walk the path of the true Tao. The endless murmuring from the ancient Tao imperial teacher suddenly turned to this. The moment his words echoed, the formation released endless light. Then, endless amounts of large nets appeared in this space. This was the net that Wang Lin had broken when it prevented him from entering this space. However, as the light from the formation flashed, cracks appeared in this net. The ancient Tao imperial teacher had used some method to teleport the formation from the space it was in and moved it onto the immortal astral continent. It has to be said that the formation inside the deserted mountain was merely an illusion. Wang Lin had used his full power to break the boundary to enter that space. Now the formation was using the same method to break out and become real. What came with it was Wang Lin's slaughter avatar. At this moment, this avatar was in the same space as Wang Lin's original body. This scene caused Wang Lin's eyes to light up. When the formation penetrated through the boundary and arrived at the immortal astral continent, the ancient Tao imperial teacher let out a roar. 10-colored light erupted from the formation and shot into the sky. From a distance, it looked like it had formed the 9th pillar. Wang Lin's slaughter avatar retreated a few steps and fused with Wang Lin's original body as the light shot into the sky. Wang Lin appeared next to the light and looked at the light going into the sky. He clearly felt the indescribable and terrifying force coming from it. Inside the light pillar, the ancient Tao imperial teacher roared, "Ninth pillar, open the immemorial God realm." The light pillar flew into the sky and flew toward the vast sea between the ancient clan and celestial clan. At the vast sea, inside the circle of the 8 pillars, a ray of light flew in from the distance and the 9th pillar appeared at the center. The sky changed colors and ripples echoed across the sky. Soon, the entire sky of the immortal astral continent was covered in ripples. The entire sea churned as the 9th pillar descended toward the center of the circle formed by the other 8 pillars. The moment it descended, a scene unfolded. This shook the hearts of everyone who saw what was happening here, and they were filled with disbelief. The endless ocean released a loud sound that echoed across the entire immortal astral continent. Then the vast sea slowly rose up. It was as if a giant hand was using a powerful spell to slowly lift this vast sea. It was impossible to describe the size of this vast sea. But lifting the entire sea was not something a Grand Empyrean could do. Not even Grand Empyrean Gudao could do it. When the sea rose, a deep pit was revealed. This deep pit was filled with countless holes and was uneven. It was hidden under the sea and hadn't seen sunlight for countless years. The sea continued to rise, and it soon surpassed the ancient clan and celestial clan. The sea was very deep, so much so that it was difficult to calculate how large it was in a short period of time. When the endless sea flew above the land of the ancient clan and the celestial clan, it was still rising. When people saw this, they were in shock. They couldn't distinguish the difference between the sea and the sky. Just at this instant, the endless sea turned a half circle, like a palm that suddenly stood up. The sea rose up so that its depth was now its width and its width was now its depth. This scene was simply too strange. The 9 pillars in the sky were at the center of the sea. The vast sea was like a huge wall that cut off the celestial clan and the ancient clan. It looked like it had no end and even gave off the sense that it was an illusion. It was impossible to tell if it was the immortal astral continent that had turned and the sea remained the same, or if the sea had moved while the immortal astral continent remained stationary. This shocking scene made people feel as if the sky had been reversed. The 9 pillars at the center of the sea began to slowly rotate, picking up speed as they moved. From far away, they looked like a storm that connected the sky and the earth. One could vaguely see the 9 pillars inside the storm shine and form a giant door. The door was closed and hadn't opened. Unfortunately, your slaughter is not enough. Otherwise, the door could be opened immediately. But now it will take 500 years for enough power to gather to open the door. So, Wang Lin, let us meet again in 500 years in the immemorial God realm. When we meet again, you will know the truth. In the deserted mountain outside the ancient Tao imperial city, the ancient Tao imperial teacher slowly disappeared from the flashing formation. Wang Lin looked at the dissipating figure and suddenly said, "The Dong Lin sect was destroyed by you." But he didn't get a reply. A laugh echoed as the formation dissipated and the ancient Tao imperial teacher disappeared. This place was still in ruins. Wang Lin silently pondered for a long time and then turned around. He flew off into the sky as a ray of light and disappeared. Wang Lin no longer had any reason to stay at the ancient Tao. Everything had become the past. However, there was a person here that he still considered his teacher, even though he had used his death to cut their relationship. A teacher he couldn't acknowledge but would forever remain his teacher in his heart.